This is Perceive, Mosaic Chronicles Book 3 by Andrea Pearson. Copyright 2015 Andrea Pearson. Dedication. To Roberta Hughes. One of the toughest women I know. Your example uplifts me, and your friendship gives me warm fuzzies. Chapter 1. Nicole's body ached from sitting in the same position for several hours. She'd never liked long car rides, and though this was nowhere near the longest she'd experienced, it still made her antsy and cranky. She couldn't wait to get out and stretch her legs. At least the company had been good. Her best friend Lizzie sat next to her on the backseat. Professor Coolidge was driving, with Austin, one of the best-looking guys she'd ever met, sitting up front with him. The two had conversed more with each other than they had with the girls, but every now and then their conversation spilled over, and Nicole had the opportunity to learn something new about the world she'd grown up in. Nicole was an arate, the fourth child born to her parents, and as such she had magical abilities. All fourths did. Because she had naturally blonde hair, her powers originated from the element wind, but she'd only been able to channel her abilities a few times. Lizzie was a redhead, and could manipulate fire to a degree. Austin and Coolidge were both dark-headed and controlled Earth. Because most of the people on the planet had dark hair of some shade or another, Asians, blacks, Middle Easterners and such, their abilities were a little more common than Lizzie's and Nicole's. This created a lot more competition for them, forcing the more powerful to branch into wind and fire and sometimes even water, which was represented by dirty blonde or light brown hair and was the second most common ability. That was what the men were discussing up front, while Nicole stared out the window, wishing their trip to Moses Lake, Washington would hurry up and end. They'd been in the car for 2.5 hours. She turned her thoughts from the conversation and let them stray to the manor on the far side of Moses Lake they would be visiting, and the old man who owned it. Coolidge had been quiet about the reason they were heading there, though he had let on that it would hugely impact Nicole's ability to channel. She figured it had to do with her focus, the cello, which meant Coolidge had most likely gotten his hands on one. Nicole sighed. She'd found a cello in Ohio that helped her channel, but it, and the woman who owned it, had disappeared while she'd been studying there for 3 weeks. Nicole, Coolidge said, I've already told you this trade was difficult to arrange, and Austin says you've guessed that it's a cello. Well, Albert wants to see you play it before he'll allow you to take it back with us. Just be careful with this instrument, okay? He's very attached to it. Of course. Soon they were driving through the streets of Moses Lake, then turning onto and following Wheeler Road. Nicole watched as acres and acres of farmland passed on either side of them. After 20 minutes, the landscape began to be dotted with trees. We're not far now, Coolidge said, peering into the distance. Nicole watched as the trees turned into a heavy forest. It somehow seemed unnatural, though she couldn't put her finger on why. A foreign feeling accompanied the massive, twisted trees that towered over the car and cast them all into dark shadows. Coolidge slowed, then turned onto a newly paved road. They pulled up to a large, ornate gate, and he rolled down the window and punched in a code. The gates opened, admitting entrance, and the car continued onward. 5 minutes after passing through the gates, Nicole caught glimpses of the manor, but it wasn't until they entered a huge clearing that she saw everything in full. Her jaw dropped. She had grown up in a wealthy family with a large estate, but her house had nothing on this place. Turrets and towers pierced the sky. Gables and heavy beams seemed to go for a mile at least. The place must have been tens of thousands of square feet. It was large enough to house a village. Dead vines crawled up most of the walls. Nicole guessed that if it had been summer, the vines would be green and lush. But at the beginning of November, they only made the place look dead and creepy. Brings to mind rose red, doesn't it? Coolidge asked. Austin and Nicole nodded. That about summed up Nicole's feelings. Lizzie hissed to Nicole, what's rose red? Stephen King, Nicole said. You wouldn't like it. Well, I think this place is beautiful. Lizzie sighed. And romantic. Coolidge chuckled. Don't read or watch Rose Red, and you can keep that opinion. An older man, probably Albert, waited on the porch, a serene smile on his face, arms behind his back. He wore a Mr. Rogers sweater, the red zip-up type, and faded slacks. Coolidge pulled the car to a stop, and the four of them exited, Nicole stretching her back, getting out a few pops. Albert approached Coolidge, and they shook hands and hugged. Nicole watched Albert closely, waiting for him to exhibit characteristics of someone who lived in a creepy old manor, but the man was kind, gentle, and warm. He invited them inside, and Nicole was surprised to find that the interior of the house was incredibly clean. No dust or cobwebs anywhere. It was in pristine condition. She smiled. Her mom would approve. The house had been upgraded a few times since having been built, and modern light fixtures graced the walls and ceilings. Albert kept the place well lit, and Nicole appreciated that. After passing several halls and rooms and taking many turns, they entered a room that had stringed instrument corpses and parts hanging on the walls, bridges, scrolls, necks, and other sections along with whole instruments. It had never occurred to Nicole that instruments could be creepy, but here they were. "I'm surprised your car made it this far," Albert said after they'd all been seated on worn but clean brown couches. Coolidge frowned. "Why?" "Ever since the meteor hit, machines haven't been working very well in this area. We're fine in here, but cars have completely stalled in parts of the driveway." Coolidge raised his eyebrows. "I haven't heard anything about a meteor. How big was it?" 5 feet across. "And it didn't really fall from the sky, which is probably why you haven't heard anything. It just sort of exploded into the middle of my property, right next to the home of a man who's been employed by my family for years. We had people come out and test the metal, and the only conclusive thing they came up with is that it wasn't from Earth. But the fact that it didn't fall from the sky says it has to be." He leaned back in his seat. "It's a complete mystery." "I'd like to see it," Coolidge said. "And I'm sure my students would as well." Nicole, Austin, and Lizzie all nodded. "Can't. It's gone now." Nicole frowned. "Gone? Too bad. It would have been awesome to see." "How?" Coolidge asked. "Taken away by the authorities?" "Nope," Albert said. "We had a severe rainstorm a few days ago. The meteor was struck multiple times by lightning, then disappeared completely." No one said anything for a moment, then finally Albert turned to Austin. "Professor Coolidge has told me about you. You're quite accomplished." Austin glanced at him briefly and nodded, then stared at a spot above Albert's head. Nicole smiled to herself. She knew Austin well enough to recognize that he wasn't enjoying the attention, especially from someone he wasn't familiar with. She ached to join him on his couch and rub his hand, helping him get out of himself, but she resisted. The last time they'd talked while flying home from Arches National Park, she'd gotten the impression that yes, he was interested in her, but that he was struggling with knowing whether to date her or to get back with his ex-girlfriend, Savannah. That didn't make it easier to control her impulse, though. And for the first time in a while, she let her eyes explore his features, enjoying the curves and angles, the perfection of his face. "How many of the 4 main elements can you control now?" Albert asked him. Austin glanced at him, then away. "All but 1, wind." "Makes sense. You shouldn't be far off from that one, though." Nicole had recently learned that arate abilities formed a sort of cycle, with the ability just above each arate being the easiest to learn, while the one directly below was hardest. Earth, water, fire, wind. Austin, as an earth arate, was struggling to learn wind, but had quickly grasped water. Nicole would learn the elements gradually too, wind, earth, water, then finally fire if she stuck with it. Which she planned on doing. "How do you like looking after the house on your own?" Coolidge asked after another moment of silence. Albert shrugged. "It's nothing. I'm used to doing most everything by myself anyway. It saves a great deal of money." Lizzie frowned. "But you're a billionaire," Coolidge said so. "Why do you need to save money?" Albert's eyes twinkled. "You're a very forthright young lady, Miss Lizzie." Lizzie looked at her feet. "Sorry, I'm just curious." Don't be sorry. I don't mind questions. He leaned back in his chair. People get rich by living within their means and not getting into debt. Yes, I inherited a lot of money and land, but the habits of my parents and grandparents who lived through the Great Depression aren't easily shed, and I've nearly quadrupled my inheritance. He pointed to an old lemonade stand in the corner. I've had that since I was 4 and mature enough to understand the concept behind a product in exchange for money. My father built it for me. His eyes clouded over, and he appeared to be deep in thought. Several silent moments passed, and Nicole met eyes with Lizzie, wondering how or if they should break the silence. It was awkward, like wool fabric against sensitive skin. "Albert?" Coolidge asked. "Are you all right?" Albert shook himself. "Yes, I'm fine. I've had 2 RAs become deathly ill nearly the minute they enter the forest behind the manor. It's presenting a problem, and I'm finding myself frequently distracted." He glanced at the girls. "Lest you think my mind skips around a lot, there was a small connection. My father fell ill with pneumonia and died from complications. I've had a bit of a cold that just doesn't seem to go away. It's pretty much unrelated, but those 2 RAs have had me thinking a lot about mortality lately." He straightened. "Would anyone like a glass of lemonade?" All 4 of his visitors said yes, and he jumped to his feet, insisting on doing it himself. A moment later, when everyone had a glass in his or her hand, Albert glanced at Nicole. "It's time to introduce you to Nico." "Nico?" Lizzie asked. "My cello. Named after cellist and composer Nicolaus Kraft." "You gave your cello a nickname?" Lizzie said. "That's kind of cute." Albert smiled. "Thank you, Miss Lizzie. I've always striven for kind of cute. Maybe I should have made full cute my goal, but alas, I didn't." He turned to Nicole. "How long have you been playing?" "Since I was 5. Albert nodded. "Do you enjoy the cello?" "Oh yes. Very much." "Are you any good?" Nicole felt a flush cross her cheeks, and she glanced at Austin for a moment. He gave her a half smile, warming her insides, and she looked back at Albert. "Well, She cleared her throat. "Yes, I believe I have a gift." Albert nodded. "Before I make any decisions, I'd like to hear you play, if that's all right." He smiled, leaning forward. "But you need to understand something. I've been invited to several private concerts by both Yo-Yo Ma and Bernard Greenhouse." Nicole wasn't sure how to respond to that. She definitely wasn't as talented as either man, but she wasn't horrible either. She hoped Albert would approve of her playing. Okay. Well, I'll get the instrument." Albert stood and left the room. It didn't take long for him to return. He set the case in front of Nicole, then opened it, showing her the cello. She reached for it, but he shook his head. "No, I'll do that myself." He undid a strap around the neck, then pulled out the cello, holding it for a moment, hesitating. Obviously, it meant a lot to him. After looking at it for a while, he finally handed it to Nicole. The instant the instrument was in Nicole's hands, she felt an electrical charge run through her, lifting her hair, making her feel lighter than air for a moment. A floating sensation from the charge made her limbs raise unbidden. It was accompanied by a rush of warmth that enveloped her. She smiled, welcoming the feeling, and glanced at the others. Did anyone sense that? Albert leaned back in his seat. "Even I did, and I'm not an RA. Clearly, the cello calls to you." He motioned to her. "Don't channel your powers. Just play." Nicole did so, starting with a selection by Dvorak, then moving on to Camille Saint-Saëns. At first it was easy. The notes seemed to sing and breathe their way out of the cello. But after a moment, Nicole could sense a pull on the magical currents that quietly surrounded her. She felt them flowing toward the ocean of magic that had started to build again after her return from Ohio. She struggled to contain them, to prevent the dam from bursting. Her mouth popped open, realizing that for the first time she was pushing her powers away rather than begging them to flow to her. Weird. And wonderful. She played for several minutes, casually noticing but pretending not to notice the expressions of those around her. Lizzie was grinning. Coolidge was nodding, a look of pride on his face. Albert's eyes were closed, enjoying the melodies. And Austen. He watched her closely, enraptured. Their gazes met. Nicole felt a thrill at the intensity of his expression, at the possessiveness there, the pride, the sense of protection she felt in his gaze. Her heart warmed, the heat spreading to her stomach and into her legs and arms. How was it possible that this talented and powerful man was interested in and attracted to her? After several minutes, Albert motioned for her to stop and took the cello from her. I don't want you playing unless you are in the presence of at least one other arate, or myself. Never alone, not until you master your powers. He put the cello back into the case, fastening the straps and zipper. Your professor tells me you exhibit great strengths, that you have abilities waiting to be released. I don't want you damaging my instrument. Especially since she already controls wood to an extent, Austen said. Nicole nodded and gave her word to Albert. What Austen said was true, and it would be a while before she'd be able to stop reliving the experiences they'd had while in Arches National Park. Nicole had nearly killed herself by forcing her powers to go beyond what she was ready to handle. Wood was under earth powers, and since she hadn't mastered her own abilities, it was dangerous for her to mess around with earth. How old is this cello? She asked. The one that belonged to Mrs. Morse in Ohio had been at least 100 years old. She could sense that while playing. And this cello felt even older than that. Albert scratched his head, thinking. Let's see. Around 300 years. Nicole's eyes widened. How can you be sure? Easy. It's one of 60 remaining Stradivari. Nicole gasped. It's a Stradivarius? Why on earth are you letting me touch it, let alone take it home? It's on loan to you for only a week, maybe 2. If you don't develop your powers before the time is up, you're welcome to stay here temporarily. He motioned out the window. My tenant's daughter comes and cleans for me for several hours every day, as payment for letting them continue living on the property, and she would keep you company. Honestly, she could even benefit from meeting a girl close to her age who isn't so sheltered. Nicole shrugged. I'll consider it. She hoped she'd develop her abilities before then, just to prevent the hassle of having to move around so much, but a week or 2 wasn't a lot of time. Lizzie frowned. So you're letting Nicole borrow a priceless cello. What are we giving you in return? Professor Coolidge has provided me with something of equal importance. What could possibly be worth millions of dollars? Lizzie asked. Albert shrugged. Not much that I would need or want. But what I'm getting is worth millions of hours. It's an automatic food preserver. An automatic food preserver? Austen asked. I've never heard of one. Nicole smiled that it made even Austen speak up, such a rare occurrence. That's because only one exists. The family that still lives on my property is sort of Amish. They don't have power or plumbing, and they maintain no connection to the outside world. I allow them to stay as long as they provide me with food. And they grow quite in abundance. I preserve almost all of it myself. It's much cheaper than buying food from a grocery store that's over half an hour of a drive. But as you probably know, preserving foods the old-fashioned way can be very time-consuming. With the automatic food preserver, my life will become much easier. You put the ingredients in one side, and the canning containers in another, and the machine does the rest. Boiling, steaming, heating, cleaning, zipping, sealing, everything. Magic is involved, of course, because no machine would be able to do it all. Nicole shook her head. She had to admit, something like that would be very handy. Just then, a man with a sparse graying beard stepped into the doorway. He held a hat in his hands and wore a pair of faded overalls. Oh, Winston, Albert said. Come in and meet my friends. Winston entered the room, a large grin on his face. He shook hands with everyone as Albert introduced them. He was followed by a teenage girl with brown sparkly eyes and dark ringlets. She wore a dress that reminded Nicole of a real pioneer. It was obvious by how similar the two looked that she was Winston's daughter. Winston and his family are the tenants I was telling you about. Albert motioned the girl forward. This is Prudy, Winston's oldest daughter. She's the one who comes to clean every day. Prudy curtsied, her long dress bunching as she dipped. She held a basket full of apples in her hands. A bonnet hung down her back. Coolidge motioned to Winston. Albert here was telling us that a meteor struck near your house. Winston bobbed his head. Yeah, it did. Except it didn't struck, it appeared. He pointed to the basket of apples Prudy carried. That meteor done something good, I tell ya. It gone and made the crops produce in overabundance. He stepped to his daughter's side and pulled out several apples, then passed them around the room. My best crop of Granny Smiths this year. And y'all get the pleasure of being the first to try 'em. Winston blinked, looking at everyone. Well, go ahead. Nicole looked down at the apple in her hand. It was beautiful, huge, bright green, luscious. The prettiest Granny Smith she'd ever seen. She rubbed off a spot, then took a bite, noticing the others do the same. She immediately gagged, spitting the apple flesh out of her mouth, grabbing for her glass of lemonade, nearly knocking it over in her hurry to get it. She wasn't the only one. All the others were gulping down their drinks, trying to remove the awful taste from their mouths. It was repulsive, like rotted worms that had died while eating pizza. Nicole finished off her glass, but the flavors still burned on her tongue, making her eyes smart. Nothing she did helped. Winston stood there, horrified, a look of shock on his face. Then he raced around, grabbing the apples from Albert and his visitors. I'm sorry, so sorry, he said over and over again. He and Prudy rushed from the room, carrying the basket. They returned moments later with tall glasses of milk, which everyone accepted gratefully. I don't know what happened to them apples, Winston said. They're usually so good. Nicole downed the glass of milk, noticing that the taste of rot subsided. She leaned back in her chair, breathing deeply, rubbing her face and the tears from her eyes. Austin coughed. I don't think I'll have another apple, if that's all right. Winston chuckled, then apologized again, but Albert stopped him. It's not your fault, these things happen. Winston nodded. I know. I'm still sorry. Prudy took everyone's now empty glasses, and she and Winston left, obviously ashamed and embarrassed. How humiliating, Nicole said. They couldn't possibly have known that would happen. Albert shook his head. No, they couldn't have. Wanting to wash her face, Nicole asked where the bathroom was, then excused herself. Following Albert's directions, she passed through several rooms and down a hallway until she found the place. It had obviously once been a closet that was converted sometime after indoor plumbing was invented. The light was dim, and the room smelled of old wood. Nicole washed her face, relishing the feel of cool water, especially after that experience with the apple. She peered at herself in the mirror, noticing that all traces of makeup were now long gone. Stupid, disgusting apple, she whispered. She pulled mascara out of her purse and applied it, then noticed a spider crawling along the sink. Oh great, she whispered, then glanced in the mirror, looking behind herself. The bathroom was still empty. I know you're here, Nicole said. Just come out. A faint white outline appeared next to her, then strengthened in substance, until the old woman Nicole knew to expect after seeing spiders stood next to her. Nicole frowned. I thought we had an agreement that I wouldn't read the book until I'm ready to. Nicole knew that wasn't exactly the promise she'd made while in Arches, but she hoped the old woman wouldn't remember. You must read it, Nicole. Nicole jumped, hand on her heart. You can talk? Since when can you talk? The old woman shook her head, her long gray hair billowing around her. Read the book. Nicole sighed in exasperation. I'll think about it. She put her mascara in her purse and left the bathroom, heading through the manor to the instrument room. It's time to go, Coolidge said. He pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to Albert. You've already got my cell, but I'd like to get frequent updates on the situation with the meteor. He pointed to the card. That's the number to my office, where I spend a lot of time. My cell doesn't work there. Feel free to call me if you ever need help. Albert agreed to do so, then escorted the four out to Coolidge's car, where he helped Austin and Coolidge remove his new contraption from the trunk. Once the food preserver was set up in the manor and the space was clear, Albert brought out the cello and gently placed it in the trunk, tucking blankets around the case to keep it from sliding. When he'd finished, he glanced up at Nicole. There are obviously much better ways to transport a cello of this worth. But seeing as how most cars can't make it to the manor, this will have to do. Nicole was quiet the whole way home, thinking about the cello and the old woman. She didn't look forward to being in the same room with that book again, the one the woman wanted her to read. At the start of school a couple of months earlier, she'd touched it and had awakened it. Then for several weeks, it, and the creepy shadow that dwelled in it, had followed her everywhere. Coolidge had locked it away in a magical cabinet in his office where it waited, gaining strength, calling to her. Now that Nicole knew how to channel and would be developing her powers, the time to read the book was upon her. She only hoped she'd be ready for whatever happened. Chapter 2. Sunday evening, back in her apartment, Nicole received an email from Coolidge, asking if she wanted to continue her study sessions with him, Toby, and Pete. They met 3 times a week to focus on cello wind arate abilities, and the sessions had really helped her. She emailed him back saying yes, and he responded right away, letting her know that Austin would be joining them for tomorrow's session. Nicole leaned back on the couch, staring at her laptop. Lizzie looked up from where she was doing homework, on the other couch. Something wrong? I don't know. Nicole tucked a strand of blonde hair behind her ear. Austin promised he'd help me learn to channel. And I guess I expected him to contact me about it by now. It's been a week since I got back from Ohio. You didn't have another cello until yesterday, though. True. But Coolidge just told me that Austin is coming to our study session tomorrow. I don't want to read too much into it, but does that mean he's not wanting to study with me one-on-one? Or is this just for tomorrow? Nicole looked up at her best friend. Was I wrong about his feelings? Lizzie put down her pen. No, you weren't. Austin is crazy about you. It was so obvious yesterday. He still can't keep his eyes off you. And besides, he did kiss you on the expedition. All of that feels so trivial now, without him actually calling or texting or contacting me in any way. And you know he didn't talk to me at all while I was in Ohio. It'll work out. I know it will. Nicole nodded, then rested her head on the couch. How are you and Nate? Nate was Austin's roommate, and he and Lizzie had become good friends. They went to parties all the time and talked and studied together frequently. There's no me and Nate. I'm not interested in him. Not like that anyway. Nicole's jaw dropped. You? Not interested in a member of the opposite sex? Is it possible? Lizzie chucked her pen at Nicole, grinning. Knock it off, girl. He's just a friend. And that would be way too weird, you dating Austin and me dating his roommate. Life never works out that way. Sure it does. Nicole tossed the pen back to Lizzie, then shut her laptop. Besides, I'm not dating Austin. She held up her hand, silencing Lizzie's retort. Not yet anyway. We'll see what happens. Lizzie pushed her books aside. I've been meaning to talk to you about something. You're still going to be doing study sessions with Coolidge, even though you aren't enrolled in classes. Do you want to come to classes with me? Mrs. Whitman's, especially? She definitely let you audit, and there's always room. That way you can keep learning, and we'll get to hang out more. Nicole nodded. Sounds like a great idea. Next semester will be pretty difficult. If we want to be in the same classes, I'll need to work really hard to catch up, so this will help. And I'll study with you. It'll be fine. Nicole knew Lizzie would. It had been that way since they'd met in second grade. Lizzie, the outgoing, bubbly one, and Nicole, the serious, contemplative one. They'd made a great team for many years. Monday afternoon found Nicole standing outside Professor Coolidge's office, where she would be working on wind magic with Toby, Pete, Coolidge, and Austin. Butterflies in her stomach distracted her for a moment. She was about to see Austin again, but she pushed those feelings aside. She wouldn't let him know how excited and nervous she was to see him. Not yet, anyway. She needed to gauge his feelings first. As soon as Nicole stepped into the room, she felt the pulsings that originated from the magical cabinet where Coolidge had locked up the old book. It was calling to her, wanting her to come to it, to free it. She glared at the cabinet, wishing she could tell the stupid book to leave her alone for just a while longer. She was almost ready. Toby looked up from where he was playing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, and grinned. Nicole sent him a smile, then claimed one of the empty chairs, glancing around the room. Pete was there. He readjusted his glasses and waved, his curly hair spilling forward. Coolidge said hi from his desk, not looking up. Austin hadn't come yet. "How was Ohio?" Toby asked. His usually combed to the side light brown hair had been gelled until it looked windblown. The new style complemented his high cheekbones, giving him a nice fresh look. "And the expedition? It's been a long time since you were here." Nicole bit the inside of her cheek, remembering the text he had sent her before she went to Arches. He'd wanted to take her on a date. He hadn't texted her since, and she wondered if he was waiting for her to say something. Probably. But what? She had to see if things would progress with Austin first. Not that Toby was less attractive or desirable, she just hadn't felt anything toward him yet. At least not on the same level as what she'd felt toward Austin. She still hesitated. "I'm not sure how to sum them up without taking an hour or two. I heard about Arches. And the caverns caving in on you and killing almost everyone." "Oh yes. That was right. The government had decided to hide what really happened from the general populace. They'd made everyone who lived through the events practically sign their lives away until something was decided. Which meant nothing would be said for many years, if ever. But that wouldn't stop the massive and dangerous creatures that had been found from returning. Yeah, it was pretty scary." Toby didn't say anything else, and Nicole didn't offer more information. She glanced at the clock, wondering if Austin was planning on showing up or not. Nicole unzipped the cello case, then carefully undid the straps that supported the antique instrument. The moment her hand brushed it, she felt that now familiar zing. Would that happen every time she touched it? Coolidge's door opened and Austin entered. He nodded to Coolidge, then hesitated when he saw that the only empty chair left in the room was the one next to Nicole. He grumbled, yanked the chair away from the music stand and plopped into it, pulling out a tablet. A sour expression was on his face. Nicole's stomach dropped to somewhere around her feet. Why was he upset? "Hey, Austin," she said after Toby and Pete had greeted him. He didn't respond, and he didn't look up from his tablet. She swallowed, then turned to the other guys. "So I got a new cello." "Ooh," Pete said, his curly hair drifting into his eyes again as he leaned over to see. "What kind?" "You'll never guess." "It's a Stradivarius," Austin said, still not looking up. "And no, neither of you can touch it. Not even I can. Only Nicole has permission to use it." Nicole frowned, disappointed that Austin had spoiled her surprise. She pulled out the cello's end pin and tightened her bow, then sat back in her chair, pretending not to be offended. "Let's get started," Austin said. He motioned to his tablet, then to Nicole. He still didn't make eye contact. "I'll be monitoring what happens when you play. Now that we've found your true focus for channeling, we have to figure out your sub-ability." "Sub-ability," Nicole said, not wanting to look stupid for being unable to remember what that meant. Austin grunted. "The aspect of wind that allows you to control it. Lizzie works with fire, but she can't actually make it grow. She only creates the spark that starts it." Toby nodded. And I'm able to pull moisture to myself through the air. Pete here shuffles papers, if you'll remember. Nicole did. They'd both given her demonstrations during her first study session with them. So, she said, we need to find mine. Exactly, Toby said. He pointed to Austin. Well, that's what he'll be doing. Once you figure it out, we'll be able to help you strengthen it. Austin glanced at Nicole, barely making eye contact before looking away. Start playing. Clear your mind first, then concentrate on your breathing. Once that's happened, you may begin allowing your powers to escape through your cello. Keep your eyes closed, it'll be easier if you don't see anything at first. I'll watch for you. Nicole lifted her bow, then put it to her strings and started. She refused to think of Austin sitting next to her. What had changed? He was acting so odd, so abrupt. Nicole turned her attention to her playing. Her immediate song of choice was Smetana's Moldau, and she played it quietly, barely thinking about the notes as they flew from her fingers. She closed her eyes and cleared her mind, then concentrated on her breathing. Once she felt like it was under control, Nicole reached out to the imaginary dam that held back her powers. Only this time there was no dam, nothing was blocking it. The magic had already flowed through and was flooding around her, soaking her, making her gasp for breath. Keep your eyes shut, Austin said, his voice hoarse. Nicole hadn't even noticed she'd opened them. Doing as she was told, she continued playing, letting the magic rush over her, watching in her mind's eye as it became frothy and fizzy, teased by a wind that grew up and billowed over her. Austin, Toby coughed to clear his throat. Is anything even happening? Austin growled. Shush. Nicole kept going, enjoying the sensations of music blending with wind and magic, twirling and whipping. But after several moments of no one saying anything, she peeked at Austin. He had his hand on his chin, a scowl on his face. He'd abandoned his notes and was staring at her. You can stop now, he said, his voice barely a whisper. Nicole lowered her bow, wondering why he was whispering. Had she done something wrong? What's going on? Nothing's going on. He glanced at Coolidge, who was now watching. I sensed her magic, it's flowing freely. So what's wrong? A small smile played at the corners of Coolidge's lips. Austin, you should have figured it out. He looked at Nicole. I'm not surprised that her natural ability is a rare one. Most wind arets control wind, obviously. They carry things with it, create small storms and dispel smoke and other pollutants. But the ability to silence sound at its origination doesn't happen very often. Austin frowned. If that were her sub-ability, I would have noticed it. But it is, and you didn't. Coolidge got up and opened a drawer near the magical cabinet. He pulled out a music box, wound it up, and set it on his desk. A tinny melody played out, filling the office with its sound. Play again, Nicole, and focus on silencing this. You don't need to close your eyes. Nicole raised her bow and began a Shokin farewell, watching the music box and willing its sound to stop. It happened almost immediately. While Nicole played, the music box didn't make a noise. It still turned, she could see the little handle on the side moving, but nothing came out. She grinned, stopping, and the melody flowed again. That's awesome. Austin scowled. Why didn't I notice? I think you did, Coolidge said. He motioned to Toby. You coughed and cleared your throat. He pointed to Austin. And you were whispering. Austin nodded. Coolidge continued. Living creatures are much more difficult to control than inanimate objects. An animal or human will fight to speak. Much of the time, they won't even notice your ability, Nicole, unless you're trying really hard. His eyes sparkled as he sat back at his desk. We'll have fun with that once she's ready. He returned to his papers. In the meantime, have her focus on inanimate objects. Austin motioned for Nicole to begin, and they met eyes. She searched his for any sign of friendship, of warmth, but there was nothing there. She sighed inwardly and started playing again. With Austin instructing her, Nicole practiced turning the music box on and off over and over again. Then he had Toby play a single, long note on his cello, and she practiced silencing that. At first, manipulating her magic was weird. She felt it flowing from her chest as it danced over to the source of the sound, tugging on her sternum. But after a few minutes, she adjusted and no longer noticed the pull as much. Her progress was fast, and even Austen seemed satisfied with how well she did. While finishing up, Nicole caught sight of a spider moments before the old woman hovered into view. She didn't even have time to react before the woman gave her message, "Nicole, please read the book," and left. Nicole sat stunned for several moments, then frowned, realizing the woman wouldn't be ignored any longer. The book needed to be read. And now that Nicole could control her powers even just a little bit, it was time to open that cabinet. She had to wait until Toby and Pete were gone, though. Austen finally called it quits, and Nicole, Toby, and Pete put their instruments away. Coolidge asked Nicole and Austen to stick around, and once the other two had left, he said, "I've been researching on that meteor and have asked around to those who tested it. They haven't discovered anything, and I might be heading back to Moses Lake to study its effects after finals week is over. I'll probably want the two of you there with me." Nicole nodded, feeling a sense of pride that her instructor valued her opinion and abilities that much. "Just let me know," she said, "and Professor, I think it's time we open the cabinet. I need to face the book. It's been calling to me the entire time I've been here. I was afraid of that. I could sense a small part of your magic drifting that way every time you played, and I wondered if subconsciously you were trying to silence it." Coolidge pulled up his calendar and studied it. "I'd like to be here when you read, but have to get some work done. I'll have time tonight around 7, if you want to come then." He glanced at Austen. "You should be present just in case." Austen agreed to come, but a line appeared between his eyebrows and he excused himself. Nicole rushed to follow him, getting caught on a loose screw in Coolidge's door jamb on the way out, snagging her shirt. She groaned when she saw that it had ripped, but decided to deal with it later. "Austen, wait," she said. Austen paused near the stairs and half turned to her, the line between his eyebrows deepening. "Nicole? Aren't we?" She didn't know how to ask without coming across as begging. "Aren't we going to study together?" He rubbed the back of his neck. "I kept my promise. I came. We'll work with Pete and Toby here in Coolidge's office." Without saying another word, he took the stairs 2 at a time up to the first floor. Nicole felt tears burning behind her eyes as she watched him leave. Stupid Austen. The jerk. Leading her on while in arches, holding her hand, kissing her, looking at her like he adored her at Albert's manor. He'd obviously chosen his ex-girlfriend, and for what reason? So he could break up with her for the umpteenth time? He was ridiculous. The whole situation was ridiculous. But Nicole was more ridiculous than anyone for hoping that something could develop between them. She couldn't believe that the only reason he'd come today was to keep his promise to study with her. She'd rather be helped by Toby and Pete, thank you very much, than have him do it out of duty. Even while Nicole stormed outside and to her car, angry at Austen and the situation, she couldn't deny the ache in her chest. The longing for a relationship with him that wasn't going to happen. The sting from being rejected. But if Austen could be emotionless, so could she. She'd just turn off her feelings and ignore him. Well, ignore him as much as she could anyway. She wished he'd just taken back his promise to help. It would be so much easier if they didn't have to spend several hours together a week. Nicole got to her apartment and put Nico away, longing to practice herself into oblivion, but she was determined to keep her promise to Albert. Besides, she'd felt how strong her powers were. She didn't want to risk letting too much flow out at once and possibly ruin the instrument. Deciding to change into comfy clothes and veg in front of a movie, Nicole went to her room and yanked on a pair of yoga pants. As she was pulling off her blouse, she remembered how it had snagged on Coolidge's door jamb as she'd been leaving his office. Worried that it had ruined her shirt, she straightened the garment and laid it on her bed, searching for signs of damage. Right next to a hole, she found a drop of blood. Blood? How had that gotten there? Nicole twisted to see her side where she'd brushed into the door jamb. There was a small cut with crusted blood on it. Weird. She hadn't felt pain. If that was the case, she'd obviously pushed herself too far. She sat on the bed next to her shirt and rubbed her face. Nicole had recently learned that when an arate uses too much power, the pineal gland in his or her brain will begin to borrow energy from other areas of the brain. Each arate lost a different sense. For Nicole, the ability to sense pain was targeted. Pushing herself too far was dangerous because she wouldn't know if she'd been injured. Not knowing how long it would take for her body to regain that sense, she realized that a movie was the best idea she'd had all day. Chapter 3. Nicole was still watching movies when Lizzie got home. She glanced at her watch, realizing she only had 20 minutes to get back to campus and Coolidge's office. "Hey girl," Lizzie said, plopping next to Nicole on the couch. "How'd the study session go?" "Where to start?" Nicole sighed. "Austin picked Savannah." "What? How do you know?" "He was super out of it. He acted annoyed to see me there. Then after, he told me he wasn't going to be studying with me one-on-one." "What an idiot." "He's blind, Nicole. How could he pick her over you?" Nicole shrugged. She didn't have anything against Savannah. She'd only met her once, but Austin had broken up with the girl several times. Why did he think this time would be any different? "Also," Nicole said, "I pushed myself too far while working on my powers." She showed Lizzie her Band-Aid. "Gotta be more careful." "Yeah, seriously? I wish I could go to those sessions. I'd help you be nice to yourself, and I'd keep Austin from being a jerk. Protect you from him, you know." Nicole smiled. "You might get your chance in about 20 minutes. Coolidge and Austin are meeting me at Coolidge's office, and I'd really like you there. I'm going to read the book." Lizzie bounced up and clapped. "Let's go." She hesitated. "Wait. You're sure you're ready?" "Definitely." "Then bring Nico." Nicole agreed, and the two packed the cello in Nicole's car, then headed to campus. Coolidge looked at Nicole. "I'm opening it now, okay?" She held Nico in one hand and the bow in the other. "Okay, but I'm not sure how I'm going to play the cello and read the book at the same time." "You won't need to play," Coolidge said. "Just keep your hand on the instrument, and you'll be fine." He turned to the cabinet. Lizzie stood on the other side, and Nicole sat in a chair in the middle of the office. She'd been disappointed, though not surprised, that something had come up and Austin couldn't be there. Coolidge pressed his right hand to the wood and muttered a few words, and Nicole heard a series of clicks and shifting gears on the inside of the cabinet. He put his left hand near the right and muttered again. The wood began vibrating as before, when he'd first sealed the book inside the cabinet. It glowed red, while the surface rippled like waves on a lake. The same strong turpentine and resin smell filled the office. Then the wood turned to a golden liquid, and Nicole watched as seams appeared in it. The moment Coolidge removed his hands, Nicole felt a blast of pulses from the book. It was like an overgrown puppy wanting to jump into her lap and lick her face. A warm breeze flowed to her, billowing her hair around for a moment, then disappeared. She nodded at Coolidge to open the doors. He did so, revealing the leather-bound book on the shelf. He pulled it out and handed it to Nicole. "Nicole?" She recognized that voice. He'd spoken to her before. Nicole prepared to open it, then glanced up. "Are you guys ready?" She would have felt much more comfortable doing this if Austin had been there, but Coolidge was still incredibly powerful and very experienced. If anything was going to happen to her, he would be there to stop it. "Yes," Lizzie and Coolidge said. Nicole opened to the first page. She jumped when the shadow that followed the book stirred, turning to look at her. It didn't do anything though, so she stared through it to the words underneath. But she couldn't focus on them. She was able to pull out individual letters here and there, but for some reason, even if she saw the letters in the right order, she couldn't figure out what words they created. What was wrong? The shadow wasn't in the way, it only made the page a little darker than it would have been otherwise. So why couldn't she read? Just then, a spider climbed from the side of the book and over two of her fingers. She shook her hand and rubbed it on her pants, trying to rid herself of the creepy feeling. The old lady appeared, translucent. "They can't see me," she said, tucking a strand of long gray hair behind an ear. "And they won't hear our conversation." She didn't wait for Nicole's reaction before continuing. "You must read the book, but please do so away from others the first time. The book contains deep thoughts from someone dear to me, who is rather sensitive and shy. He placed a spell on it that would prevent you from reading out loud to protect his privacy and his thoughts and feelings. So this first time, read it alone." Nicole snorted. "Like I'm going to do that?" The woman put her hand on Nicole's shoulder, her body becoming more solid for a moment. "You won't be harmed, Nicole. I give you my word." She watched Nicole, her gray eyes serious, and Nicole found herself nodding, believing. "But why alone? You need to learn the truth away from outside influences. I can't ask you to hide the information from others, but please use discretion when choosing with whom to share it. And also wait to say anything until you've read quite a bit." She watched for Nicole's confirmation that she'd been heard, then disappeared. Nicole shut the book. Coolidge and Lizzie hadn't even noticed that she'd been distracted. She stood. "If it's okay with you, I'm going to take this home and read there." Coolidge tapped his chin. "I didn't sense anything malicious, quite the opposite. The book is truly devoted to you. The being that controls it cares for you." "It's okay if I take it then?" Coolidge chuckled. "Regardless of what I decide, we both know that unless I lock it up in the cabinet again, it'll return to you anyway. Go ahead and keep it for a while. Just make sure you have my number on speed dial while you're reading." Nicole agreed, and she and Lizzie left. The book seemed to figure out she was no longer running from it, because she didn't see the shadow the entire way home, as she always had previously. What a relief. But now she was curious. What secrets did the book contain? Why did the old lady want her to read it so badly? Was she really safe, or was that just a lie concocted by the woman to get her to release some unseen evil? Lizzie had homework to do, and Nicole went to her room. She plopped on her bed, leaning against the headboard, and opened the book. This time the words flowed smoothly and easily. She had no problem reading. "Dear Nicole." Nicole hesitated. It knew her name. Then she rolled her eyes. Of course it knew who she was. It had called her by name many times. "My name is Captain Christopher Price. You've met my wife, Rebecca. She saw you in vision a few years ago, and we've followed your progress ever since. We've prepared for your coming for over a century, and have done our best to acquaint ourselves with your times and lifestyle. We know that you are blonde, that you are an arate born to parents who don't appreciate or understand you. We know that the cello is your focus, but that it hasn't come easily to you. We know other things about you, and are prepared to teach you many more. But before I continue, I need you to recognize and consider something. What you have been told by those you trust are lies. No, I don't believe these people who care for you so dearly are willfully misleading you. They simply lack the ability to recognize the overall picture. It's a naive innocence. Please let go of all of your prejudices. I need you to do that. I need you to trust me, and I need to trust you. I recognize that by my opening up to you, you may well try to destroy me and my wife. This is a risk I must take. Nicole, the Tarians in your time are evil. I know they are because of what my wife has seen. But when she and I started their group, we had a different plan, a different vision. In our time, it is the Arates who are evil. They've controlled the world by force for centuries. They murder those who oppose them, even their own people. We never thought the Tarians and Arates would switch places, that the Tarians would become evil and the Arates good. This is a problem because, in order to create balance in the universe, my wife invented something that made it so fewer children would be born. You must understand how much we regret what we have done. Rebecca and I tried for years and years to find a way to reverse the effects of her invention, to unlock and destroy the contraption that stopped allowing humans to have children so easily. Finally, after so much searching and hard work, we have found an elixir that will end the curse we placed on the human race. But we need the help of an arate, a powerful one, to get it for us and take it to the machine. The invention is safeguarded north of a small town called Salmon in the Rocky Mountains. It is inaccessible, except on foot. I cannot tell you the exact location until I know that you are strong enough to approach it without it being killed. Please consider what I have said here, and as you are ready, I will instruct you further. With much love and hope. Captain Christopher Price. Nicole set the book aside and stared at the wall in front of her. So many thoughts raced through her mind. Was it possible that there was an end to the childbirth dilemma? Could she possibly be the one to cure the problem? Her heartbeat sped up at the excitement of the thought, while her palms grew sweaty from nervousness. Did she want that kind of attention? Why would it require a powerful arate? Would she be powerful enough? Would she let down Captain Price and Rebecca? Were they even to be trusted? And how would the captain know if she was ready? Nicole's head reeled with these thoughts and questions. Rebecca was an arate, Nicole knew that. But she was obviously an incredibly powerful one, to have created something that would affect every person born on Earth for over 100 years. And Salmon. A city called Salmon in the Rocky Mountains. Nicole jumped off her bed and dashed to her laptop in the living room, opening it. First, she wanted to figure out where Salmon was. Making sure she was zoomed out far enough on the map, she started a search. There was a Salmon Creek in Washington, just north of Portland, but that wasn't in the Rocky Mountains. She zoomed out a little farther and did the search again. This time, Salmon, Idaho popped up. She searched again and couldn't find another city named Salmon in the Rocky Mountains, so the Idaho one had to be the place. Nicole pulled up her calendar on her phone. Would she have time before school started next semester to take a trip? It all depended on how quickly she mastered her abilities, and how soon Rebecca and Captain Price deemed her ready. Realizing there was nothing she could do but wait, Nicole returned to her room, got into her pajamas, and read through that entry several times. A spider dashed across her floor and Nicole jumped, then glanced around the room. The old woman stood near the window, watching her. "You're Rebecca?" Nicole asked. Rebecca nodded. "You've started reading Christopher's book?" "Yes." "Do you have any questions yet?" "Oh heavens. Tons. I don't have much time, but I wanted to stop by for a quick checkup on you. I can answer one, maybe two. We'll get to the others next visit." Nicole thought through everything she'd been wondering about, then decided she needed to know how secure her environment was. She pulled down her covers and got into her bed. "How is he, Captain Price, going to know I'm ready? Can he read my mind?" Rebecca smiled. "No, he can't. But we'll know by your actions." "How? Do you watch me all the time?" Rebecca sighed and sat on the edge of Nicole's bed. "I wish I could say otherwise. I so looked forward to the peace that would come with death, but I'm a busy woman even now. You aren't the only person I'm working with. I'd love to visit more than just occasionally." She pointed at the spider that watched from the corner of the room. "But surely you've noticed that whenever I'm near you see a spider? They come with me. They gently alert you to my presence before I visit." "Gently?" Nicole snorted. "Spiders don't gently do anything." "Nevertheless, Nicole, I believe that in order for you to trust me, I must be completely transparent with you." She chuckled, looking down at her see-through body. "And I'm not just talking about my physical appearance." Nicole laughed at Rebecca's joke, finding herself warming up to the woman. "You're working with other people?" "Yes, several." "Why?" "So that if things don't work out with me, you'll have someone else to take my place." Rebecca shook her head, and patted Nicole's leg under the blanket. "No, child. The elixir must be gathered by you, and it must be you who destroys my embryonic manipulator." "But why?" Rebecca tilted her head and looked away, as if she were observing or listening to someone Nicole couldn't see or hear. "Things will make sense soon enough. I must go now. I am being called." The next day, Nicole waited for Lizzie outside of Coolidge's class. She hadn't had the guts to go in, not when it was probably completely full. Besides, she'd only gotten and asked for permission to attend Whitman's class. The bell rang, and students poured out of the auditorium. She caught herself looking around for Austin, but didn't see him, and turned her attention to finding Lizzie. Pretty soon, Nicole caught sight of her best friend, and without announcing herself, linked arms with her. "He's here," Lizzie whispered, not needing to ask if Nicole had searched. "Just act like you're having all sorts of fun. Act like his decision wasn't a big deal." Nicole liked that idea. It helped protect her injured feelings. Besides, she shouldn't have been so put off by his decision. It wasn't as if he'd actually told her he'd chosen Savannah. He hadn't said anything at all. No matter. This was her life and her first year in college, and she wasn't going to let a guy ruin it for her. She was glad, however, that she'd brought the book. If things in Whitman's class got boring, she'd have other stuff to do. Professor Whitman wasn't there yet when the girls took their seats. Nicole pretended not to notice when Austin sat on the same row, several seats down. But ignoring him got difficult when none other than Judith Ann sat next to him. "What's she doing here?" Nicole whispered to Lizzie. "I thought she dropped out for the semester. I mean, after everything she went through in Arches." "She's getting psychological help," Lizzie said. "I heard her telling Austin that while you were in Ohio. Apparently, she's decided that those monsters you guys saw were an invention of the government as a way to keep Arates in check." Nicole rolled her eyes. "The government? Inventing monsters?" She snuck a glance in Judith Ann's direction. "Why is she hanging all over Austin?" The girl's hand was on Austin's thigh, rubbing his leg. Her other arm was draped over the seat in front of her as she turned to face Austin, and Nicole, gazing at him with so much adoration it made Nicole sick. Then Judith Ann caught Nicole's eye and winked before putting her hand on Austin's face and turning him to her. Nicole clenched her fists, trying not to show how upset she was by Judith Ann's actions. Luckily, Professor Whitman entered the room soon after, giving Nicole a much-needed distraction. "Oh great," Lizzie moaned. "She's in one of her moods." Nicole nodded. She remembered from before how cranky Whitman could get. "Get ready for the quiz," Whitman said, slamming her books on the table. "It'll cover today's reading material and Thursday's." Lizzie's jaw dropped. "But that's not fair," she said, loudly enough for Whitman to hear. "We haven't done the reading for Thursday." "Is that my fault?" Whitman glared up at Lizzie. "In case I need to remind you, you're not in high school anymore." She stared at her students, practically daring anyone else to speak up. "Now then, we've got a lot to cover today, as I'll be out of town Thursday." A boy on the front row raised his hand. "Won't your substitute go over Thursday's information?" "No, he won't," she snapped. She walked behind the desk, pulling out stacks of paper. "Get out your pencils." Whitman raised her eyes, taking in the entire class. "And complaining won't do you any good. I may not be dean of this department yet, but he happens to see things my way." Lizzie mumbled under her breath as she pulled out a pencil. Nicole was glad she was only auditing and wasn't required to take tests. But this didn't bode well for next semester. While everyone else was taking the quiz, Nicole pulled out the journal, wanting to read the next entry. Judging by previous quizzes she'd taken in Whitman's class, she had at least 15 minutes. "Nicole, in the coming months, a vessel from the Great Ones will be appearing somewhere near a city called Moses Lake. It brings with it a portal for the elixir to travel in, the same elixir that will destroy Rebecca's embryonic manipulator. When the time is right, you must go to Moses Lake and wait for the portal to finish forming. Once the vessel is no longer needed, it will be called back through a lightning storm. Nicole looked up and, making sure no one was paying attention, mouthed her question, wondering if she could summon Rebecca. Rebecca? Is this the meteor near Albert's? Because it's gone already. Was I supposed to be there before then? No one answered, and Nicole turned back to the book. She found herself unable to concentrate on anything else, though, as she thought about the meteor. It had appeared near Moses Lake. It had disappeared when lightning struck it. But if it really was the vessel, how would she know when the time was right? What if she'd missed the opportunity? Turn in your quizzes, Professor Whitman called out after only 5 minutes. When students grumbled and complained, she said, "Need I remind you once again that this isn't high school? Have I gone too easy on you this semester? If you weren't prepared to take the quiz, maybe this will make you more diligent in the future." Lizzie glared at Whitman before turning to Nicole. "Ridiculous. I probably got an F." Nicole nodded sympathetically. She remembered Whitman being cranky before, but nothing like this. Maybe she was feeling under the weather? Whitman sat behind the desk and folded her arms. "I know most of you are probably dying to know what I'll be doing on Thursday." She waited, possibly wanting someone to ask. No one did, and she scowled but continued anyway. "I'll be joining I'm going to become a more powerful arate soon." Nicole and Lizzie looked at each other. Whitman wasn't an arate, she was a regular human. But she was obsessed enough with arates to pretend she was one of them, even though all her students knew otherwise. Whitman touched her head. "I've discovered something that will help my pineal gland produce the way it's supposed to." Nicole met eyes with Lizzie again. "What's she talking about?" Lizzie whispered. Nicole didn't know. She'd never heard of anything that actually worked to make someone become more powerful, let alone become something they weren't. A guy in the row behind them leaned forward and whispered, "She's been out drinking, wouldn't you say?" He sent a silly grin to Lizzie, his eyes practically dancing. Lizzie nodded, looking up at the guy. He obviously thought she was attractive, and Lizzie noticed. She twirled a curl around her finger and asked the guy his name. "Rob," he said. "And you're Lizzie." Lizzie's jaw dropped into a playful grin. "How did you know?" Nicole smiled to herself and turned back to the front of the room as Whitman began her lecture for the day. It looked like Lizzie had found a new crush. Records of arates and humans living together have been found dating back thousands of years, practically since the beginning of time. Like the chicken and the egg, scholars debate which came first, the human without powers or the magical arate. They insist one must have come before the other. And powerful studies indicate that it was the arate, but we can't possibly know, not having been there ourselves. After an interesting start to her lecture, things dwindled off until it became obvious that Professor Whitman really didn't want to be there. She ranged in mood from super excited to incredibly cranky, and several times embarrassed students for asking questions that she thought were stupid. Her superiority was annoying. Nicole had a hard time concentrating on anything, including the book. She found herself paying more attention to Austin and Judith Ann. Nicole's only speck of satisfaction came from realizing that Austin was tired of Judith Ann pawing him. He gave her a stern look and whispered something that made her slink back and pout with her arms folded. Good. Halfway through class, Nicole remembered that she was there voluntarily and didn't need to put up with Professor Whitman's cranky mood or her own temptation to stare at Austin and Judith Ann. She packed up her things and left, smiling a goodbye to Lizzie on the way out. Nicole was disappointed but unsurprised when Austin canceled Wednesday's study session. "It's time to move on," she whispered to herself while Toby and Pete practiced a duet of Twinkle, Twinkle Little Star. Resolving to get over Austin, she pulled out her cello and bow and started working. While she was able to practice her cello skills a great deal, her thoughts took her from the task at hand, silencing Toby's singing, and made it difficult to accomplish anything. Coolidge was busy at his desk, and poor Toby and Pete tried to help, but nothing they did or said really sank in. She wasn't even able to reduce their voices to a whisper. Finally, they called it quits and put their things away. Nicole promised she would be easier to work with next time, which seemed to satisfy the guys. On her way home, she got a text from Lizzie, saying they'd been invited by Nate, Austin's roommate, to play ultimate frisbee that evening. Nicole turned down the invitation. There was no way she'd go, not when Austin and Savannah would be there. She had no desire to see them together, ever. That evening, instead of playing ultimate frisbee, Nicole asked Lizzie to help her practice. Lizzie agreed readily. "It's about time I'm allowed to do something for you, after all the help you've given me." Nicole nodded, grateful that Albert had said it was okay for her to play the Stradivarius in the presence of any arate, not just Coolidge. Lizzie wasn't very good at her powers, but she was an arate. "What's Coolidge having you work on?" "I'm supposed to be silencing things, objects, people." "Is there anything you want to work on?" Nicole pointed at the TV. "Let's use that for now. Would you turn it on while I get the cello out?" The girls got everything set up, then Nicole started playing, directing her powers to the TV. In her own living room, she found it easy to concentrate, and before long, the TV went absolutely quiet. "That's so cool," Lizzie said. Someone knocked at their door, and Lizzie jumped up to get it. Nicole heard voices, and two women who lived in their building followed Lizzie down the hall and into the living room. "You remember Sandy and Denise, right?" Lizzie asked. "Of course. They live upstairs and helped us get rid of the possessed vines." Denise stepped forward, tucking a strand of her bleached blonde hair behind an ear. "We came to invite Lizzie to a party we're having Saturday. We didn't know you were back from Ohio." Nicole nodded, giving Denise a hug. "I've been back for about a week now. It's good to see you both." "Well, you're invited too," Sandy said, barely making eye contact with Nicole. She turned and left the apartment, calling over her shoulder to Denise that she'd be upstairs. Nicole glanced at Denise. Last time she'd been around them, Sandy had made it obvious she couldn't stand arates. Why was she inviting Nicole and Lizzie to her party? "Never mind her," Denise said. "She's slowly warming up to you guys." She nudged Lizzie with her hip. "Especially with this one's help." Lizzie grinned at Denise, then motioned to Nicole. "We're practicing Nicole's ability right now. Want to join us?" Denise's eyes lit up. "Sure. What are you doing?" Nicole motioned to the cello in her hand. "My focus is the cello. It helps me channel my wind powers. I'm trying to figure out how to do it better." "Cool. What can you do so far?" "I'll show you." Nicole started playing, and the TV stopped making sound again. At first it was obvious that Denise didn't notice, but when Nicole consciously allowed the sound to turn off and on again several times, the woman jumped up and grinned, clapping. "Wonderful. We're about to have her try on a person," Lizzie said. "It's much harder than something dead." "Dead?" Denise chuckled. "You mean an inanimate object? 'Cause I'm not far away from the grave, perhaps, but I'm definitely not dead. I'd love her to practice on me." She motioned to Nicole. "Tell me what to do. Just make a solid noise. Like sing a note or say hi for a long time or something." Denise opened her mouth and shrilled a high note, and Nicole began playing. This took a lot more concentration. She directed her magic toward Denise, asking it to stop her, quiet her. She watched in her mind's eye as the magic swirled around the woman and congregated at her neck. At first, nothing happened. Then Denise's voice grew quieter by a fraction. It was barely noticeable, but the redness in Denise's face made it obvious she felt the pressure against her windpipes. "Whoa," she said, stopping. "That was... wow." She tilted her head, her eyebrows knitted. "But I didn't go completely quiet." Nicole shook her head. "I haven't been able to silence anyone yet. It's much harder." "Well, let's get back to work." Nicole grinned at how determined Denise was. And she didn't lose that determination, even after they'd practiced for an hour with little progress. Finally, Nicole set down her bow and thanked Denise. "We'll be at the party Saturday. I'm glad you invited us. It'll be good to do something social." Denise gave her and Lizzie hugs, then left, and Lizzie excused herself wanting to shower. Nicole put Nico away, wishing she could practice for orchestra. She'd caught up with the rest of the students quickly, and was ready for their concert mid-December, but not being able to practice as often as she wanted was difficult. Austin wasn't in Professor Whitman's class, and Nicole noticed with some satisfaction that Judith Ann seemed to be annoyed about it. Nicole almost felt bad for her, but couldn't quite muster the emotion. Didn't Judith Ann know that Austin was dating Savannah now? Whitman's substitute bustled into the room, and Nicole was mildly surprised it was a woman, not the man Whitman had mentioned. She was trailing papers and pulses of magic behind her. She was a short and portly arate, and even though she looked frazzled, she already had a grin on her face. "Students, my name is Tony, and I've looked forward to today all week. We're going to be discussing Terrians. Has Professor Whitman covered their history at all?" Several students responded in the affirmative, and Tony smiled. "Good. Now why would I be so excited about Terrians?" Lizzie raised her hand. "Because you're a little twisted?" "Oh, I'm definitely twisted." Tony laughed. "No, it's because it's the most interesting part of Arate history. As you know from Whitman's lectures already, Arates and humans coexisted nearly seamlessly for centuries. Because royal families gave birth to both Arates and regular humans, they frequently shared responsibilities. Most feuds throughout the years have been family against family and country against country, but rarely Arates against humans." She strolled to the other side of the room, hands clasped in front of her. It wasn't until the early 1900s that a group of people rose up who felt that Arates, even those in their own families, were not worthy to lead or even to live. They spread lies that Arates had been controlling everything for centuries, and they believed that Arates needed to be eradicated, destroyed completely. Nicole raised her hand. But how did they expect to do that when the fourth child of a family is always born an Arate? Tony nodded. "Good question. They decided that if they made Arate births almost never happen, then the gene would eventually disappear." "Is it possible to manipulate the genes like that?" a guy on the back row asked. Tony shrugged. "Who knows? I'm sure scientists will eventually figure it out." She then began a lengthy discussion about the key figures in those early days. Nicole listened closely, but didn't recognize any names. Either no one knew about Rebecca and Captain Christopher Price, or those two were lying to her about who they were. She enjoyed Tony's teaching style. The woman was engaging and funny, answering openly and honestly. She was so different from Whitman that Nicole wondered why Whitman had chosen her to substitute. Perhaps the university had a say in the decision. Nicole perked up when Tony started talking about Shoggoths and Agarks. Terrians believe that they were called of gods, Agark specifically, to protect all humans from Arates and ultimately to rid the world of our kind. Tony laughed. "Those of us who don't believe in the myths of Shoggoths and Agarks recognize that they don't exist, that Terrians have no authority over Arates, and that their ideas are based in extreme fascism." Nicole raised her hand. "Are there any Arates who have joined them or have sympathized with their cause?" "Yes, there have been at least two that I can think of. The first was named John Williams, and the second was Ben Fifield. We don't know much about those two, they weren't very influential." Nicole nodded, and Tony continued with her lecture. How did Rebecca and Christopher play into all this? She hadn't found anything about either of them when she'd searched online. Perhaps she should ask Rebecca directly. Nicole frowned, wondering if the woman would answer honestly. Sure, Rebecca hadn't given her a reason to distrust. But there also weren't any good reasons to trust yet either. Chapter 4. After not seeing Austin for 2 days, Nicole was surprised when he showed up at the study session on Friday. And right off the bat, she realized something had changed. In fact, He was standing in the hall when she walked down the stairs to Coolidge's office, waiting for something. When he opened the door for her, followed her inside, and sat next to her, she figured out he'd been waiting for her. Of course, realizing this made her instantly nervous. Her palms began sweating, and the cello almost slipped out of her grasp. "Whoa," Austen said, steadying the instrument. "Careful there." He smiled at her, and for a moment Nicole stopped breathing. His dark eyes searched her face, seeming hungry to take her in. He held her gaze for a long moment, before Nicole chickened out and looked down, remembering her frustrations with him. Seeing her shirt reminded her about the tear in her blouse on Monday. She told Austen about snagging on the door jamb, and how it had cut her without causing pain. "I'm glad you said something. We'll take it easy this time." His eyes never left her face. She tightened her bow, glad the other two students hadn't yet arrived and that Coolidge was distracted. What had happened with Austen? Why was he so friendly, so intense all of a sudden? Was it possible that he'd moved on from Savannah, and if so, how did Nicole feel about that? She'd spent the last couple of days ranting and raving against him, trying to force herself to hate him. Would she be able to flip the switch, if he asked her to? She wasn't sure. But she did remember the kisses they'd shared in Arches, and how urgent and eager he'd been. How he'd said he had waited a long time for something to develop between them. Even though she tried not to soften, she felt her heart warm just a little. She did her best not to think about how it would feel to have his lips on hers again. The door swung open, interrupting her thoughts, and Toby and Pete walked in. Coolidge looked up from his desk. "Welcome, gentlemen." He immediately started the study session, focusing a lot on Nicole and her cello. Nicole was grateful for this, because it made her work harder, allowing her to dwell on something other than Austen's very attentive behavior. He was smiling a lot, and his arm and hands frequently brushed hers. Nicole knew that none of this was by accident. He truly wanted a connection with her, wanted to be close to her. Even though she was still frustrated with him, every sense fired up. The cologne he wore, mixed with his natural musk, wafted toward her, begging her to breathe him in. She found herself leaning closer, enjoying the proximity, enjoying his scent. She'd pull back, reprimanding herself, then moments later found it happening again. Despite her firm resolve to be angry with him, their every contact made her ache for more. Through all of this, Nicole was aware of Toby. He seemed distant, but she recognized he was probably masking his feelings. She met eyes with him just once, and then tried not to let that happen again. The hurt, the betrayal she saw and sensed made her agonize for him. After that, she had even more reason to distance herself from Austen. She needed to spare Toby from having to witness anything else. Nicole and the guys focused on building up her powers before releasing them, rather than encouraging them to go full speed. She practiced on inanimate and animate objects with much the same results as before. Periodically, Austen would poke her with the sharp end of an open paperclip. After they'd practiced for an hour, the pain stopped registering. "That's as far as we go," he said. "We don't want to cause any damage to your brain." Nicole nodded, and Coolidge agreed that they'd practiced long enough. She put the cello away and packed her things, trying not to notice Austen's every action as he picked up his backpack and held the door open for her. "I'd better take you home to make sure nothing happens on the way," Austen said once they were out of earshot of the others. Nicole tried not to glare at him, while her insides warmed considerably at the thought of being alone with him. "I don't know if that's a good idea." She folded her arms and stared at him. "What happened this week? Why are you being so nice now?" Austen sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I'm really sorry about earlier." He looked at her, his eyes serious. "Starting a new relationship scares me. I have a hard time opening up to new people. And the idea that you'd learn so much about me made me panic." "Why?" He shrugged. "It's just how I've always been. It's hard for me to trust." "It is for me too, but I was willing to give us a shot." Austen's eyes searched hers. "Please forgive me, Nicole. I won't let you down. I promise." How will I know you won't go back to Savannah again? You won't, not at first, and not until we know each other better. But I promise you this much. You will never have a more loyal boyfriend, and I will always let you know if I'm struggling in the relationship. I've never cheated on a girl, not once. I've never even been tempted to. It's simply not an option for me. Nicole took in a deep breath, considering what he was saying. She waved hi to Toby and Pete as they walked past, then she looked back at Austin. All right. Let's see where this takes us. The smile and relief that spread across his face showed just how worried he'd been that she'd say no. He leaned forward, and for a moment she thought he would kiss her. How would she feel about that? She froze. It was too soon, her emotions were too fragile still. Instead, he brushed her cheek with the back of his fingers, before taking the cello and leading the way up the stairs and out the building. Nicole held her hand to the spot on her cheek. It was warm and tingly, and she couldn't help the smile that crossed her face. She forced it away when Austin glanced back. Your car or mine? Nicole pulled out her phone, checking the time. It doesn't matter. I have to be at rehearsal for symphony in 3 hours and need to come back to campus either way. She tucked her phone in her purse and glanced at him, not sure if he'd want to stay with her that long. We'll take mine, he said. I'll drop you off for rehearsal on my way home. Nicole smiled. Sounds good. Austin shifted the cello to his other arm, then casually dropped his hand, nudging hers, giving her a questioning look. When Nicole didn't pull away, he intertwined their fingers. She shivered briefly at the electricity that shot up her arm and crossed her shoulders. Austin was holding her hand. She couldn't believe how good it felt. And she would need to get used to these sorts of things, because apparently, they were about to happen a lot more often. She couldn't wait. You're progressing really well now that you've got the right instrument. But not as fast as I'd like. She hoped her voice sounded casual enough. Her heart was racing just from holding hands. It was like she was in high school again. Austin led them between 2 buildings and toward a parking lot. Trust me, you're doing well. Nicole glanced at him. But compared to what? Surely not you. Compared to other above-average RATs. I have no doubt that you have an impressive future ahead of you. He went somber, and didn't say anything for a moment. I know you might not understand why, but restarting at 15 isn't easy. I can imagine, you must have been under a lot of pressure. He nodded. People always ask me for help, adults, other students. At first, when I was really young, I was eager to help, but then I started noticing trends. He glanced at her. My family is powerful, and many people crave power. They use me to gain access to my parents. A simple request for assistance with a project frequently turned into a crusade to get my parents, or even me, to perform tasks that might have killed us, or caused small civil wars to break out. More than once, I discovered that a seemingly innocent person needing help was actually a Tarian wanting to destroy me or my mom and dad. My first-grade teacher is still in prison for trying to kill my parents through me. Whoa. Insane? That's horrible. How did your teacher try to pull it off? She sent me home one day with poisoned muffins. Mom took a bite, then had to answer the phone. Because of how slowly the poison worked, it wasn't until 45 minutes into her call that she passed out. She'd only had one bite, and it landed her in the hospital for several days. It nearly destroyed her liver. Nicole didn't respond at first. They just arrived at Austin's car and he opened her door, then put their things in the back. Nicole felt bad for Austin, for what he'd apparently been through, but she couldn't stop thinking about why he might have been telling her all this, especially since he tended to undershare information. Was he still apologizing for his behavior earlier that year, when he'd turned down her request for help? Austin, I'm not upset with you, she said as they pulled out of the parking lot. For saying no to me earlier after our first class with Coolidge. His eyes flicked toward her. I know. And I'm grateful for that. Good, she said. She then gave him instructions to her house. Once they'd gotten well on the way, she said, Tell me more about your family. What are your parents' names? Dave and Elise. Dave and Elise Young? I haven't ever heard of them. I'm not surprised, Austin said. They're quiet people and don't live in the limelight. But word has spread around Montana. They still do small missions here and there, but they used to be very active. What do they do for work? I assume they're professional RAs? Austin shook his head. Mom is a homemaker and Dad is a rancher. Nicole couldn't help but chuckle at that. Your dad ranches? But why? It sounds like he could have his choice of any RA career. Austin shrugged. He loves it. He inherited 2 ranches from my grandpa, one in Billings and another in Bear Country near Missoula. Dad loves working with animals and the land. It makes him happy, and we don't see a need for him to stop. I can understand that. Nicole pointed. This is my turn. Austin took it, and Nicole showed him where to park. They got out of the car and Austin grabbed Nico and walked Nicole to her door, again holding her hand. He looked down at her for several seconds before saying, I missed you a lot. Nicole's gaze didn't waver, but the familiar hurt welled up inside. What happened anyway? Austin sighed. Savannah is a very persuasive individual. I'm not attracted to her or interested in her anymore, so she changed tactics. But it went the exact same way it always does, her throwing fits when things didn't go how she wanted them to, and me breaking up with her. She doesn't handle rejection very well. The thing is, I couldn't stop thinking about you while I was with her. I hated having her touch me. We didn't even hug. Austin raised their hands to his mouth and kissed the back of Nicole's. A grin stole across his face as something occurred to him. He nibbled on one of her fingers. Did that hurt? Nicole returned his grin, savoring the tingle that spread down her hand. No. Well, I guess that means I can't leave you alone yet. One can never be too careful. Nicole laughed and opened the door, leading the way in. She showed Austin where to put the cello, then stashed her things in her bedroom. When she came out, Austin was leaning against the counter, arms folded, looking so attractive, it made her hesitate for a moment. His tee was tight on his biceps and pecs, his tan skin contrasting against his white shirt. His dark hair was disheveled, his brown eyes bright. Could it be possible that he was here with her? Austin motioned for her to approach. She did so shyly, feeling unsure of herself, and stopped a foot away. He laughed and put his arms around her, nestling his face against her neck. Nicole's stomach fluttered. Would he kiss her now? He pulled back, his lips not more than an inch from hers, and looked deeply into her eyes for several seconds before placing a kiss on her cheek. Popcorn and a movie? Nicole nodded, trying not to feel disappointed that he hadn't done anything more. She took a breath, firmly telling herself that going slow was just fine. Your pick. Austin sifted through Nicole's DVD collection and chose a movie while she popped popcorn. She joined him on the couch, setting the bowl within reach. He opened his arms and she scooted over, nestling against his chest, enjoying the warmth his embrace offered. Nicole heard Lizzie's door open and shut, followed by the sound of feet coming down the hall and into the room. The footsteps paused abruptly. Oh, Lizzie said. Well, I guess I don't need to ask Nicole about Savannah today. Austin chuckled, rubbing lazy circles on Nicole's back. Join us? We're watching Indiana Jones. Lizzie shrugged. Sure. She plopped on the couch on the other side of Nicole and tossed a handful of popcorn in her mouth. Austin ended up going with Nicole to Symphony. He sat at the edge of the room, reading on his phone, but every now and then she would catch him watching her. They would meet eyes, and he sent her a half smile before turning back to his phone. He was so much more relaxed now than he had been days earlier. For the time being, Nicole was using a school cello. Once she figured out her channeling and returned Nico, she'd rent a cheap instrument and save up money to buy a good one. Or maybe the university would finally respond to Coolidge's queries about her cello getting destroyed on the university-led expedition to Arches and replace it for her. Nicole invited Austin to go to the party Saturday night, but he and his father would be negotiating the purchase of more land near their Missoula ranch. So Nicole and Lizzie both went dateless. Lizzie had barely knocked when Denise threw the door open and invited them in with a hug. "Welcome." The girls helped themselves to food after dropping off the brownies they'd made. They strolled through the apartment, following as Denise introduced them to her friends and other people in their building. After they'd met everyone, Denise settled in a couch near Nicole and Lizzie. "So, how is your channeling going?" she asked Nicole. "It seems to be better, though I haven't had a lot of opportunity to practice since you helped me." Sandy grunted, interrupting Denise's response. "That shadow still following you around?" Nicole mock glared at Lizzie, folding her arms. "Can't have any secrets with Lizzie around, eh?" Lizzie's mouth popped open. "Hey, you were gone for a long time. Who else was I supposed to talk to?" Nicole patted her friend on the knee and grinned. "It's fine, Lizzie." She glanced at Sandy. "The shadow leaves me alone now." She hesitated, wondering how to ask her question. Do either of you know anything about the Terrians?" Sandy paled, her jaw dropping, looking like she'd been slapped. "Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you anything. There are things you shouldn't know or even talk about." Denise rolled her eyes. "Sandy's son is one. That's none of their business. It's not like people don't already know." Denise put her hand to her mouth and said in a stage whisper, "Practically everyone knows how much he hates Arates." Sandy harumphed, then turned to Nicole, obviously wanting to explain the situation. "Terrians aren't good people. I love my son, but I don't love what they've made him become." Lizzie tilted her head. "I don't get it. Wouldn't you agree with their ideas? Forgive me for saying it, but you haven't exactly hidden your dislike for Arates." "I don't like the Terrian methods. They're dangerous, flying off the handle. Not only that, but things are getting even worse now. My son says something huge is about to happen. Someone important is coming to take over, to lead them against the Arates. Someone who has been in hiding." Nicole narrowed her eyes. Hopefully, that wouldn't happen before she, Rebecca, and Captain Price could stop the Terrians. "Did they say who it would be?" "No. The higher-ups, if they know anything, are pretty hush-hush about the matter. But speculation is that it's a wealthy man living in Germany. From what my son has said, the man is amassing large numbers of supporters in Europe." Sandy sniffed. "Now, if you would excuse me, I need to check on my punch." Nicole tucked away Sandy's information, hoping she'd get the chance to talk it over with Rebecca soon. The rest of the party went well. Though she longed for Austin's presence, Nicole had a lot of fun. When it was over, she and Lizzie returned to their apartment, tired and ready to sleep. Austin got back from his father's ranch the next day and came over to her apartment almost immediately. He gave her a hug, then they settled in to do homework together. At first Nicole had a hard time concentrating, he still hadn't kissed her yet. Maybe he was waiting for her to do something first? She couldn't imagine what, because she hadn't exactly shied away from him. Austin seemed to notice her distraction, so Nicole pushed her thoughts away and put her attention fully on their homework. It didn't surprise her that Austin wasn't struggling in most of his classes. He seemed to excel in every subject. Only music seemed just outside his grasp, but Nicole had enough experience there to help him fill the holes for the section of his humanity class that covered famous compositions. Once they'd finished Austin's assignments, Nicole got out her cello to practice. "I don't know what I'm going to do," she said. "Albert wants the cello back on Wednesday. That only gives me a few days to master channeling." "Didn't he say you could stay there and continue learning?" Nicole shrugged. "Yes, but that wouldn't be an ideal situation. I mean, he's a single old man and I'm a single young woman." Austin nodded. "I'd be terrified of being alone with him too. He's so strong and foreboding." Nicole laughed. "Tease." She playfully whacked him with her bow. "Seriously though, if roles were reversed, would you be comfortable? Probably not. And no, it's not ideal. I'd much rather have you here where I can see you and work with you. But still, you actually need Nico to practice. The next nearest antique cello is in San Diego. And while we may be able to arrange for you to go down there to practice, who's to say it would be any safer than working with someone Coolidge has known and trusted for years? Nicole didn't respond. She saw Austin's point, and realized the chances of her going to Moses Lake were pretty high. After all, that was where the anti-Tarian elixir would be sent. But she still hoped something miraculous would happen before Wednesday. Something miraculous didn't happen before Wednesday. In fact, what happened wasn't marvelous or awe-inspiring in the least, but freaky. On Tuesday, Nicole attended Professor Whitman's class with Austin and Lizzie. Austin sat next to Nicole, holding her hand, gazing at her frequently as if wanting to be sure she really was there. And when Nicole smiled back, she couldn't help but see Judith Ann at the end of their row. Her surprise and annoyance made Nicole chuckle. Whitman came to class late and started lecturing immediately. Oddly enough, she wore a heavy tiara that was clunky, with metal and wood entwined around what looked like a metallic core. A slight magical pulse emanated from it. Nicole tilted her head as Whitman began talking. Her speech was slurred, her movements abrupt. Her eyes were glazed over. A weird chemical smell followed her around the classroom. "She's totally stoned," Lizzie whispered after class had been going for several minutes. Austin glanced around the room, then stiffened, gasping. "Professor Whitman, throw that crown out the door. Right now." Whitman put her hands over the thing. "What? No way. It's growing my powers." Just then, Lizzie threw up all over the girl in front of her. To Nicole's surprise, the girl didn't even react, and Nicole saw quickly why. She'd fainted in her seat. Lizzie wasn't the only sick person. Soon, the sounds of people vomiting filled the air. Those who didn't vomit fainted. Nicole's stomach turned. Austin jumped out of his seat and propelled himself over the 2 rows in front of them. He grabbed Whitman's arm, shielding himself from the tiara. "Where did you get it?" "eBay." Whitman shrieked, struggling to undo the pins that held it in place. "Help me take it off." The woman began sobbing. "I don't know. I didn't know. I'm so sorry." Nicole rushed out of her row and down the 2 steps, joining Austin and Whitman. She raised her hands to help, but Austin yanked her away. "Don't touch it," he said. Instead, he grabbed Whitman's purse and thrust it at Nicole. "Search for a handkerchief or a tissue or something." Nicole slammed the purse on the table and rummaged through it, setting aside keys, receipts, pens, gum, and a wallet. Finally, she found a silk scarf crumpled at the bottom of the purse and tossed it to Austin, who was doing his best to keep Whitman from flinging herself out of the classroom. Using the scarf like a glove, Austin pulled out the pins and wrapped the tiara in the silk fabric. Drawn by the chaos, the halls had filled with students. Many of them were sticking their heads in the door, their noses wrinkled. "Call 911, Austin said, pointing at one of the students. He glanced at Nicole. "Come on." Nicole motioned to Lizzie. "I need to stay with her." He shook his head. "You need to come with me as backup in case this thing does something to me. We can't take chances." He jerked his head to the students in the hall. "They'll help her." Nicole shot one last glance at Lizzie, who offered her a nod and a weak smile, then jumped to follow Austin, not asking where they were going. It soon became clear as they neared the Science Museum that they were going to Coolidge's office. Austin pounded on the door until Coolidge opened up, a sandwich in his hand. Without waiting to be invited in, Austin rushed past and set the tiara on the desk. Coolidge stood near the door, frozen. "Where did you get that?" "Whitman wore it to class today." Students started passing out and throwing up. "Did she say where she got it?" "eBay." Coolidge closed his eyes and shook his head. "The lengths that woman goes to." Austin scowled. "What is it?" Coolidge shrugged, finally approaching his desk. "Obviously something evil. And I'm not going to touch it without knowing where it came from." He looked up at Austin and Nicole. I need to talk to Whitman about this. Alone? She's not likely to open up in the presence of students. Go home. If I need further help, I'll contact you. Austin nodded, then he and Nicole left Coolidge's office, Nicole leading the way up the stairs. They exited the building, pulling up their hoodies against the rain that had just started. Sirens blazed in the distance. The two jogged back to Whitman's class. The smell of vomit was so strong that the moment they entered the classroom, Nicole began to dry heave. The girl in front of Lizzie who'd fainted was trying to wipe Lizzie's puke from her hair while Lizzie helped from behind, using paper towels from the bathroom. Lizzie looked a little green, and she wasn't the only one. Those who had fainted were awake now, but no one looked well. Judith Ann sat on the stairs against the wall, head between her knees. She looked better than most everyone else, but still sick. Being careful not to step into anything, Nicole went to Lizzie. How are you feeling? Better now that the crown is gone. Lizzie pulled out another tissue and continued cleaning the girl's hair. The girl had tears rolling down her face, but she didn't seem upset at Lizzie. She wordlessly watched the paramedics arrive and start helping people. Austin met the paramedics and explained the situation. What can I do to help? Nicole asked Lizzie. We're pretty much done here, Lizzie said. Would you mind giving me a ride home? Sure. As long as they don't want you at the hospital. Lizzie groaned. I hadn't thought about that. Austin finished with the paramedics and joined Nicole. This is insane. Why didn't it make us sick? Nicole asked him. Why everyone else and not us? Austin shook his head. I don't know. It didn't take long for the paramedics to figure out that no one was deathly ill, but they still requested that everyone who had been affected get checked out at the hospital. Lizzie's trip there, with Nicole driving, was a short one, and only an hour after she got there, the doctor sent her home to rest. That night, after Lizzie had gone to bed, Rebecca visited Nicole. As soon as Nicole spotted the spider, she began pacing in her room. What has you so agitated? Rebecca asked, appearing by the door. Just things. I'm supposed to return the cello I've been using tomorrow. My friend got really sick today, and I still don't know if I can trust you. Rebecca sat on Nicole's bed, her eyebrows knitted. What have I done to lose your trust, my dear? The question should actually be, what have you done to gain my trust? I mean, you lived in a possessed tree, Rebecca. And people died when the tree and spiders attacked them. That was only a temporary location for me, a place to prolong my life. Like other things I've lived in, it was already evil when I got there. Rebecca's transparent look solidified, and she reached for Nicole as she paced past, setting her hand on Nicole's arm, stopping her. I didn't kill anyone, sweetie. The tree used those bodies to strengthen itself. Nicole gave a quick nod. Which in turn strengthened you? Well, yes. Of course. Nicole sighed. What do you want from me? It is time for you to go to Moses Lake. The portal will only get strong enough to deliver the elixir when you are near it. Nicole snorted. Moses Lake, it's so convenient. I'm heading that way tomorrow. Rebecca smiled. Yes, I know. I chose that location for a reason. The portal needed a secure and secluded spot. I already knew you'd end up in Moses Lake eventually, and the forest there provided the right amount of magic to allow the transition. Rebecca patted the bed next to her, indicating for Nicole to sit, which she did. Christopher told you about my embryonic manipulator, correct? The machine we created that stopped people from having very many children? We need to right that wrong. We need to restore things. Please help us, Nicole. How will the elixir fix what's happened? The vessel, meteor as you and others have called it, was sent from another dimension of Earth. A dimension where great and powerful beings rule, creatures who have far superior intellect and understanding. These beings helped us create the embryonic manipulator, and with sufficient pleading and begging on my part, they've agreed to help us destroy it. Why would they flop sides like that? And why do they care either way? Rebecca shrugged. Curiosity. They look at us like ants, easy to squash, but kind of funny in the meantime. They're entertained by our actions. It is important that we continue having them look on us in this fashion. Draw their attention the wrong way, and their curiosity and humor will turn to irritation. Then they'll kill us. Nicole thought about the monsters she'd encountered in Arches. Do they have any relation to Shoggoths and Agarks? Shoggoths are creations of the Agarks, and Agarks are servants to these great ones. Nicole, the Shoggoths and Agarks are small in comparison, where magic, size, intellect, and ability are concerned. Nicole shook her head. This is ridiculous. What you're asking me to do is ridiculous. Those beasts were smart and strong, we barely got them to leave us alone. I've really only asked you to do one thing so far, honey. Stay at Moses Lake for a few weeks, allowing the portal to grow from your powers. And then, once the portal has grown sufficiently, accept the elixir. What happens beyond that is entirely up to you. We won't even discuss it until you're comfortable. And as a side note, having the portal feed off your powers won't disrupt your life in any way. Will it be dangerous for me or anyone else? Rebecca glanced at Nicole. Any interaction with the Great Ones is dangerous. I'll do my best to help you navigate safely. As for others, sometimes sacrifices must be made. And that's the sort of opinion that makes me wonder about you, Rebecca. Rebecca smiled. You'll come to understand things from my point of view eventually. She sighed. I must leave now. Good luck, my dear. You may not know it, but Captain Price and I care for you deeply. We don't want any unnecessary harm to come to you, and will prevent it at all costs. She put her hand on Nicole's arm. Will you help us? Nicole nodded. Yes. But don't send me to Moses Lake and then leave me there stranded. I expect frequent visits from you. Of course. Rebecca's solidified form became translucent until she disappeared completely, and Nicole grabbed her phone and called Austin. He picked up on the first ring. Is it common to see ghosts? Austin chuckled. Hello to you too. Seriously, I've been seeing one. We saw Elizabeth when we went to Britnell Manor, he said. Nicole nodded, remembering their experience with the changing photograph. That wasn't something she wanted to repeat. Tell me about this ghost. Her name is Rebecca. She used to live in the tree outside our apartment that attacked us. Excuse me? And she's visiting you now? I know it sounds stupid and dangerous, but she's trying to help. Nicole wasn't sure how much she could tell Austin. She wanted Rebecca and Captain Price to trust her, and they had told her some very private things. But Austin was her boyfriend. Nicole tilted her head. Was he? She just assumed. He'd said he'd be the most loyal boyfriend she'd ever had. But did that mean they were now dating? Should she ask him? Was it time or too soon? Or would they have that conversation at some later point? Hello? Are you there? Austin asked. Oh yes, sorry. Just in my own world. I'm coming to see you off tomorrow morning. I wish I could go with you to Moses Lake. Me too. But I doubt your professors would let you skip so much school. I know. Austin's voice went faint then came back strong. It's late, you and I both need to get to sleep. I'll see you tomorrow. Chapter 5. The next morning, Nicole made sure she'd tucked a 4-inch piece of laminated scrap paper in her pocket before leaving her room. She didn't always carry it with her anymore, but being away from it for what might end up being a long time just felt wrong. The paper had originally belonged to Mrs. Morse, back in Ohio. The woman had spent some of her last minutes on Earth, writing a note to Nicole, on the full-size sheet of paper the scrap had come from. When things had gone wrong in Mrs. Morse's apartment, Nicole had attempted to save the paper, but only the corner she now possessed had survived. Nicole knew it was silly, but she felt closer to the woman when she had that with her. She had carried it so much at first that it had started to wear on the edges. She'd had it laminated, hoping that would help it keep for a while longer. Mrs. Morse's scraggly writing was still visible, and Nicole swore it changed periodically, which was why she'd carried it around so much. Austin arrived right at 10, hoodie up against the brisk wind, hands in his jeans pockets. Lizzie was already at school, and Nicole looked forward to spending some alone time with him. She was leaving in half an hour, and might not see him again for several weeks. It was depressing to think about. Austin kissed her on the cheek, then followed her into the kitchen. "Why so sad?" he said, stepping behind her and wrapping his arms around her. "Trying not to feel down. I just barely got you, and now I won't see you again for a long time." Austin nuzzled her neck. "I'll call every night. If my phone will even let you. You heard what Albert said, technology sometimes doesn't work on his property. We'll figure something out." Nicole turned in his embrace, putting her arms around his neck. She looked at his face, wanting to memorize it as much as possible. "I hope so." Austin's gaze strayed to her mouth. "Things will be fine," he whispered. He placed his hand on her cheek, brushing his thumb across her lips. Nicole nearly melted while wanting to smack him for being a tease. "Kiss me already." His eyes raised to hers and she saw the question there. She tilted her head, smiling, and he obviously found the answer he wanted. Without pausing, he placed his lips on hers. Nicole had thought over their kisses in arches many times during the past month and a half. Either her imagination was off, or Austin was really feeling their relationship change. This one was so different from the others, at first she couldn't respond. He wasn't in any sort of a rush. He seemed to recognize that she was his and he was hers, and that wouldn't change. He went slowly and calmly, and Nicole felt herself relax in his arms as he rubbed her back, his hands winding their way up into her hair, holding her even closer to him. Nicole tightened her arms around his neck, enjoying the kiss for a moment longer before pulling back. "Took you long enough," she whispered. "Always late. But worth the wait." She giggled. "Only women say that." Austin snorted. "Like men aren't worth it? Or ever late?" "Of course they." Austin suddenly picked her up and turned around, placing her on the counter. He kissed her harder and faster now, his breaths coming in gasps. Nicole followed just as eagerly, exploring his face, enjoying the feel of his lips on her. She entwined her hands in his hair, wishing she didn't have to leave soon. Austin seemed to have the same thought because he stepped back, placing her on the floor again. She groaned. "Do I have to go?" Austin chuckled, giving her a quick peck. "Only if you want to get better with your magic." Nicole closed her eyes, tilting her face upward as Austin trailed kisses along her jawline. "You didn't ask very many questions about my ghostly visitor." "I wanted to, but I figured you'd tell me when you were ready." Nicole nodded, glad he trusted her. "I will, I just need to understand more of what's going on first. I don't want to mislead you by saying something that I find out later isn't true." When Austin's lips found hers again, she gave up on all conversation, wanting to get in as many kisses as possible before having to leave. Finally, Austin said, "Let's get your things in the car." "Why do I feel like I'm heading into a war zone?" Nicole asked several minutes later, as she shut the trunk. He shrugged. "Maybe you are." Nicole gasped, then playfully smacked his arm. "Don't joke about something like this." Austin didn't smile. "I'm not. Please be careful. I know you're just going there to practice with Albert. But I have a feeling something else might happen too. And that you sense the same thing." Nicole sobered. "I won't do anything stupid." Austin nodded. "I know." He hugged her and gave her one last kiss before she got in the car and drove away. The drive to Moses Lake wasn't bad. Nicole tried to listen to a book on the way, watching the beautiful scenery pass by, but ended up daydreaming more about Austin finally kissing her. She couldn't believe it had taken that long. 3 hours later, she pulled up at Albert's gate. He was there, waiting. Nicole rolled down her window. "Welcome," Albert said. I realized this morning that you don't have the code to get in. You'll have to leave your car here. They don't work on the drive at all anymore. Nicole spotted a horse and buggy on the other side of the gate. Whoa, you came in that? Albert grinned. Sure did. He pointed to a place on the side of the drive where she could park her car. Lock up? We don't have people come out this way often, but one can never be too careful. Albert got the cello from where Austin had put it on the back seat and helped Nicole get the suitcase from the trunk, then led the way to the buggy to load things up. The ride to the estate was mostly quiet. Albert occasionally talked to the horse, but he seemed content to enjoy the weather, which, as Nicole noticed, was unseasonably warm, at least for what she'd expect in Moses Lake toward the end of fall. They were pulling up to the estate when a maid came out to meet them. Nicole recognized her as Prudy, the farm girl who lived on Albert's property. Her eyes were tired, her face pinched, but a smile warmed her features when she met eyes with Nicole. Hi, Prudy, Nicole said, bouncing out of the buggy, wanting to stir up a little enthusiasm. Prudy dropped her eyes and curtsied. Hi, Miss Nicole. Nicole laughed, taking her suitcase from Albert, who went inside with Nico. You don't need to call me Miss anything. It's just Nicole. Prudy led the way through the door. Very well, Miss Nicole. And you must call me Prudence. I so prefer it to Prudy. Sounds good. Your room is this way, Prudence said, motioning to the staircase that wound up the left side of the room. The two walked that way, and Prudence glanced shyly at Nicole. I'd like to learn everything I can about the outside world. Would you consider teaching me? Of course. But is it all right with your parents? I'm sure Father wouldn't be terribly happy about it, though I think he'd respect my wishes. I'm almost an adult now, and will soon be living on my own anyway. Nicole followed Prudence down a hall. How old are you, if you don't mind my asking? 17. Just a year younger than you, if Albert's guess was correct. Yes, I'm 18. Prudence led the way up another set of stairs, then opened a door into a huge suite, motioning for Nicole to enter. I spent all morning dusting and clearing cobwebs. This room hasn't been touched since Albert's wife was alive. It's beautiful, Nicole said, gazing from the doorway. The room had been decorated in sea green and sky blue. Modern furniture and brightly colored rugs graced the scuffed wooden floor. Nicole didn't want to enter for fear she'd spoil the calm and peaceful feeling the room evoked. What did they use it for? Guests, Prudence said. Albert never comes here. I think it reminds him too much of happier times. He seems fairly content now. Prudence took Nicole's suitcase and set it on the couch at the foot of the bed. He's a very chipper man, but he's been happier in the past. I know my father stresses him sometimes. Your father? Prudence glanced at Nicole, an expression of shock on her face. I shouldn't have said anything. My father is a good man, but he's very stubborn. He and Albert argue frequently. Especially now that the apples have all been ruined. Nicole started unpacking her suitcase, putting things in the tall chest of drawers. All of them? Yes, all. It's quite a shame. Father's apples have won awards every year in the Grant County Fair. Nicole didn't respond. She wasn't sure what to say, especially when she recognized all of that probably had to do with the meteor that had come for her. Well, I'd best be getting back to my duties, Prudence said. Please let me know if you need anything. Nicole agreed to do so. Then, after Prudence had shut the door, she pulled out Captain Price's journal. It had been several days since she'd read in it, mainly because there hadn't been anything to read. But now that she was at Albert's place, she wondered if something would appear. Opening up to where she'd been last, Nicole saw that yes, there was more. She started immediately. Nicole, this entry will find you situated near the site where the elixir will appear. Rebecca tells me you are aware that the portal must grow from your powers. Perhaps you feel it tugging at you some? Nicole stopped reading and shut her eyes. Now that he'd mentioned it, she did feel something. It was faint enough for her not to have noticed it on her own. Taking the book with her, Nicole crossed the room to a large window seat and made herself comfortable where she could easily read but still watch her door and see outside. It was a beautiful day. The sun was bright, casting shadows in the trees that surrounded the manor. Nicole could sense the pull on her magic just a little stronger here. She turned back to the journal. I need to tell you something that Rebecca didn't feel you should hear until you'd made your own decision to help. And that is this: yes, the portal draws from your powers. But it also feeds you, giving you strength. You'll find that you're better able to channel here. We hope that the benefits will be permanent. Take care not to overdo it though. And never practice without Albert or an arate nearby. As I was saying, the portal is now growing, drawing from your powers. It won't tire you, so you needn't worry about that. But you do need to prepare for when the elixir arrives. There are signs that will show you how strong the portal is as it grows. It will start by exerting dominance over the land that surrounds it. First, the plants will produce an overabundance of fruit. Be wary of this fruit though, it won't be refreshing. In fact, consuming too much of it will drain your abilities. I don't think this will be a concern though, as we're told that the fruit will be horrid to the taste. Second, the plants will start to grow out of proportion to each other. Trees will shrink. Bushes will become as tall as trees. Flowers on the same vine will shrivel or blossom more than usual. This is all necessary, as the portal borrows and lends power, finding the perfect link between our dimensions. It must be strong enough to withstand the power of the messenger who will bring you the elixir. Nicole looked up from the book. Rebecca hadn't said anything about a messenger. What messenger? Who would it be? She really hoped not one of the great ones the old woman had told her about. The third sign is when the life drains from the soil. The trees and earth will turn gray. It will seem as if all beauty has left. I'll give you more signs once the above happen. Be ready. Nicole put the journal down and leaned against the window, looking outside. She would need to see more of the plants to know for sure, but she was nearly positive the first two signs had already happened. The fruits were bitter, and they were disproportionate. But everything outside, minus the vines growing on the manor, was still healthy looking, green and beautiful. Which again made Nicole wonder. Why was winter happening everywhere but here? Had Albert done something to the soil to make it grow such healthy trees? Just then, someone knocked on the door. Come in, Nicole called. Prudence stepped inside. Albert wants to eat a snack. He asked if you'd like to join him. Yeah, that would be nice. Then maybe you could show me around? I'd love to. Prudence took Nicole to a large kitchen, complete with a sunny breakfast nook where Albert already sat surrounded by cheese, crackers, and meat. He waved, then turned back to the newspaper he was reading. Nicole sat and was surprised when Prudence also took a seat. Things were different here from what she'd expected. Nicole helped herself to plenty of cheese and meat, then dug in. She hadn't realized just how hungry she was. Albert exclaimed in annoyance at something he was reading. This is ridiculous. What? Nicole asked, taking a drink of lemonade. Oh, it's nothing important. Well, not now anyway. It was important when it happened. He folded the newspaper over and showed Nicole the date. February 20th, 1998. You're reading an old newspaper? He grunted. They don't deliver out here anymore. Now I'm glad I saved them. Old habits are hard to break, and even though it's outdated, it's still good to read. Nicole smiled. She glanced at Prudence to see what she thought, but the girl was staring out the window, not paying attention. She'd barely touched her food. Prudence started, noticing Nicole's attention, and pushed her plate away. Would you like to look around now? Oh, we can take our time. You need to eat as much as I do. I'm not very hungry right now. Prudence smiled. Besides, Albert has collected a lot of wonderful things over the years that are distracting me. Nicole noticed she didn't ask Albert's permission, nor did he seem to care. He folded up his newspaper, tucked it under his arm, then said, "If either of you need me, I'll be in my library." After Nicole finished, Prudence showed her around the kitchen. Nicole was surprised at just how much of everything was controlled by magic in some way. Apparently, Albert had been visited by many important and powerful arites over the years, each needing something from him, and each willing to trade for items of equal power. Prudence got a kick out of Nicole's fascination with everything. Nicole loved it all, finding herself wishing her mother and dad would collect things like this. She especially appreciated the magical can opener. You set the can on the counter, tapped near it twice, then watched as a section of the counter rose. Metal hands unfolded and grabbed the can. The lid glowed, then popped off, splattering a few drops of liquid on the counter. Prudence showed how to retrieve the can. She wiped up the spill in the process. Albert wants to upgrade to something that doesn't make a mess, but for someone with arthritic fingers, this is the perfect solution for now. It's much easier to take a swipe with a rag than it is to open the can with the handheld opener. Nicole agreed. She motioned to the kitchen. If the rest of the house is like this, I can't wait to see it all. It's pretty awesome. It still surprises me that you're fascinated. I just assumed you'd know about all of this, being from the outside world. Nicole shook her head. No, things are pretty boring at my place. She motioned to the magical can opener. Nothing like this exists in my house. I'd bet most of what Albert has collected is pretty expensive. It probably is. Prudence sighed, resting her elbow on the counter and her chin in her hand. Pa doesn't like me to use too many of the things here, but Uncle Albert wants me to understand everything. She sighed again. Nicole, I want to leave. To grow up, to get away. I can imagine. Have you thought much about college? Prudence shook her head. Not really. I've only gotten so far as daydreaming what it would be like to live in an actual city. Someday you will. I'm sure of it. Nicole linked arms with the girl. Now, show me the rest of the manor. Prudence showed her several other rooms, including the bathroom Nicole had used during her first visit. Her excitement was dampened when she learned that Nicole had already been there and was familiar with the toilet and sink. You have all this stuff? Prudence asked. Nicole nodded. Indoor plumbing has been around for a long time. See? This is why I need to get out more. Albert isn't exactly a chatty person, and Mother never ever talks about life before she and Father married. Prudence then showed Nicole the library where Albert was reading. It was magnificent, tall walls with rolling ladders and overstuffed chairs in every corner. Albert sat in one of these. After Prudence had finished showing Nicole around, he set down his newspaper and checked his watch. Prudy, Sterling will be here to get you soon, so why don't you finish up? I'm going to see how far Nicole got with Nico. Prudence turned to Nicole. Would you like to come meet the rest of my family? Oh, please say yes. We can go together when I finish. Nicole nodded. I'd like that. She felt her hands start sweating just thinking about being close to where the meteor had appeared, but she needed to get over that if she wanted to help Rebecca and Captain Price. Prudence curtsied and left, and Albert took Nicole to the room with instruments. She was glad he did. It would be a while before she would be able to figure out where everything was located here. The place was so big. Albert got out the cello and handed it over. I don't know what you usually do, but still, be careful. I'll let you know if I notice anything you could improve on. Nicole nodded. She got in position, then started playing easier songs, ones that required no concentration or real effort. And right away, she felt a difference. Either playing here really did help, or she was getting better. Maybe it was both. Nicole was able to silence anything and everything Albert brought her, including, miraculously, excitingly, a bird in a cage. She struggled with the dog, and by that point she was starting to get numb to pain, so they decided to take a break. But she'd actually silenced a bird. A living creature. She couldn't wait to tell Austen. Prudence came and got Nicole, her hands fluttering as she talked about her family and how excited they'd be to meet Nicole, who was also excited. She couldn't wait to get out and see more of Albert's property, including the site where the meteor had appeared. A horse-drawn wagon was already waiting out front, a young man at the reins. He had dark hair that was mostly covered by an old baseball cap. Nicole paused for a moment, head tilted. He wore jeans and a tee, clothes that were much more modern than Prudence's dress. Prudence didn't seem to notice Nicole's hesitation. "Sterling, this is Nicole, Albert's guest. She'll be here for a couple of weeks to practice channeling. She's an RA." Sterling straightened. He looked at Nicole, then gave her a once-over, his lips turning upward appreciatively. "And a pretty one. Last RA Albert had over wasn't nearly as beautiful." Nicole flushed. Thanks. I think." Sterling's eyes followed Nicole's every movement as she approached the wagon and waited for Prudence to get in. As soon as Nicole reached to pull herself up, Sterling jumped out of the wagon and put out a hand for her to hold. She grabbed it, sensing immediately the power behind his grasp. This was a very strong young man, one used to working on a farm. Nicole would have been intimidated if not for the easy air that surrounded him. He was obviously comfortable with who he was, and didn't feel the need to exert his strength or dominance to prove himself. Prudence insisted on having Nicole sit between her and Sterling, saying that it was the best place to sit to avoid getting dirty if they happened upon mud. And that apparently made Sterling very happy. He seemed to do everything possible to come into contact with Nicole, and she found herself needing to remind herself that she was dating Austen and shouldn't enjoy Sterling's attention. "How are you licking it here?" Sterling asked as he guided the horse behind the manor and down a dirt road. "It's beautiful." Nicole glanced at the forest they were about to enter. "But I have a hard time believing that these trees are native to the area. They feel foreign." Sterling nodded. "Because they are. Albert's grandmother came from Maryland. There's a lot more vegetation there, and when they got here, she made her son plant as many trees on the property as possible. The land here was too barren, too flat for her." "It was a lot of work," Prudence said. "Our father won't let us forget it, especially since in the early days nothing really thrived. There were a lot of droughts." "Even with the lake?" "Even with the lake," Sterling said. "Finding a way to irrigate was a problem. But after some years, a forest eventually developed. It's now been over 100 years, and the trees grow how they want, surrounding and protecting the estate." He glanced at Nicole, his blue eyes looking dark in the shade of the trees. "My family was pioneers then too. We've been on this property for a long time." The wagon suddenly lurched when the horse stopped walking, nearly knocking Prudence off the seat. Nicole grabbed her arm, steadying her, while Sterling coaxed the horse to continue. The poor creature was obviously upset about something. Each step forward was slow, and its ears alternated between facing forward and lying flat. "Does this every time?" Sterling said. "Any reason?" Nicole figured she knew, but wanted to hear what Sterling said. "It's all on account of the meteor. Things have been weird since then." Sterling turned his attention to the horse, and after several moments, he was finally able to keep it under control. They continued through the forest. Nicole sensed a few strains of magic pulsing here and there, but nothing very big. Several minutes later, the forest thinned, and Sterling pulled the wagon up in front of a beautiful country house with white paneling, a white picket fence, and roses, vines, and flowers everywhere. Nicole gasped. "It's gorgeous," she said. "But how is everything still in bloom?" "It's October." "My grandmother was an earth arate," Prudence said. "She helped the ground receive nutrients. The flowers blossom nearly all year, and the fruits and vegetables thrive." "Except this year," Sterling said, hopping out of the wagon and holding out his arms to help Nicole down. "Things are really bad this year." Prudence nodded. "Yes, well, the meteor is to blame for that too." Nicole accepted Sterling's help, then looked around. "Where did it appear?" "Over there." Sterling pointed to a small crater next to a water well. Nicole glanced at the hole, but didn't want to seem too interested. She wanted these people to trust her, to know that she was here not just because of the meteor, but because she wanted to meet and spend time with them. Did your grandmother know Albert's family very much? Yes, Sterling said. Albert's grandmother was her mentor. They were both RAs. He hopped back up into the wagon seat, then pulled away. As soon as the wagon left, several dogs ran around the corner of the house and started barking. At first Nicole thought it was at her, especially since she was a newcomer, but soon she saw that they were staring anxiously at the well, growling and quivering. Nicole looked over her shoulder, but didn't see anything. Just like the horse, Prudence said. Something happened. That meteor is affecting things. Nicole didn't respond. Just then, a boy of about 10 ran out the door and threw his arms around Prudence. Prudy, he called. You're back. She tousled his hair. Sure am, Orson. Want to meet Albert's friend? She motioned to Nicole. Orson glanced up shyly at her. Hi. Hi, Orson. How are you? I'm fine, he mumbled, then ran back into the house. Ma, someone's here for dinner. Prudence looked at Nicole. Do you want to stay for dinner? Ma's a fantastic cook. Sure. A smile crossed Prudence's face, and Nicole realized she had just agreed to dinner at the place where she wasn't supposed to eat. There was no way she could get away with not eating anything, otherwise she'd offend them. But she couldn't afford to have her powers sapped by the food that would probably be served here. Sterling returned on foot and motioned for Nicole to enter the farmhouse ahead of him. She did so and found that the interior was just as beautiful as the exterior. Prudence's mother obviously took a lot of pride in how her house looked. The windows were clean and lined with cheerful yellow curtains. The wooden floor underneath was buffed. There was a staircase leading up nearly in front of the door. A dining room was to one side and a living room to the other. Prudence led the way into the dining room where Winston, her father, was already seated. He nodded at Nicole, then continued cutting the ham that was in front of him. A woman entered from a back door, carrying a large pot which Sterling insisted on taking from her. Thanks, son, she said, wiping her hands on her apron. I'm so tired these days. I know, Ma, I know. Sterling held out her chair, then helped her into it. We need to get you out of here. Give you a break from your duties. And who will perform them if I'm away? With you and your father working the land, Orson at school all day, and Prudence up at the manor, who's to take over for me? Woman, the land can take a break, Winston said, finishing up with the ham. Sterling and I will help you. Heaven knows nothing good is coming of our work now. And besides, you need your health more than we need a clean house. Just then, the woman glanced at Nicole. Oh, she said. Forgive my rude manners. I'm Iona. You're Nicole. Yes. I'm Albert's friend. He mentioned you last time he came. Does he visit often? Nearly every day, Iona said, tucking some loose strands of hair into the light brown bun at the back of her head. Her blue eyes were tired, and Nicole noticed the same pinched exhaustion on her face as Prudence's, only more. Ma, can we eat now? Orson asked. Oh, of course, dear. Iona showed Nicole where to sit, then glanced at Winston, who bowed his head and said a prayer over the meal. Nicole waited to see what everyone else would do before acting. They all picked up their plates and passed them to Winston, who served ham, then passed the plates left to Iona, who added mashed potatoes, and on to Nicole. She saw a bowl of green beans in front of her, and placed a spoonful of that on each plate. Soon all of the plates were full and back to their owners, and everyone began to dig in. Nicole hesitated, wondering how she would pull off only eating a little. She definitely didn't want to be rude. While trying to decide what to do, she buttered her roll, wanting to watch the others. Several sighs of contentment rose as the family members dug into Iona's cooking. Excellent as usual, Ma, Sterling said. Prudence and Winston nodded their agreement, and Nicole finally got up the courage to taste the beans. She gagged and almost spit them out. They weren't as bad as the apple she'd tasted weeks earlier, but they were close. The taste was off, abnormal. Bitter and with a dust-like quality. How were the others not noticing it? Nicole tried all of the food on her plate with much the same reaction. Only the ham tasted normal. In fact, it was absolutely fantastic, and she had seconds and then thirds of it, at Iona and Winston's insistence. "We slaughtered it at the end of summer," Winston said, beaming. "Prudy here raised this pig." Prudence smiled at Nicole. "I'm always sad to see a friend go, but when they taste so heavenly, I forget my sadness." Nicole almost laughed out loud at that. It was kind of twisted. She took another bite of ham. "I hope it's okay for me to ask this, and please tell me if it's not, but when did the meteor come?" "The night we slaughtered Prudy's pig, actually," Sterling said. "We teased her that her pig was so mad, it sent a meteor." Nicole thought that over. Perhaps the ham tasted fine because the pig hadn't been alive when the meteor landed. Suddenly, all chatter at the table stopped. Each member of the family froze and stared off into space, unseeing, heads tilted as if they were listening to something. Nicole also froze, wondering what they hearing. Nothing was reaching her ears. Was it magical? She pushed out with her arate senses, but only felt the slight pulses coming from the meteor site. What was going on? The family continued staring, some with hands hovering near their mouths, about to take another bite. None of them looked in the same direction. Nicole felt her palms start sweating. Should she say something? Break the silence? Ask them what they were listening to? Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. She cleared her throat. "Is everything all right?" Only Orson glanced at her. His eyes were glazed over. He didn't say anything. It was at that point that Nicole noticed how pale and exhausted the entire family looked, not just Iona and Prudence. Were they sick or did they look like this all the time? She didn't think so. She'd noticed a difference between the first time she'd met Prudence and the second. And even now, looking at Winston, he looked ill compared to how he'd been last time. Finally, the family stopped acting strangely. They resumed eating and talking. It was as if nothing had happened. Nicole tried to play along, but she couldn't ignore the weird feeling it gave her, and the creepiness that now filled the room. No one seemed to notice her discomfort. "I was raised in Moses Lake," Iona said, turning to Nicole. "Sometimes I miss life there, the conveniences and technology. And I especially miss the societal advantages of having neighbors just next door. I want Prudy to have those experiences." She glanced at Winston, who scowled back. "It's Prudy's choice," he said. He looked at Nicole. "We don't live this way because we're religious. We live this way because it makes us happy." Even Iona agrees with that. Iona nodded, surprising Nicole. "We tried to have a telephone once. It only caused problems. A simpler life can be very rewarding." Nicole recognized that Iona might miss some aspects of her previous life, but the fact that Winston wasn't keeping her here against her will said a lot about how much she truly enjoyed her life now. Pretty soon, Sterling got to his feet and said it was time to get Nicole back to Albert's place. "We turn in early here," he said. "Wouldn't want you to have to walk home." He went to get the wagon. While waiting, Nicole followed Prudence around as the girl showed her the garden. Right away, Nicole noticed a difference between these and normal vegetables. The ones here were oddly colored, the greens too bright, the reds too pink, and everything was much, much bigger than it should have been. "We think they've been affected by the meteor too," Prudence said. "None of us dares eat anything." Nicole hesitated. Iona had proudly said that the green beans came from the garden that day. Prudence had been there. Did she not hear her mother's statement? Just then, a chicken stumbled around the corner of the house, and Nicole gasped, her hand fluttering to her mouth. Its eyes were huge, grotesque, bulging out of their sockets. The chest looked like an overinflated balloon, but the wings, tail, and feet were shriveled. It was obviously in pain, trying to walk on feet that were disfigured. "What's wrong with it?" Prudence didn't answer. Like earlier, she was staring at nothing, seeming to be listening for something. Several more chickens followed the first, each with abnormalities. All of them were shriveled in some ways and swollen in others. While her heart was full of pity for the poor creatures, Nicole's stomach turned as she looked at them. She was grateful that Sterling arrived with the wagon just then, hopping down to help her up. She couldn't wait to get home. Prudence shook herself and waved goodbye, and Nicole settled into the wagon seat. "Beautiful house," she said as Sterling guided the horse around a narrow bend. He nodded. "Ma's proud of it." "Can I?" Nicole hesitated. "Is it okay to ask if your family is well?" Sterling glanced at her, then away. "We're fair enough. Seemed to be taking a long time to get over a bout of flu that hit a few weeks ago." "When did you get sick? Was it around the time the meteor came?" He shook his head. "No, it was a couple of weeks after. I remember 'cause Orson had a long weekend from school. We had a party and invited friends over, including Albert. I ate so much food it made me sick. And then we all really did get sick." Nicole fell silent, thinking about the evening. Their weird behavior had to be attributed to the food and the meteor. What else could have caused it? Chapter 6. As she was getting ready for bed that evening, Nicole's phone beeped, telling her she'd received a text message. How did it get through when practically nothing in the house worked? She grabbed her phone from the nightstand and peered at it. It was from Austin. He tried to call, but it wouldn't connect. He and Lizzie were hanging out with Nate. They wanted to talk to her, see how she was doing. Shoving her feet in slippers, Nicole wandered through her large bedroom, watching the service bars on her phone. Nothing. She tried the bathroom, the walk-in closet, then the adjoining sitting room. In the corner farthest from her bed, she finally had enough service to call Austin. And miraculously enough, her phone worked. Austin answered on the first ring. "Nicole," he said. "How are you?" The sound of his voice made her insides turn to goo. Oh, how she missed him. Was it possible she'd seen him just that morning? "It's good to hear your voice." Austin chuckled. "Same. But seriously, how are things going?" "I'm fine. I've got a lot to tell you guys." There was rustling on the other end. Austin said something to another person, then came back. "Nicole, Nate's going into his room, and I'm putting you on speakerphone so Lizzie can hear you too." Nicole waited until Austin gave her the go-ahead, then she told them about her day, including the uneventful trip to Moses Lake, Prudence showing her around the manor and her room. She finished by telling them about dinner with the Gardner family. And then the weirdest thing ever happened. They suddenly stopped talking and froze. They acted like they were waiting for something to happen, or someone to come. They didn't even realize I was there. It's like they're actually aware of the portal, of other beings, even though I don't think anyone has. Nicole stopped, mouth hanging open. She just recognized she'd never told them about the portal or elixir. Had she really been that out of it? "Portal?" Lizzie asked. "What do you mean?" "Austin, do you know what she's talking about?" "Nope." The line went silent, and Nicole realized they were waiting for her. "I can't believe I didn't say anything." "About what?" Austin asked. Nicole took a deep breath. If she couldn't trust her boyfriend and best friend, who could she trust? "I'm going to tell you something that is really, really sensitive. Private. You have to know, it could really jeopardize things if you go around talking about this to anyone, even Coolidge. At least until I say it's fine." "Okay." After both promised their silence, Nicole told them about the journal, Captain Price and Rebecca. She told them about the portal, and the elixir and the embryonic manipulator. Lizzie gasped. "The whole issue with babies can be reversed?" "Oh my gosh, Nicole, this is huge. What do you need us to do?" "We're willing to do whatever, right, Austin?" "Yes, of course." "Don't do anything right now," Nicole said. "Just keep tabs on me. If I don't call every night, try to get in touch with me somehow, by letter if necessary. And I'll do my best to stay in contact with you. She sank to the floor, leaning against the wall. I wish so bad you were both here. Same, Austen said, and Lizzie agreed. How long until the portal opens? Lizzie asked. The journal mentioned signs to watch for. Plants overgrowing and tasting bitter. That's already happened, as you both know. The foliage turning gray and life draining from the soil. Nicole glanced out the small window. All she could see were stars. That hasn't happened yet, and it doesn't look like it's going to anytime soon. There will be other signs after that. I'll tell you what they are when I find out. Be careful, Austen said. We love you, Lizzie said. We'll talk soon. They ended the call, and it wasn't until Nicole was in bed that she realized Austen hadn't contradicted Lizzie's statement of love. But would he have if it weren't true? That could have come across as rude. What if he did love her? Thinking about that made Nicole's heart warm. She fell asleep content and happy. Nicole spent hours every day reading and exploring the books in Albert's huge library or practicing the cello with him. Most of the time, he read old newspapers or tinkered with inventions he'd bought or traded for over the years. Occasionally, he would listen appreciatively to her playing or give feedback on a certain technique. His suggestions were never intrusive and always welcome, especially when Nicole recognized he was almost always right. He wasn't an arate, but he'd worked with them his entire life. Apparently, he'd picked up a lot of their tricks and tactics over the years. Nicole felt herself getting stronger and stronger. She knew it was mostly because of the portal that fed her as she fed it, but she also hoped part of it was because she was diligent and was working hard. After only a week, she was able to silence Albert completely. Prudence took another couple of days. Albert said it was because she was younger, her vocal cords were stronger. Albert had Nicole start trying to channel without her cello, but that was much harder. It was still so far outside of her grasp of understanding and ability. She needed input from another arate who could do it too. Prudence became withdrawn, reticent. She came late every day, sometimes by an hour or more. The sparkle in her eyes disappeared, and her hair turned dull. Her skin was a sickly shade of gray. She always did what she was supposed to, but Nicole worried about her a great deal. She asked Albert about it, and the man said he'd noticed, but wasn't sure they could do anything. Once Nicole tried to convince Prudence to stay at the manor, sure she needed space, but the girl became very upset at the suggestion. She begged Nicole not to make her leave her family and home. Nicole didn't know what to do to help. She took to pacing when she was alone, trying to think of ways to make life at the Gardner house more tolerable and healthy. Nothing new appeared in the journal for Nicole to read, but Rebecca came to visit regularly, usually every 2 or 3 days. Nicole could tell that the woman was eager to hear about new signs and Nicole's thoughts on those signs. Nicole never let on that she'd told Austen and Lizzie about the journal, and Rebecca never asked if anyone else knew. Maybe it just wasn't important after all. At one point, Nicole questioned Rebecca about the Gardner family, if they would be okay. Rebecca refused to give a straight answer, so Nicole instead asked about the portal, wanting to know how much longer until it opened. Rebecca could only guess that it had to be soon. But Nicole kept an eye on the land surrounding the Gardner's home during the frequent trips she took there with Albert. Nothing was changing. 2 weeks after Nicole arrived, Albert invited the Gardners to his manor for a mini concert. He told Nicole about Sterling's skills on a guitar he'd bought for the young man. Prudence apparently had a beautiful singing voice, while Winston's cowboy poetry couldn't be beat. The mini concert was set for the following Saturday night, giving Nicole 3 days to prepare. Albert told her she'd be last on the program. Nicole wanted to choose a song that would express her love and concern for the Gardners. She chose a piece from the 1800s, hoping that the rich and powerful emotions would sway the family. She planned to ask them afterwards to move into the manor until everything with the portal blew over. Saturday night came quickly, and Nicole excitedly threw open the doors when the Gardners arrived. Come in," Albert said, standing next to Nicole. Nicole immediately realized that the family wasn't feeling well. They were thin and so very sickly looking. She and Albert met eyes, her concern mirrored in his expression. What could they do for this family? Would asking, begging them to move be enough? How could they not see their own situation? Albert showed the family to a theater room that was 2 floors beneath Nicole's bedroom. Everyone took seats and prepared themselves. Nicole couldn't wait for the concert to begin. She tuned, rosined her bow, and pulled out her endpin, setting her cello aside when Albert took the stage. "It's my pleasure to start our concert with a reading of something I wrote years ago." He put on a pair of glasses and peered down at the yellowed sheet of paper he held, then began. It was an essay on the importance of taking care of family and loved ones, and it made Nicole tear up. This wonderful man was just as concerned for the Gardners as she was, and more so. He'd known them his entire life, after all. Albert finished and took a bow. Nicole glanced at the Gardners, trying to gauge their reactions. Their eyes were glassed over, their pale faces blank. Had they even heard a word of what he'd said? Orson was up next. He lumbered to the stage, struggling to pull himself onto it. He didn't even notice the steps, just to his left, until Albert placed him in front of them. Nicole's heart broke watching. But that wasn't the only thing Orson struggled with. Once on the stage, he stumbled around, disoriented. Not knowing what the boy had chosen to do for his talent, Albert wasn't sure how to help. And Orson's parents obviously wouldn't be of assistance. They weren't even watching their son. Iona stared at the lights over the stage, and Winston was chewing his thumb, looking somewhere past Orson. Finally, Albert helped Orson down, then motioned to Prudence. Prudence took the stage a bit more gracefully than her younger brother, but her performance, if it could be called that, was nearly as absent as Orson's. She began a song but stopped mid-verse. The words were strange and guttural, the tune horrible. Nicole couldn't even tell what language they were in. Nearly as soon as Prudence started, she bowed and returned to her seat. Sterling's eyes found Nicole's once he was on stage, but instead of the flirting and quick smile she'd expected, his blue eyes were milky white and vacant. A confused expression crossed his face, and he sat in the middle of the stage. He refused to leave until Iona went to replace him. Iona and Winston were worse than their children. They didn't even make it up to the stage. Nicole ached for them, and ached even more as she watched Albert. The old man was so upset. Tears streaked down his cheeks. He turned to Nicole. "Please, sweetie, play something. Help them come back." Nicole nodded and picked up Nico. She knew better than to try to use her arate powers, especially while she was so emotional, but found it hard not to something to catch the Gardners' attention. The moment she began playing, however, they noticed. In fact, all of them began screaming or shrieking. They clapped their hands over their ears, begging her to stop, rocking back and forth. Nicole dropped her bow in her rush to stop. She saw that for the first time that night, the Gardners were coherent and aware of what was going on around them. At first, Nicole wanted to celebrate until she realized they weren't happy. In fact, they were livid. Winston shook for a moment, veins popping out on his forehead, before lunging to his feet, pointing his finger at Albert. You old bat. We're leaving. And none of us is comin' back, includin' Prudy." "Please, Winston," Albert said. "Listen to me. You and your family aren't safe at home anymore. You need to leave that place. Come stay here with us. There's plenty of room." Winston glared at him, grabbing Orson's arm and pulling him toward the door. "We ain't never leavin' our house, Albert. You can stop your conniving to get the place." Albert and Nicole followed the Gardners to the front door, begging and pleading them the whole way to reconsider, to make the necessary change. But they were met only with hostility, as Winston flung some choice words at them, before loading his family into the wagon and driving off. Albert shut the door and leaned his forehead against it. "What do we do?" he asked. Nicole shook her head. She had no idea. "We need to stage another intervention, a more direct one." How when I don't even know what's going on? Nicole took a breath, deciding she needed to tell Albert what she knew. The meteor that landed brought magic with it. It's slowly overpowering the land surrounding the crater, and I'd assume it's severely affecting the gardeners too. Albert looked at Nicole. How do you know this? It's all in a journal that's been in my possession for a few weeks now. May I see it? Of course. I'll go get it. They parted ways and met back up in Albert's library where, after Nicole had looked around to make sure there weren't any spiders present, she handed him the book. Albert flipped through it, shaking his head. There's nothing here but information on magical items. Nicole slumped to the chair next to him. I forgot. It only works for me when I'm alone. I'll have to tell you about it instead. So she did. Albert's eyes widened, especially when Nicole told him about the embryonic manipulator and the portal that was feeding off her magic. It's also giving me strength, she said, helping me prepare for contact with the messenger. You have to take the elixir? Nicole nodded. And I don't know when it'll come. But I do know that we have to help the gardeners. Absolutely. Albert sighed heavily. They probably won't be very happy to see us, but we need to visit them in the morning. Yes, I agree. I'll apologize to them for playing, though I have no idea why it upset them so much. I don't either. Neither said anything for several moments. Finally, Albert glanced at Nicole. I know I'm an independent old man, but I need you to know how grateful I am that you're here, that I'm not witnessing this alone. Nicole looked down. Even though I'm the reason all of this is happening? Even though. He got to his feet, handed her the journal, then patted her head as he walked past. I'll see you in the morning. We'll leave at 8:30. Nicole and Albert were both ready at 8:20 and decided to leave immediately. Albert took Nicole to a barn out back that she hadn't been inside yet. She helped him hitch up the horse and buggy, glad she'd had plenty of experience with horses back home. Then they drove to the gardener's place. The 20-minute ride was quiet. When they stopped in front of the house, Winston was pulling water out of the well. He glanced at them, then turned back to his work, but Nicole could tell Albert took courage from the fact that he didn't yell at them or tell them to go away. We came to apologize for last night, Albert said. Winston gave a short nod. His body language was more relaxed than the night before, thank goodness. He still had a weird expression on his face and a strange demeanor around him that Nicole didn't like, but at least he recognized his friend. Nothing to apologize for, Winston said. He transferred the water to another bucket, shouldered it, then motioned for Nicole and Albert to follow him inside. Make yourselves comfortable, he said, taking the bucket to the kitchen. The house was silent, and Nicole guessed that Orson was at school and Sterling was working the fields. But where was Prudence? By this time, she was usually at the manor. Winston returned, carrying 3 cups of water, 2 of which he handed to Nicole and Albert. Best water around, he said, tipping his cup back and downing its contents in a couple of gulps. Nicole held the cup up to her nose and took a sniff. It didn't smell weird. She and Albert looked at each other, then both took a sip at the same time. Nicole spit hers back into the cup the moment it hit her mouth. She noticed Albert doing the same thing. They both thanked Winston for the water, then set their cups aside. Nicole hoped Winston wouldn't notice they didn't drink it. It tasted rancid, like something had fallen into the well and died. How's the house without Prudy there? Winston asked. Albert leaned forward, arms on his knees. It hasn't been a day yet, but we miss her already. Nicole nodded. Will she be returning soon? She hoped Winston would have forgotten the events of the night before. But when Winston shook his head, she knew he hadn't. I just don't see that as a good idea right now. I need to keep my family close, especially with... Just then, someone in another room screamed. It was shrill, high-pitched, and sounded like the person was being stabbed. Winston didn't make a move to investigate. In fact, when Albert rose, he motioned him back down. When the screaming ended, he picked at his fingernails. Ever since last night, Iona's been having screamin' fits. He glanced at Nicole. Don't play your instrument for her ever again. I won't. I'm sorry. Nicole didn't know what else to say. Prudence wandered into the room just then, smiling dazedly. She didn't see Nicole and Albert at first. She sashayed slowly, humming to herself, seeming very content. Prudy, it's good to see you, Albert said. Prudence slowly turned, a blank expression on her face. She gazed at Albert for several moments, not seeming to recognize him. Then her eyes shifted to Nicole's, and a bit of recognition flashed there. As quickly as it had come, though, it disappeared. She drifted to the window and stared outside before meandering out of the room. Albert looked crushed at her rejection. Prudence was the granddaughter he'd never had. This family was his family. How would he take it if something happened to them? He and Nicole had to do something to help the Gardners. Winston, have you ever had bottled water? Nicole asked. Winston stared at her for a moment. Bottled water? It's very delicious. It might even be better than your well water, which is also fantastic. Winston snorted. There ain't no water better than mine. Nicole shrugged. We'll bring you some later, and you can try for yourself. Albert nodded, obviously catching on to Nicole's plan. We'll bring you a ton of it. You'll never need water again. Nicole noticed he didn't mention the well, and she figured that was a good idea. Trying to take it away from Winston probably wouldn't work. You can bring in your fancy stuff, but without that well, we would all die from dehydration. Nicole leaned forward. Not if you've got another source of liquid. Bottled water is just as hydrating. No, no, no. Winston slashed his hands through the air. I don't want to die. I don't want my family to die. Nicole frowned, glancing at Albert. How was it possible to converse with someone who was lucid one moment, then almost completely insane the next? Iona started another screaming fit in the back room, but this time she didn't stay there. Her screams increased in volume until she'd rushed into the front room, holding her arms around Middle, shrieking. They's comin', she said. They's already here. Leechin', suckin', stealin'. My soul, oh my soul, it's gone. She started shaking so violently, Nicole jumped to her feet to steady the woman. Iona didn't seem to notice Nicole at her side, but her shaking slowed. The walls, they's helping it. It's tainted, all of it. Iona slumped into a chair near the window and stared outside. Nicole could only guess what was on the woman's mind. She found herself breathing a prayer that this would all be over soon. How much longer could it go on? How much longer could this family last? The trip back went fairly quickly, as Albert and Nicole brainstormed things they could do. Iona's simply in the house too much, Albert said. The place is too close to where that meteor landed, and it's poisoning her. I know Winston doesn't agree, but I won't stand by and watch. Seriously? I'm willing to do whatever it takes. It's a good thing most of them have been away from the house so much. I worry about Prudy now, but Iona is definitely getting the brunt of it. They decided to take turns driving into Moses Lake to buy fresh produce and meat. They weren't sure how to get the Gardners to eat it, but they had to start somewhere. They'd also visit the family twice a day, instead of just once. But we need to be careful not to infect ourselves, Nicole said as they pulled up to the barn at the manor. I have a feeling that even being exposed to the air there is a bad idea, not just eating the food and drinking the water. Albert agreed. We'll limit our visits to 5 minutes or less each time. Good idea. Nicole buried herself in her studies even more, and soon was able to silence pretty much anything. It made her feel good, knowing that she'd perfected her sub-ability. She hoped the strength she gained from the portal would stick around after the portal left. In the meantime, she started doing a lot of reading up on other sub-abilities for wind arates. Albert had a great collection of arate books in his library, and she continued to spend several hours there each day. Albert taught her how to use the food-preserving machine, and they bought tons of fresh food from several different grocery stores, preserved most of it, then left cans and containers of food around the gardener's house, on the counters and tables, hoping that someone would eventually eat it. Nicole loved the trips out to Moses Lake. It was nice to be back in her car again and see people who were, well, relatively normal. She could almost pretend that life was back to how it had been before. The gardeners were going downhill. From what Albert and Nicole could tell, they weren't eating anything except what they'd prepared from their own land. Nicole hated seeing the despair in Albert's eyes every time they stopped by the house. At least one good thing was happening. The land was finally turning gray. The colors were leaking from the trees and bushes, and the dirt no longer had a slight brown shade to it. Nicole informed Rebecca about the change, and the woman said more instructions would be forthcoming. Nicole opened the journal several times, hoping for more to read, but nothing showed up. At the beginning of November, Nicole decided to take a break from the situation in Moses Lake. She drove back to Seattle for the weekend to hang out with Lizzie. Sadly, Austin would be out of town with Coolidge, but at least Nicole would be able to see her best friend. The moment she walked through the door of her apartment and saw Lizzie, she broke down, sobbing. Lizzie ran to her and gave her a hug. "I had no idea how hard this has been on you." Nicole couldn't respond for several moments. "It's been awful. Lizzie, they're dying. It's slow and horrible to watch. None of them will listen to us. They won't eat the food we're bringing. They won't drink anything but water from that stupid well." She wiped her eyes. "And I miss my best friend." "Do you miss me too?" Austin asked, walking down the hall. Nicole dropped her hold on Lizzie and dashed to Austin, throwing her arms around him. "Oh, you're here. Lizzie told me you were gone with Coolidge." Austin chuckled, holding her tight. He buried his face in her neck. "She lied," he said, his voice muffled. Nicole laughed. The three of them sat on the couches in the living room and talked, covering pretty much every topic from Whitman, who'd finally confessed to Coolidge about the crown, to the gardeners and Albert. "How much longer will it be?" Lizzie asked. Nicole shook her head. "I have no idea. I hope not much. That third sign is finally happening, but nothing new has appeared in the journal, and Rebecca hasn't come in a week." Austin frowned. "Didn't she say she'd visit every couple of days?" "Yes. And she did for the first month. But something is obviously going on, keeping her distracted." Austin pulled Nicole even closer. "I think it's time for you and Albert to remove the gardeners from the situation, especially the kids." "I agree. But how? They're so protective of each other. We tried to convince Prudence to stay at the manor, but she wouldn't. And Winston is positive that if we take anyone away, they'll die." "He's so brainwashed," Lizzie said. Nicole and Austin both nodded. "I know this is a horrible thing to say," Nicole started, "but I hate being this involved with them. I don't know how much more I can take seeing them suffer so much." Lizzie put her hand on Nicole's arm. "We both know that if it were me out there, I would have given up already and gone home. Rebecca did say they needed a strong arete. Maybe they weren't just referring to magical abilities, but also strength of character." "You are strong though, Lizzie," Nicole said. "You stand up for things I shy away from. Ideals and theology type things, but not physical strain or mental competition. I've never been as intense as you." Austin rubbed Nicole's back. "She's got a point, Nicole. You tried out for and made the expedition. Thousands of other students also tried, and yet you were chosen and they weren't. You're made of tough stuff." Nicole looked at him. "And so are you. Why did the journal choose me? Why not you? You're so much more powerful than I am." No one had an answer for that. Nicole hoped someday she'd know the reasons behind Rebecca and Captain Price's decision, but she knew she'd probably be waiting a long time to hear it. "I wish we could talk to Elizabeth," she said. Lizzie frowned, tilting her head. "Who?" "The woman from Britnell Manor. You know, with the photograph Austin got." Austin stopped rubbing Nicole's back for a moment. Why do you want to talk to her? She's dead and Rebecca's dead. Maybe they've run into each other, wherever dead people end up. I need to find out if I can trust Rebecca. I mean, I have been so far, but what if she has ulterior motives? Nearly everyone does, Lizzie said. But not all motives are evil. What if hers are? Lizzie shrugged. You could always ask her. I kind of have already. She told me to trust her. Lizzie knitted her eyebrows. Then why don't you? Nicole and Austin both chuckled. Because some people lie, Austin said. Lizzie swatted at him. Yeah, I know. She sobered up. I trust people far too easily. Which is why they walk all over me sometimes. Nicole nodded. But it's also why you make so many friends. People love that characteristic about you. Lizzie smiled. Thank you, Nicole. After a few more minutes, Lizzie stretched, said goodnight, then headed to bed. Nicole asked Austin for an update on Professor Whitman. Apparently, Coolidge was taking every weekend to track down the person who'd sold Whitman the crown. He's getting closer, Austin said, then leaned his head on Nicole's and was silent for several moments. What are you going to do once this is all over? I hesitate to make any plans in case Rebecca needs me to do something with the elixir. And I'm pretty sure she will. They've hinted around it, but they need to see how well I handle this task first. Nicole tucked her feet underneath her legs and looked up at Austin. Is it bad that I hope they choose me? Without knowing the potential dangers? I really just want things to go back to how they were before Rebecca and Captain Price. And knowing that it's possible makes it even more important that it happens soon. They've been working with me for a while now and wouldn't need to start over with someone else. Austin leaned over and kissed her, then traced a line with his lips to her ear and back again. If you could choose, how many kids would you want? Nicole blinked at the question. Where had it come from? Was he wanting to know how many kids they'd end up having together, if they got married, or how many she wanted with any guy? She mentally kicked herself for automatically thinking about marriage when she and Austin had just started dating. Realizing she'd gotten off topic and that Austin was still waiting for an answer, she said, I always plan to try for 4, everyone always does. And having an arate would be so very neat. But if I weren't limited, would I want more than that? I honestly don't know. I think 4's a good number. But maybe 5? What about you? Austin smiled. I want a big family. Plenty of kids to fill a large ranch. What's big? Oh, 8 or 9. Nicole raised her eyebrows. That many? Really? Austin shrugged. Why not? If it's an option, I don't see why I shouldn't. Besides, the more Austinites there are in the world, the better the world would be. Nicole giggled. You just called yourself an Austinite. She knew the spelling was different, but the word was pretty much the same. So? It's what Jane Austen lovers call themselves. Austin mock rolled his eyes. Oh heavens. Can't be associated with them, can I? Not unless you want. Austin put his lips over Nicole's, silencing her with a long, warm kiss, making her forget what she'd been about to say. The visit was over far too quickly. Austin called Nicole on the way to Moses Lake, keeping her company until she reached the gate and her phone and car both died. Albert was already there, waiting in the buggy. Good trip? He asked once Nicole was loaded up. Yes. It was nice to see my friends again. Excellent. You up for a visit to the Gardners? I put off the one this morning, not wanting to go alone again. He glanced sidelong at her. They're a lot different when it's just me. I don't know why, but they act weird. Like I make them more uncomfortable than you do. Nicole could tell it pained him to say that. I'm sure this will all be over soon enough. Albert's face brightened. You really think so? The last sign has been met. You yourself were commenting on how ugly the land is getting. It can't be much longer now. Albert visibly relaxed. I really hope so. I want my friends and my property back. After dropping Nicole's things off at the manor, they continued on to the gardener's home. The buggy wasn't uncomfortable, but after the long car ride, Nicole's backside was tired of sitting for so long. She couldn't wait to get back to the manor. They pulled up to the White House. And even though Orson was playing in the dirt outside, not looking upset or shocked about anything, the moment Nicole and Albert neared, they could tell something was different. Banging noises originating from the stables reached their ears, and someone there was screaming. Not wanting to just assume it was Iona, Nicole and Albert rushed into the house to check with Winston. Prudence was scrubbing the same spot on the table over and over. Iona wasn't in sight, and Winston was in a rocking chair, staring out the window. "Milk tastes funny," Winston said, not even waiting for his guests to shut the door. "Had to move the cows. The land is poisoned." Albert and Nicole met eyes. Nicole couldn't believe what she'd just heard. "I know," Albert said. "Are you going to move away?" "This is my ma's house. I can't take Iona away from it." His eyes wandered heavenward. "She's up there now." Albert gasped. "Iona died?" Winston shook his head. "Nope. She's in the attic. She sees something now." His eyes went out of focus. "Something from the beyond." "Why is she in the attic?" Nicole asked, amazed at how lucid Winston was. "Can't have her down here, she upsets Orson too much." "Can we check on her?" Albert asked. Winston shrugged. "Go right ahead. She won't hurt you none." Albert nodded, then flinched when another loud noise drifted through the open window from the barn. "Okay. Then we'd like to ask what's going on in the stables." "It's just Sterling with them animals." Albert motioned for Nicole to go first, then changed his mind and had her follow him. Nicole appreciated the gesture. Even though Albert was getting old, he was still fairly strong and spry. They headed up the stairs. The hair on Nicole's arms rose as she sensed another presence. She looked around for a spider, but didn't see one. Not wanting to freak Albert out, she decided not to mention what she'd felt. Moments later, it passed. At the top of the stairs was a very narrow hallway with 3 doors leading off it, one at the back of the hall and one on either side. Albert hesitated, glancing at Nicole, then tried the door on the left. The room was empty. He turned to the one on the right and opened it. Iona was there on her hands and knees, crawling around the edges of the room. The moment she saw the open door, her bloodshot eyes widened, and she headed for freedom as fast as she could. Albert and Nicole raced into the room and shut the door before she could get there. "Sorry, Iona, but I don't think Winston wants you out right now." Iona narrowed her eyes and stared at him. "How are you doing?" Nicole asked. The woman didn't respond. A drop of drool fell from her mouth, splattering on the scuffed wooden floor. Iona shuddered, looked away from them, then began crawling around the edges of the room again. She still didn't say anything, and as she crawled past, Nicole was horrified to see that one of her feet was shriveled, and the other was grotesquely swollen. Albert noticed it too and looked at Nicole, a sad expression on his face. He motioned to the door, and Nicole nodded. The two of them left Iona to her crawling, and headed back downstairs. Albert paused near the front door, staring at Winston. Nicole could tell that the old man wanted to say something, maybe to offer Winston some comfort, but was struggling with getting the words out. His mouth opened and closed several times. Just then, the noise from the stable intensified, and Sterling called for help. "Let's go see what's going on," Albert said to Nicole and opened the door. Winston jumped up from his rocking chair, startling Nicole. "I'm coming." The 3 rushed toward the barn, gray leaves and grass crunching underfoot. Nicole was astonished to notice that the walls were shaking. Albert went to open the door, but Winston held him back. "No." He motioned to Nicole. "Come here." He pointed to the window high above. Nicole nodded, then stepped into Winston's hands when he clasped them together at knee height. Albert offered an arm to help steady Nicole. Then Winston raised her up high enough to look through the narrow opening at the top of the wall. Sterling was in the corner of the barn, holding a shovel, trying to fend off several attacking horses. "Put me down," Nicole said. Albert and Winston complied immediately, and Nicole rushed around to the doors, yanking them open. "Stand back," she said. Albert and Winston flattened themselves against either wall right as the horses stampeded through. Once the last of them had gone, Nicole ran into the barn and to Sterling, who was in a crumpled mess on the ground. He was bloodied and bruised. She dropped to her knees next to him and felt his forehead. It was clammy. He was barely breathing. How had he been standing a moment earlier, and now was in such bad shape? Maybe he realized help was coming, and had given in to his exhaustion. "Sterling, can you hear me?" He moaned but didn't open his eyes. "We've got to get him out of here," Nicole said, looking up at Albert and Winston. "But how?" Winston asked, his bloodshot eyes wild. Albert looked around the barn, his gaze landing on a wheelbarrow in a corner. With that, he ran to it and brought it over. Then the three of them grabbed Sterling, carefully lifting him into it. Sterling groaned again, his eyes opening. They landed on Nicole. He raised a hand toward her and smiled, then his head lolled to the side as he fell unconscious. Albert pushed the wheelbarrow carefully out of the barn and toward the buggy. The whole way there, Nicole and Albert tried to convince Winston to let them take Sterling to the hospital. "Can't you see, Winston?" Albert asked. "The boy's in awful shape. He needs a doctor." "He ain't gonna get one," Winston said. "No one is leaving the house who belongs here." Sterling groaned, his eyes opening, as they stopped the wheelbarrow near the buggy. "Pa, I need to go. Please let me go." Nicole's jaw dropped. This was the first time a member of the Gardner family had expressed an actual desire to leave. Had the horses knocked some sense into Sterling's mind? Winston fell to his knees by his oldest son. "No, Sterling, please, no. Your ma needs you here." Sterling winced. "Gotta go. Gotta." Winston glanced back up at Albert, biting his lips. "Fine. Take him. But if he dies, it's on your hands." Albert glared at Winston. "No, friend. If he dies, it's on you for not listening to me a long time ago." Winston looked away from Albert, seeming too ashamed to meet his eye. But he didn't argue. The three of them lifted Sterling and carefully sat him up on the bench of the buggy. "Godspeed," Winston said, shaking Albert's hand. Albert got up alongside Sterling, and Winston helped Nicole into the seat at the back of the buggy. With a crack of the whip, Albert's horse started forward so fast that Nicole nearly fell off. She grabbed the wooden seat and held on as tightly as she could during the wild ride. Trees went past in a blur, and instead of the usual 20 minutes, it only took 10 to reach the manor. Thank goodness the dirt road was in good condition. Albert passed the manor and continued on down the driveway toward the gate. Once there, they half-pulled, half-pushed Sterling from the buggy, then walked him around to Nicole's car where they laid him across the back seat. Nicole hopped behind the wheel and revved the engine as Albert put on his seatbelt. She flipped the car around as quickly as possible. Not caring if cops caught her speeding, Nicole zoomed down Wheeler Road and back into Moses Lake, where Albert showed her the way to the nearest She pulled up at the doors and dashed out of the car to get a wheelchair. Then she and Albert helped Sterling into it. Albert rolled Sterling through the doors while Nicole parked. It took her a couple of minutes to find a stall, and by the time she got into the hospital, Sterling had already been taken back. Albert was pacing in the waiting room, running a hand over his thinning hair. "They say he's in really bad condition." Nicole nodded. She didn't need a doctor's opinion to know that. A nurse came out just then and stepped over to Albert. "Your grandson needs surgery immediately." She handed him a clipboard. "Sign these." Albert did so, then handed back the papers. He saw Nicole's shocked expression. "Grandson?" "Not technically. But many years ago, Winston gave me power of attorney for him and his whole family. He didn't know what it meant when I asked, and I've never abused it. It's come in handy a few times when someone in his family has gotten sick. Iona, for example, nearly died giving birth to Orson. I was able to get her to the hospital, then make the necessary decisions that ultimately saved both her and Orson. Nicole slumped into a seat and leaned her head against the wall, not caring how dirty it was. So now we wait? Albert sat next to her. You don't need to stay. I can call you when they give me news. Nicole laughed without humor. Where would I go? Certainly not back to the manor, where my phone doesn't always work. Besides, regardless of what I do, I wouldn't be able to concentrate. I'm too worried. Albert nodded. I'm worried too. And so they fell into silence, waiting together. Chapter 7. Several hours and containers of hospital cafeteria food later, the doctor finished up with Sterling and came out to talk. Sterling's a very sick young man, he said. There are many things going on. It looks like he was unhealthy before he was attacked by the horses. He looked at Albert for confirmation. Albert nodded. He was. It's been pretty bad. The doctor was silent for a moment, seeming to be struggling with wanting to say something, then changed his mind. He has several broken ribs, a broken clavicle and ulna, and a perforated lung and liver. We've got him casted and bandaged up, but because of his poor health, he won't be ready to leave for several days. He'll be coming out of anesthesia soon, if you'd like to visit him. I'll send a nurse to let you know when he's ready. Albert thanked the doctor, then he and Nicole made small talk until someone came out to get them. The doctor soon turned into an hour, which didn't surprise Nicole. Poor Sterling. Sterling didn't recognize either of them. He was delirious, and the nurses couldn't understand why, as from what they could tell, it wasn't from his pain. They warned Albert and Nicole to keep their distance, since Sterling had tried to hit the last person who'd gotten close to him. Nicole and Albert both tried to get Sterling to calm down and recognize them, but after sitting near him for 30 minutes, they finally gave up. They promised the nurse they'd be back to visit him later. I'm so glad you're here, she said, looking at Sterling with pity. I just feel so bad for the poor young man. She continued staring for a moment longer, then shook herself and turned back to Nicole and Albert, telling them the number of the room where Sterling would be transferred in the ICU. Nicole and Albert left the hospital, both feeling dejected. The drive back to the manor was a somber one. Nicole gripped the steering wheel, wondering what she and Albert could do to help Sterling. Was it possible to make the portal grow faster? Was there a way to trigger it? Nicole's phone rang, surprising her. She'd forgotten she'd put it in her purse. Albert answered it, after telling Nicole that it was Austin. Yes, she's here next to me, but she's driving. Can I tell her anything for you, Austin? He paused for several moments, then looked at Nicole. Austin says hi. He was going to leave a message, but this works better. Apparently, Professor Coolidge figured out who gave the... He spoke back into the phone. The what, Austin? Another pause. The crown? Professor Coolidge figured out who gave the crown to Professor Whitman. He hesitated, then relayed more. And the metal it was made from came from the meteor. Albert's eyes widened, and Nicole pulled over to the side of the road. She took the phone from Albert and put the call on speakerphone. Say that again, Austin. Coolidge says that the metal came from the meteor. One of the authorities who ran tests noticed that it made non-RATs get a slight buzz if they were around it long enough. He thought it would be funny to try to sell it online, claiming that it would turn regular people into RATs. Nicole and Albert looked at each other. That's insane, Nicole said. And of course, Professor Whitman would be the one to buy it. She wasn't the only one. The man made 10 crowns. He's going to be sued. Everywhere the crowns have gone, RATs have been getting sick, and regular humans stoned. I'm liable for this, aren't I? Albert asked. He put his head in his hands. Goodness gracious, what a mess I'm in. You won't need to worry about it, Austin said. Coolidge got a full confession on tape from the man, after finding out where the metal had come from. The man said you had no part in it, and weren't even aware he'd stolen it. Technically, you could sue him too. I won't, Albert said. No harm was done to me. But I'd like to help those who were affected. The effects were minimal, Austin said. Everyone who was sick is well again. We caught it early enough. Albert slumped in his seat, the relief evident on his face. Thank goodness. So what are you two doing? Buying more fruit for the gardeners? No, not quite, Nicole said. She explained to Austin what had happened. Wow, Austin said. Give me a minute. He was silent for several seconds, then came back on. I just texted Lizzie. She and I are heading out tonight. You have to get those people out of that house, and there's no way you two can do it on your own. We're coming to help. Nicole felt her shoulders relax. Oh, thank you so much. Yes, thank you, Albert said. After making arrangements for Nicole to pick up Lizzie and Austin at the gate, they ended the call, and Nicole resumed driving. Albert didn't say anything for several minutes, but Nicole could tell he was already feeling better about the situation. Knowing that someone would be coming to help did wonders for stress levels. After visiting Winston yet again to let him and his family know about Sterling's condition, Nicole and Albert drove the buggy to the barn where they groomed the horse and put him away, deciding to let him take a break while they waited for it to be time to pick up Nicole's friends. Lizzie and Austin arrived a bit later than expected, due to an accident that held up traffic for half an hour. Nicole and Albert were about to give up on them when they realized that Nicole's phone was no longer working, which meant that if Lizzie or Austin had been trying to get a hold of Nicole, they couldn't. So Albert drove the wagon farther down the drive until Nicole's phone got a signal. It ended up being almost to the main road, and Lizzie and Austin were there waiting. Lizzie hopped out of the car, waving her phone. We called several times. You had us really worried. Nicole gave Lizzie a hug, then threw her arms around Austin and buried her face in his chest. It felt so good to be held by him again. Staying there, she turned and looked at Lizzie. My phone wasn't working well enough to receive messages, apparently. It was turning on, so it took us a while to figure out nothing was getting through. Lizzie pouted when she saw the wagon where Albert sat waiting. I thought we were going to be taking a buggy. It's too small for 4 people, Austin said, then quickly kissed Nicole on the lips. He pulled back and looked into her eyes, bringing a hand to rest on her cheek. It's good to see you, he whispered. He gave her another quick kiss, then turned and opened the car to get his and Lizzie's bags. Nicole followed him to the wagon, struggling to maintain her focus after the intense expression on his face. She couldn't believe they were together. She was dating Austin. Weird. Austin led the way to the wagon and helped Lizzie and Nicole up to the bench, then sat in the wagon bed. Once they were settled in and moving forward, Nicole turned to Lizzie. I keep forgetting to ask because of everything that's going on here. But whatever happened with Rob, the guy from Whitman's class? Oh, he's fine. Lizzie smiled. How's he doing? Lizzie jumped into a long description of the many texts and phone calls she and Rob had traded, including the cute little smiley faces Rob put in messages and emails to her. Nicole sighed, loving having her best friend nearby again. It felt so good to have just that little bit of normalcy. She tilted her head though, watching as Lizzie went pale. Are you okay? Lizzie shook her head. Feeling really nauseated. Nicole felt Lizzie's forehead. It was hot. Have you been sick? No. Lizzie bent away from Nicole suddenly, and threw up over the side of the bench to the road. It's the meteor, Austin said. Albert, we need to go back to the gate. Albert didn't question. He turned around immediately, and headed the way they'd just come. Though Lizzie threw up several more times before they got back to Austin's car, the farther from the manor they got, the better she felt. This isn't fair, she said. How am I supposed to help if I can't even go with you guys? Nicole frowned, walking her friend to the car. Oh, Lizzie, I'm so sorry. We'll figure something out. Lizzie unlocked the doors with Austen's keys, looking like she was going to start crying. Nicole gave her a hug. "Why don't you go to the hospital and check on Sterling?" "I'm fine with doing that, but I've never even met him, and I don't know what room he's in." Nicole told her the number. "You can check into a hotel, we'll help pay for it. Go to the library and see the sights in Moses Lake. Have fun and don't worry about us." Lizzie sighed. "All right. I'll talk to you later." She got in the car and drove off. Watching her best friend leave made all of the frustrations Nicole had been feeling come rushing back. Stupid meteor. Austen came up behind Nicole and put his arms around her. "I'm sorry." "Me too." Nicole leaned against him. "I wish it didn't affect her so badly. At least it didn't make her pass out." Nicole chuckled. She might prefer that to throwing up. True? They interlocked fingers and walked back to the wagon. This time, Austen sat up next to Nicole. "The pulses are pretty strong," Austen said. Nicole nodded. "They've increased a lot in the past few days." Austen leaned forward and rested his arms on his knees, looking back at the other two. "So, how are we going to rescue the rest of the family?" Albert glanced over. "I've been thinking about that. We can't go at night. I don't feel comfortable there during the day, let alone when it's dark. And I don't think Winston sleeps much at night, so we wouldn't be able to sneak in and out." "Good point," Nicole said, thinking back to the many times when she and Albert had visited and found him nodding off in the rocking chair. If he is sleeping, he's not getting much. "All right," Austen said. "How about we go now?" "Might as well." Albert clucked at the horse, picking up their speed. "Unless either of you is hungry?" Austen laughed. "After watching Lizzie throw up 5 times? Not even remotely." Albert grinned. "Just checking." When they got to the farmhouse, Winston was curled up on the couch with a blanket tucked over him. His eyes were shut. Prudence wasn't in the living room or kitchen. Orson sat at the table in the kitchen, doodling directly on the table with a pencil. "Orson, honey?" Nicole whispered, rubbing Orson's shoulder. He slowly blinked, turning to look up at Nicole. His expression was vacant, and a bit of drool dripped from the corner of his mouth. "Orson, where's Prudence?" Orson shrugged, then resumed doodling. Nicole looked at Austen and Albert. "Now what?" she mouthed. Austen motioned for them to go outside, where they could talk freely. "We need a plan," he said once they'd shut the door. He motioned to Albert. "Why don't you stay with Orson while Nicole and I search for Prudence? When you hear us give the call, grab Orson and we'll all run out to the wagon and speed away." Albert nodded, and the 3 went quietly back into the house. Winston was still sleeping on the couch. Nicole waited until Albert sat at the table before showing Austen the way upstairs. She fingered Mrs. Morse's laminated paper in her pocket as they listened at each of the 3 doors. They couldn't hear anything, not even Iona. The rooms were empty, apart from Iona crouching, staring at the wall opposite the door. They went back downstairs and sneaked past Albert and Orson into the kitchen to explore the back part of the house. Past the kitchen was a narrow hallway with 3 doors leading off from it. Nicole quietly opened one, finding it to be the bedroom where Winston and Iona slept. It was empty. They moved to the next room. It too was empty. The blue blankets on the 2 beds and blue drapes at the window said it was probably Orson and Sterling's room. At the end of the hall was a back door. Nicole opened it to peek out, and was surprised to find that Winston had added another room to the house there. Prudence sat on a bed, gazing out a window. A new back door had been built into the makeshift wall next to her bed. "Prudence," Nicole whispered. "It's me, Nicole." Prudence didn't respond, so Nicole entered the room, motioning Austen to stay back. She cautiously approached her friend with her palms up, in a show of respect and friendliness. Just then Prudence turned, her blue eyes milky white. She snarled at Nicole. "You're come to take me, sneak me, steal my soul," Prudence said, her voice rising in volume. "But you can't have me. You can't have me." She lunged across the room for Nicole, yanking on Nicole's shirt, ripping it at the shoulder. She screamed and raised a hand to slap Nicole, but Austen grabbed her wrists, holding them together. Prudence began wailing, kicking, thrashing. Winston barged into the room, his eyes bloodshot, holding a rifle. "What are you doing with my girl?" he shrieked. He cocked the rifle and pointed it at Austen. Nicole jumped at the man right as the gun went off. The bullet hit the window, and glass exploded, raining slivers everywhere. Winston dropped the gun and rounded on Nicole, swinging wildly. She dodged the first blow, but the second one caught her in the left ribcage. She fell against the door jamb, the wind knocked out of her. Austen dropped Prudence onto the bed and roared at Winston, shoving him to the ground. Nicole gasped, struggling to breathe. She picked up the rifle and grabbed Austen's arm. "Let's go," she said, her voice hoarse. "Yes. Go, go, go." Winston screamed. "Leave my family alone. Leave us be." Austen jumped up from on top of Winston and held onto Nicole's arm. The two ran from Prudence's room, down the narrow hall, through the kitchen, and back into the now empty dining room. They found Albert on the floor in the living room. Orson wasn't in sight, but it was apparent that Albert had been attacked. His left eye was bruising up. Nicole handed the gun to Austen and dropped to her knees next to Albert, cradling her ribs. "Are you okay?" Albert struggled to a sitting position. "He punched me in the face." "Orson?" The old man shook his head, his eyes filling with tears, which he tried to hide. "Winston? I'm so sorry." Nicole put her arms around him, her heart breaking yet again for the man who was watching his friend's family get torn apart. "Where's Orson?" "I tried to take him to the wagon, but Winston stopped me. Orson is upstairs now and won't talk to me." He pointed up the stairs. Nicole looked up and saw the boy sitting on the top step. She heard someone stumbling through the kitchen and glanced at Austen. "Let's go," she whispered. They helped Albert to his feet, and the three of them rushed out the door. Austen tossed the rifle into the back of the wagon, then helped Nicole and Albert up. He took the reins and drove them away just as Winston barreled out the front door. Winston yelled something at them, but Nicole couldn't understand the words. She couldn't tell from his expression if he was angry or scared, or just totally insane. It was probably a combination of all three. The ride was bumpy, and Nicole held her arm over her ribs, doing her best not to breathe too deeply, cringing when they hit a particularly deep rut. She couldn't believe how bad one stupid swing at her side hurt. But at least her bruises would be easier to hide than Albert's. She had no desire to give Sterling's nurses and doctor anything else to ask questions about. "Is what we were trying to do even legal?" Austen asked, slowing the horse down now that they were well out of Winston's eyesight. Nicole and Albert both nodded. "Albert has power of attorney over the entire family," Nicole said. "And Winston's obviously in no shape to be making decisions." Austen chewed on his bottom lip and put his arm around Nicole. She carefully bent toward him, resting her head against his shoulder. "Should we bring social services in?" he asked. "No," Albert said. "I've been wondering about that, but I don't think it's the right thing to do. I still feel like there's something more that will convince Winston. And I'd really rather not see the family torn apart." Nicole decided not to point out that the family was being torn apart by all of this. Albert continued, "I say we take a break for the rest of the evening and try again tomorrow." "But what will we do differently then?" Nicole asked. "I've got some tranquilizers in my barn," Albert said. "I've had to use them several times for animals, especially when one of them gets sick or injured and I have to transport it safely. If necessary, we'll use a small dose and knock them all out." Nicole's stomach churned at that thought, but she realized it might be their only choice. She hoped they wouldn't have to resort to it. "I'd like to visit Sterling in the morning," she said, "before we go out to the farm. If he's doing better, we might be able to use that as leverage to convince Winston to let us take Prudence and Orson." They pulled up to the manor, and Albert and Austen insisted that Nicole get inside and rest while they took care of the horse and wagon. Nicole slept well, and the next morning Albert opted to stay home from a trip to Moses Lake and nurse his black eye. Since Nicole's bruised side was easy enough to hide, she popped a few painkillers and went with Austin to Moses Lake to hang out with Lizzie for a while and visit Sterling. Lizzie was exuberant to see her friends. "I can't believe how long that night was. I was so bored. And I probably gained 20 pounds. All I did was eat ice cream and Doritos all night long while watching movies." She grabbed her things, and the three of them left the hotel. Sterling was in much the same condition. While they were there, the doctor stopped by and gave them an update to pass along to Albert. Sterling's case is highly unusual. Whatever happened to him before the horses attacked was really bad. He's so incredibly malnourished, it's like his body doesn't want health anymore. He knitted his eyebrows. "How is the rest of his family?" Nicole frowned, tilting her head, wondering what made the doctor ask that question when she hadn't told him anything about Sterling's family. Lizzie saw her confusion and said, "I filled him in on what was going on. He doesn't believe most of it, but he does get that the family is super sick." Nicole nodded, then answered the doctor's question. "They're not doing so well. We tried to get a couple more members of the family out last night, but we weren't successful. However, we've got a better plan now and should have at least one person to bring in later." The doctor took a deep breath. "We might not be able to save Sterling, but we could possibly save the others, if they aren't this bad yet." He motioned to Nicole to have a seat, and he sat on a rolling stool across from her. "The boy is going through withdrawals, though I don't know what from." Nicole and Austin looked at each other. The crown gave Whitman a buzz, and she'd acted stoned. Was it possible that the metal of the meteor, or the stuff that was growing the portal, was addicting? "That's actually very helpful to hear," Nicole said. "It might give us a place to start." She glanced at Austin again. "Maybe we should bring back some of the water the family has been drinking. They could test it here and see if it has something addictive in it." The doctor nodded. "That's a good idea. If we don't find any poisons in it, I'll give some to Sterling. If it is an addiction, hopefully we'll be able to wean him from it before he has total system failure." For the first time in a while, Nicole felt hope. She recognized that it was mainly because they had a concrete plan and the help of professionals. What a huge difference that made. Chapter 8. The next morning, Winston and Prudence weren't at the farmhouse when they got there. Winston had left a note for Orson, saying he'd gone to town to visit his old friend. Albert shook his head in frustration. His old friend is alcohol. He's been off it for years. Why would he start drinking now? He shook the note. And did he take Prudence with him? How irresponsible. She's only 17. Austin rubbed his chin. At least he's not drinking well water. Nicole, who'd been looking out the window, grabbed Austin's hand. "Speaking of which," she pointed to Orson, who'd just walked around the side of the house and was staring into the well. "What's he doing?" He'd been in his bedroom when they'd first arrived. Albert stepped up alongside her. "Who knows? The poor kid has been through so much." Austin seemed to hesitate for a moment, also looking at Orson, then he opened the door and strode out toward the wagon. "We'd better get some of that water and take the kid before Winston comes back." Nicole and Albert followed. Albert started helping Austin pull water up from the well, and Nicole knelt by Orson's side. "How are you doing?" she asked him. He shrugged in response. Like his father, he was lucid at times and totally out of it the others. Today he seemed more lucid. "Want to come with us to visit Sterling? He's at the hospital." Orson blinked, his eyes going out of focus, and he stared out over the well toward the field next to the farmhouse. Nicole took that for a yes and led him to the wagon, surprised when he came. They took Orson to the hospital and checked him in. The doctor came as soon as he heard another Gardner family member was there, and assigned himself to Orson's case. He took the water from Austin, then turned to Nicole, a serious expression on his face. "The water is probably too late for Sterling, his system is too damaged. He's just getting worse." The doctor sighed, looking into the room where Orson was strapped up to IVs and monitors. But I hope it'll be enough for this one. Nicole stepped into the room to say goodbye to Orson, and was surprised to see that his eyes tracked her movement. She sat next to him and rubbed his arm. "How are you feeling?" The dogs jumped into the well. Nicole grimaced. "Are you sure? Maybe they shouldn't be having Sterling and Orson drink that water after all." Orson didn't respond, but his eyes didn't leave her face until she turned and joined Austin and Lizzie in the hall, where she told them what he'd said. "I wouldn't worry about it," Austin said, folding his arms and leaning against the wall. "They'll test the water for all sorts of bacteria and contaminants." Nicole nodded, then the three of them went to Lizzie's hotel to watch a movie. Lizzie fell asleep almost immediately, not having slept much the night before, and Nicole snuggled up next to Austin on the couch, enjoying the feel of his arm around her. "How are you holding up?" he whispered, rubbing her back. She shrugged. "Better with you two here. And especially now that we've got Sterling and Orson out of the house." She sighed. "I only hope it's not too late. Doc doesn't seem too encouraged about Sterling's condition." "I know." They were silent for several minutes, watching TV without paying attention. Nicole didn't even remember the name of the movie they'd picked. "You're getting stronger," Austin said. "Your Arate powers, I mean. You can sense it?" He nodded. "It's pretty obvious, actually. How are you doing with channeling?" Nicole grinned, straightening so she was facing him. "I've perfected my sub-ability. I can silence pretty much anything." "That's wonderful, Nicole," Austin said, smiling at her. "Albert wants me to learn how to channel without the cello, but I just haven't been able to grasp it yet. It's a little weird at first." Nicole playfully smacked his shoulder. "Says the guy who never used a focus to channel in the first place." Austin grabbed Nicole's arm. "Did you really just hit me?" he asked, a grin coloring his voice. Nicole laughed. He was flirting. "Of course, and..." Austin pulled Nicole to him, placing a kiss on her mouth. She relaxed, sighing inwardly, her eyes closing as his lips softened against hers. Austin threaded both arms behind her back, pulling her closer. Lizzie mumbled in her sleep, rolling over, and Austin pulled away, a twinkle in his eye. "You were saying," he whispered. "I can't remember." They decided not to wait for the movie to end before heading out and letting Lizzie rest. Nicole left a note on the table, though, in case her friend woke up and wondered where they'd gone. Lizzie and Austin would be returning to Seattle the following morning for classes on Monday and Tuesday, then school would be out for Thanksgiving break. Nicole still wasn't sure what she would do for the holiday: go home, drive to Seattle, or stay with Albert. Part of her wanted to be with Albert. All his plans had been ruined, his pseudo-family in tatters. But another part of Nicole longed for the comforts of home and her family. She hadn't seen her older brothers in months, and it would be nice to catch up with them. Even if it did mean spending time with Tiffany, her mother, it would be worth it. She shook her head at herself. These thoughts were probably a waste of time. Especially with the situation at the manor. She probably couldn't risk leaving, not now. The next morning, Nicole sent Austin off with freshly baked muffins and a baggie of bacon. They'd spent the better part of 30 minutes hugging and kissing, and she felt ready to endure another separation from him. Sometime during the night, Nicole's phone had started receiving voice messages from her mother. Tiffany was insistent that Nicole come down for the week, and Nicole still wasn't completely opposed to the idea. But what would happen if she left? She really needed to talk to Rebecca. Sunday and Monday went by in a blur as Nicole and Albert visited Sterling and Orson, in between making trips to the farmhouse. Prudence and Winston didn't seem to have noticed Orson's disappearance, and Iona was unresponsive to any conversation. She rarely moved from her spot in the center of the attic room, staring at the wall. Neither Orson nor Sterling were improving. But it didn't seem like they were getting any worse, which was encouraging. Tuesday morning, while Nicole was doing her hair, Rebecca finally showed up. But she brought news with her that Nicole didn't want to hear. "There's a reason the portal still hasn't finished growing," she said. Nicole put down her brush and looked at Rebecca through the mirror. "What's that?" Rebecca sighed, sitting on the edge of the bathtub. "Please understand that we've only just learned this. I'm still upset, and I know you'll be even more upset than I am." "Well, it can't complete the process until a human sacrifice has been made." Nicole blinked, turning to the older woman. "Are you serious? And do they actually think we're going to let that happen?" "It's the last sign. We can't prevent it, I'm afraid. Someone in the Gardner family must die." Nicole felt the blood drain from her face. "Why them? Why can't it be someone else?" "You mean like you?" Rebecca raised her hand to silence Nicole's retort. "As valiant as that would be, it's impossible. You, Nicole, must be the one to receive the elixir. Otherwise, all of this will have been in vain. And don't think anyone other than the Gardner family will work. It has to be someone who has been feeding the portal, and you and the Gardners are the only ones who have been doing that." "This is so sick, so disgusting," Nicole said. "I can't believe I'm taking part in it. I can't believe you're okay with it." Rebecca closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "I'm not okay with it, Nicole. I simply see no other option, especially when looking at the broader picture. I want you and everyone else to have a brighter future." She got to her feet and approached, placing her hand on Nicole's arm. "It's not much longer. Possibly a week's time, maybe a week and a half. Oh, and this is with your trip home for the holiday being considered." Nicole frowned. "How did you know about that?" "It's Thanksgiving week. And you already know that I watched you grow up. You may not get along with your parents, and they may not appreciate you, but they do love you. So I'm supposed to be totally okay with dropping everything here, abandoning Albert and the Gardners, and going off to celebrate? To show Thanksgiving? For what? For everything you've been blessed with, Nicole. And if you don't know that you've been extremely well taken care of throughout your life, then you need to take a step back and do some very deep self-scrutinizing, because it shows a strong lack of character and appreciation for what you've been given." Nicole looked at her feet. "I know I've been lucky. Not lucky, blessed. Family is important. Spend some time with them. But what about Albert? And the portal? Doesn't it need me near to keep growing?" Rebecca shook her head. "It's nearly finished borrowing powers from you. A few days apart won't be a problem, not when it's so close already. And I think you already know this. You did stay with your friends for a couple of days." Nicole nodded and thanked Rebecca for the visit. The moment the older woman left, she raced to the only computer in the house. It had a dial-up connection that had only been disturbed a couple of times by the portal so far, and she prayed it would work, realizing that buying tickets this close to Thanksgiving Day might not be a possibility. Even if they were available, they'd be incredibly pricey. She was in luck. There were 2 tickets from Seattle to Dallas on Wednesday afternoon. She shot off an email to Lizzie's phone, asking if she'd bought a ticket yet, then sat back and waited for a response. Lizzie answered nearly immediately. She hadn't. She'd planned to figure something out that evening, if she finished her reading for Whitman's class on time. Nicole chuckled to herself, grateful she could predict her best friend's habit of procrastinating so well. She hurriedly bought both tickets, looking forward to spending time with Lizzie. Later that day, Albert and Nicole went to visit Winston. They found him in his room, sitting on his bed, sobbing uncontrollably. "Orson disappeared," he said, glancing up at them with puffy eyes. Nicole and Albert looked at each other. Then Nicole stepped closer to Winston and touched his shoulder. "I'm sorry. I found his toys next to the well. He's fallen in, and I won't ever have him again." The man put his head into his hands and continued crying. Nicole felt her heart break just watching him. She opened her mouth to tell him where Orson was, but Albert shook his head. "Come with us, Winston," Albert said. "Please? We can help you. We'll help your family." Winston shook his head. I can't. They left not long after that, checking in on Prudence and Iona. Iona still hadn't moved from her spot, and Prudence was back to scrubbing the table. Some of the food Nicole and Albert had brought the day before had been touched, opened, crumbs falling to the floor. Hopefully, someone had eaten it. During the trip back to the manor, Nicole talked to Albert, helping him come up with a plan to get Prudence out of there, along with her parents. I think it's too late for Iona, Albert said quietly. Nicole didn't say so, but she agreed. She couldn't help but wonder why Winston had been so much more resilient than his wife, why he hadn't fallen completely apart yet. Was it sheer force of will? Was it the fact that he'd been out working with the animals and the land, while Iona had been in the house the entire time, since the meteor had come and gone? Nicole realized she might never have answers to these questions. Chapter 9. Nicole drove to Seattle and met up with Lizzie, so they could carpool to the airport together. I swear you didn't have to buy my ticket, Lizzie said, grinning at Nicole as they checked in their luggage. I was about to anyway. Nicole chuckled. Right? She didn't worry about Lizzie paying her back, she always did. And if Lizzie didn't, it wasn't a big deal, they bought things for each other frequently. Nicole waited until the plane had taken off, before telling Lizzie about her conversation with Rebecca from the day before. Lizzie's eyebrows shot up. Holy smokes, that's horrible. Nicole nodded. I know. Did you tell Albert? No, I couldn't. She felt tears pricking at the back of her eyes. The poor man is so upset over everything that's happened so far as it is. I'll bet. What's he going to do for Thanksgiving Day? Nicole shrugged, feeling horrible again for leaving him there all alone. He says he's used to it, that it won't be his first one by himself. I don't want to get old. It's so lonely sounding. I know. Nicole leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes. Maybe by then, they'll have invented something that will prevent aging. Or maybe they'll have fixed the problem keeping people from having lots of kids. The girls met eyes, and Nicole knew that Lizzie was trying to cheer her up, help her see the bigger picture, and she appreciated it. Even though it was depressing and frustrating, there were more important things than Albert's loneliness and the gardener's health. Are you excited to see your mom? Lizzie asked, interrupting Nicole's thoughts. Nicole snorted. Not really. I haven't talked to her since before Arches. Wow. I had no idea it had been that long. She's probably nervous. I've never gone so long without communicating with her. Nicole looked at Lizzie. But what she did was awful. Uncalled for. What exactly did she do? She never confessed to anything. And now that you know Rebecca, it's not that big of a deal, right? Hey, I'm not going to be forgetting those spiders anytime soon. Or the fact that my mom manipulated my life, my decisions, by going behind my back. Most kids would love it if their parents paid their rent. Nicole sighed. I know. But not this one. Want to come see my family before you head home? Nicole felt her spirits lift at the prospect. Heavens, yes. That would be wonderful. I could use some of your mom's home cooking. Even though Lizzie's relationship with her mom was strained sometimes, Brenda wanted Lizzie to be a dancer, and Lizzie hated dancing. They got along fairly well. Besides, what girl doesn't sometimes argue with her mom? Nicole's relationship with her mother was the weird one. Tiffany had always been controlling, demanding, and picky. She'd expected nothing but perfection from her children, especially Nicole. Lizzie plugged in earbuds, and Nicole decided to do some reading on her phone. She could use some entertainment. Several hours later, the girls pulled up in a rental car in front of Lizzie's house. It was a pretty, all-brick, two-story place, with roses growing on either side of the sidewalk. Lizzie practically skipped to the door and rang the doorbell, turning and giving Nicole a mischievous grin. Brenda answered, her brown hair in a messy bun and wearing an apron. She squealed, hands over her mouth. She didn't give Lizzie a chance to say anything though, before she'd yanked her daughter to herself in a big hug. "Where on earth did you come from?" she shrieked. "Do you want a technical answer to that?" Lizzie asked, her voice muffled. Brenda chuckled. "No thanks." "Oh, Lizzie, I'm so glad you came." She stepped around her daughter and opened her arms for Nicole. "So good to see you too, sweetie." "Same. Have you stopped by your house yet?" "No, I'll be heading there soon." "What a shame. It's fun having you around." Brenda motioned for Nicole to enter. "Come have some pumpkin bread. It's fresh." Nicole's mouth watered as she caught a whiff of the spiced bread. She followed Brenda to the kitchen, while Lizzie took her suitcase upstairs to her room. Brenda cut a couple of slices and set them in front of Nicole on a paper plate, then got her a glass of milk. "Your mom still have a stick up her butt?" Nicole's jaw dropped. "Brenda? Wow. I can see you've been learning new vocabulary." Brenda waved her off. "Lizzie's brother is home from college, you know." "Landon's finally done?" Brenda beamed. "No, he has another year. It's Hugh. Hugh graduated." "What? How? Didn't he just start a year and a half ago?" A pair of muscular arms encircled Nicole's shoulders from behind. "I sure did," Hugh said. "You know I was taking college classes in high school." Nicole jumped up and gave him a big hug. "Congratulations. That's fantastic. I'm so proud of you." Hugh's freckled features turned red, matching his hair, and he shoved his hands in his pockets, rocking back on his feet. "Yeah, it's really cool being able to say I'm a college grad now." He glanced around. "Where's my baby sister?" "Upstairs, probably unpacking," Brenda said. "Okay. Gonna go say hi. Then I'll be back." He winked at Nicole and dashed off. Nicole turned back to Brenda, grinning. "He's still the same." "Ever the flirt?" "Yeah. He gets it from his dad." Nicole leveled a smile at Brenda. "And who does Lizzie get her flirting skills from?" Brenda fanned her face. "Me, of course." The two laughed together, and Nicole relaxed into her chair. It felt so good being back home. And yes, this place was home. Lizzie's house had always felt more like that to Nicole than her own place. These people definitely were family. "He's getting married, you know," Brenda said, sitting next to Nicole at the table. She ticked items off her fingers. "His goals: go to college, meet girl, graduate from college, marry girl. He only needs to marry her, and then he'll be all set." "Congratulations to him." Nicole finished one slice of bread and started the other. "What did he graduate in?" "Agriculture. He's going to take over his uncle's farm." Nicole nodded. "I'm sure he'll be a blessing to your brother." "Most definitely." Brenda got up and refilled Nicole's glass, then sat down again. They continued chatting, Brenda getting Nicole caught up on who was doing what. Pretty soon, Hugh and Lizzie joined them, and Hugh told Nicole and Lizzie all about his fiancée, who would be arriving the following day. After a while, Nicole pushed back from the table. "I'd better get going. I'll be disowned from the family if I don't let them know I'm home." "Tell Derek I'm still single," Lizzie said, walking Nicole to the front door. "Will do." Nicole laughed. "I'll text you later." Nicole hesitated before entering her house. She wished she could have warned her mother that she was coming home. Tiffany hated surprises. But no one answered the phone, and Tiffany never ever read text messages. Rather than go through the family entrance near the garages, Nicole let herself in through the double front doors. She shut them behind her and leaned against them, staring at the vast entryway. White marble floors, pillars, and staircases were dotted with red paintings, red rugs, and stained glass windows. It really was beautiful. Unfortunately, Nicole had never been able to enjoy it. Not in the customary ways, anyway. Tiffany never allowed parties or friends over, and Dad's business always made him bring work home. The saying, "children will be seen and not heard," was oft quoted, especially when he had a huge project to complete. Taking a deep breath, Nicole decided to put her things in her bedroom first. She took the stairs on the right-hand side, then walked down the hall to the end door. She opened it and stepped inside, breathing a sigh of relief. Her room had been untouched. Rather than go with the dashes of bright red amidst the crisp white and black decor, Nicole had chosen turquoise and tan accents. They relaxed her, made her feel more comfortable. As a result, Tiffany kept the door to Nicole's room shut. That suited Nicole just fine. After setting her luggage on the settee at the foot of her king-sized bed, Nicole took off her jacket and laid it across the comforter and removed her shoes, tucking them just under her bed. Then, steeling herself for the inevitable reunion, she padded out of her room and down the hall and stairs. She checked Tiffany's office first. Empty. Dad's office was empty as well, which meant they were probably in the basement watching a movie. That floor was vacant too, though, so Nicole decided to check her parents' bedroom. It was at the opposite end of the house from hers. She hiked back up 2 flights of stairs and knocked on their door. "Enter," Tiffany sang out. Nicole opened the door and stepped inside. "Nicole," Tiffany said, looking up from a couch in the sitting area of her room. "When did you arrive?" "Just now." Nicole didn't move from the doorway. "Where's Dad?" "Shaving." Neither said anything for a moment. Finally, Tiffany set down her novel and stood, approaching Nicole. "You look unwell. Starved. Thin. And there are dark circles under your eyes." She grabbed Nicole's chin, staring at her. "Aren't you sleeping or eating?" "Things have been pretty stressful, Mother." "I'll have Emily put something together for you immediately." "I'm not hungry." "Oh. Did you stop by Lizzie's house then?" "Of course. Lizzie came home with me." "Very well." Mother motioned for Nicole to follow her. "Come say hello to your father." Nicole followed Tiffany to the bathroom. "Rough night, Dad?" Nicole asked once she'd stepped inside. He said, wiping away the extra shaving cream. The only time Nicole's dad shaved in the middle of the day was when he'd been up all night, working over some corporate problem. He must have only been awake for an hour or two, even though it was 5 in the afternoon. Dad washed his hands, then turned and gave Nicole a hug. "Good to see you, Cole." Nicole smiled at the nickname. Dad was the only one who called her that, and he had for as long as she could remember. "Anyone else here yet?" Nicole asked. Tiffany nodded. "Yes, but only Derek. Paul and his new wife will be coming soon." Paul and his new wife had been married for 3 years. Nicole decided not to bring up that point yet again. Tiffany would probably always call her the new wife. At least until someone else got married. "How's school?" Dad asked as he and Tiffany returned to the sitting room and took their places. Mother always sat in the love seat with her feet tucked under her. Funny how it was okay for her to sit that way, but not Nicole. And Dad sat in the overstuffed recliner that was directed toward the big screen TV on the wall. Nicole sat in the armchair near the couch and grabbed a throw blanket from the basket next to her chair, laying it over her lap. "Well, I'm not enrolled right now." Tiffany gasped. "Why not? What happened? Did you flunk out?" Nicole shook her head. "Of course not. Last time we talked, I told you I was going on an expedition. Well, I had to drop my classes for it." She raised her hand, calming her mother's coming outburst. "Don't worry, the expedition was a credit-earning one. I haven't jeopardized my schooling. Anyway, I'll be in classes again the beginning of next year." "How was the expedition?" Dad asked, leafing through a stack of papers. Nicole shrugged. "Exciting. Thrilling. Life-changing. Dangerous. All that a university-led expedition can be." Good. Dad peered at her over his reading glasses. "Have you chosen a major yet?" He hesitated. "It's not going to be an Arate-directed one, is it?" Nicole sighed inwardly. "I'm hoping it will be, actually. But I'm still undecided. I plan to take general ed classes this year, then make some decisions during the summer." Excellent. He set down his papers. Don't forget that I could put in a good word for you over at McComb's. Nicole smiled. I need a bachelor's degree to apply to business school, Dad. He shrugged. They might make an exception for me. Nicole got up and gave her dad another hug. Thanks, but I'd like to finish up at Caton first. Then we can talk. He patted her arm and returned to his papers. Dad had always been friendly, but never knew what was going on in Nicole's life. He wasn't as threatened by Nicole as Mother was, but he never backed her up when Tiffany went on one of her tirades. I'm going to find Derek, Nicole said. Tiffany didn't look up from her novel. He's in the game room. Nicole thanked her, then left, finding Derek where Mother said he'd be. This was Nicole's favorite room in the house, outside of the music room and her own bedroom. They had pool, foosball, and air hockey tables set up, along with several places where they could play games or eat or read or do whatever they wanted. Derek was lounging in a recliner next to the fireplace, flipping through a graphic novel. Hey Derek, Nicole said, sitting across from him. Hey. He didn't look up for several moments, and Nicole knew better than to interrupt him. By nature he was very focused, and wouldn't be able to concentrate on her until he'd finished what he was doing. Finally, he set his book aside and got up to give her a hug. I've missed you, sis. Same. How's law school? He shrugged. I'm almost done now. Still planning on going into adoptions and estate planning? Definitely. Tiffany and Dad still annoyed at you for that? Derek gave her a mischievous grin. Of course, and I like keeping it that way. He put a hand to his forehead and mimicked their mother. Oh, Derek, how we wish you'd go into business. Or at least respectable law. Nicole laughed, then sobered up. I wish you could come up and see me sometime. I will, I promise. For now though, I need to maintain my speed. I've only got a year left. He leaned forward, putting his elbows on his knees. Not to change the subject, I'm fine talking about law school, but between you and me, it's been miserable being at home the past 2 days. How come? Tiffany. And even Dad. They've got something up their sleeves. Her especially. Like what? Tiffany's been really weird. She's talking a lot about ancestors and the duty of our family and all of that. Don't be surprised if she pulls out some family history books. Nicole shrugged. She's always done that. I know, but this time it's different. It's weird. Thanks for the heads up. I appreciate it. Oh, and before I forget. Nicole sent her brother a sly look. Lizzie says she's still single. Derek laughed out loud, slapping his knee. Oh, that girl. Good old Lizzie. Tell her I'm still single too. She'll be happy to hear that. But that my heart belongs to someone else right now. What? Though I'll keep Lizzie in mind if things don't work out. Are you serious? You're in a relationship? Sure am. Derek grinned at Nicole and she felt her heart swell. He'd always been shy and introverted, and it had been a long time since he'd been in a relationship. Nicole really hoped it would work out. He got along well with Lizzie, partially because she was Nicole's best friend, but their playful banter wouldn't ever develop into anything more. Tell me about her. Derek settled back in his chair. She's smart. And beautiful. You'll like her. When do I get to meet her? This week? He shook his head. She's back east with her family. Too bad. Just then, Tiffany popped her head in the door. Paul and his new wife are here. Come upstairs and chat. Nicole met Derek's gaze and they both sighed. Guess we'd better go, Derek said. Guess so? Paul and Julia were the least like Derek and Nicole in the family. They brown-nosed Nicole's mother all the time and were very judgmental of anyone who wasn't like them. Unfortunately for them, just because they sought Tiffany's approval didn't mean they got it. She was just as critical of them as she was of her other children. Paul was removing Julia's coat when Nicole and Derek got upstairs. Rather than approach them immediately, Nicole leaned against the wall and looked into the mudroom, where they proceeded to take off their shoes while chatting with Dad about their flight in from Maine. "When is Chase getting here?" Derek asked Nicole. She shrugged. "Soon, I hope." Once Paul and Julia had finished, they strode past Nicole and into the family room that joined with the kitchen. Nicole and Derek followed slowly, taking seats. Watching Paul and his wife talk to Tiffany and Dad had always been an eye-opening experience. Paul was so much like Mother, it made Nicole nervous. He was manipulative, a perfectionist, and critical. His wife didn't seem to mind, but then she had a really mean streak and could dish out her own variety of cruelty. The doorbell rang, and Mother got up to answer. Moments later, she returned, carrying several pizza boxes. Nicole raised her eyebrow. "Tiffany ordered pizza? Since when?" Mother must have noticed more shocked expressions than just Nicole's. "I let Emily have the night off. I thought we could all enjoy one another's company." She looked at her watch. "Chase should be here soon. We'll eat when he arrives." Nicole pulled out her phone and texted Chase. He had a habit of arriving an hour or two late. His response came fast. He'd be there in 5 minutes. "He's almost here," Nicole said. Tiffany nodded. "Good. I did my math right. He said he'd be here an hour ago." Nicole couldn't help but smile at that. She wasn't the only one who'd learned to work around Chase's frequent late arrivals. Chase and Derek easily were Nicole's favorite siblings, though Derek usually came out on top. Chase was easily distracted from everything, including relationships. But he was so easygoing and open, it was difficult not to care about him. Dinner was a quiet, casual affair. Paul and Julia updated everyone on their goings-on. Paul was applying for McComm soon, and Julia was busy working toward her interior design degree. Chase had another girlfriend. That wasn't anything special since he had a new one every few months, but Derek dating someone definitely caused heads to turn. Paul snickered. Finally, the eldest deigns to follow his younger brother's example. Derek rolled his eyes. "Yes, Paul, my life's goal is to be just like you. It always has been. Right? I love offending and insulting people every chance I get." "Yes, Stop bickering, boys," Tiffany said. No one said anything for several minutes, as they finished their pizza and tried to behave. Once they were done, they retreated to the family room again, continuing their getting caught up conversation. Nicole didn't mind these sorts of get-togethers. She was rarely the center of attention, even though she was the youngest and the only girl. She figured part of it was because she was so different from her mother, while another part was because she was an arate. The latter especially set her off from the family. The conversation lulled for a minute, and Julia turned to Nicole. Nicole steeled herself for whatever onslaught the girl would send this time. "I heard you dropped out of school. Was it too hard?" Nicole held back her eye roll. "No, Julia. I went on an expedition for the university. I had to compete against thousands of other students. Only 3 of us were chosen, and we had to drop classes to go. I'm still considered a full-time student." "That's wonderful, Cole," Dad said. Derek and Chase nodded, but neither Paul nor Julia seemed impressed. Mother only watched her children with her arms folded, her expression blank. "Can you do magic yet?" Julia asked. "You know, you're the first arate I've ever met who couldn't do anything." Nicole suddenly saw she couldn't escape this sort of attitude. Paul had given it to her before he'd married Julia, and as soon as Nicole went to Seattle, Judith Ann had dished it on her. "I take it from your silence the answer is no, you haven't finally learned something." Nicole hated it when Julia used the word, finally. Finally, you're doing something with your life. When you finally make something useful of yourself. Nicole couldn't understand how someone so unrelated to her could come into the family and pick her out as the person to make fun of and ridicule. "Give us a show," Paul said. "Prove to us that you're an arate." Nicole looked to Derek for help, but he didn't say anything. He only gave her a compassionate expression. She hadn't really expected him to do anything about the situation. He usually clammed up in front of Julia. Being so shy and introverted, he'd never warmed up to her. Of course, her attitude and personality made it difficult for someone even as outgoing as Nicole to want to be around her. "Here, I'll go get my cello," Paul said. He got up and left the room. All of Nicole's siblings played a stringed instrument. Paul and Nicole played the cello. Derek played the bass and Chase the viola. Mother used to play the violin. She hadn't touched hers in years. No one said anything while Paul was gone, and it took him several minutes to return. "Had to dig it out of the closet in my old room." He handed it to Nicole. "Go for it." Nicole took a deep breath and unzipped the case, then pulled out the cello. She took her time getting the instrument set up and tuned, and the others started talking. She didn't wait for them to stop before saying, "It takes me a minute to get warmed up. I'll let you know when I'm ready to show anything." Nicole wanted the extra time to prepare herself for a possible failure. This would be the first time in a while that she would have tried channeling with something other than Nico. She didn't want to tell them what her sub-ability was. Instead, she started playing quiet background-type music that encouraged chatter. While the others talked, she tested the air around her, sensing for discerning the magical flows of pulses. It didn't take her long to find them, since hers were the only ones present. Nicole eased into her powers, welcoming them to her. She was surprised to find that they were ready and willing. "Cool." She tilted her head, wondering when she'd be able to channel without a cello. Probably really soon, given how her magic was reacting tonight. Nicole didn't know what everyone was talking about, but they'd paired off in their conversations, Mother with Dad, Paul with Julia, and Derek with Chase. Nicole hesitated, wondering who to silence first. She started with Paul's wife. Let her have a taste of Nicole's magic. Julia coughed, putting a hand to her throat, and Nicole pulled away immediately, deciding she could do better than that. She closed her eyes, adjusting her playing to something quiet and mellow, then reached out magically to everyone in the room. She'd silence them all at the same time. It would be simple, easy. She took a deep breath and pictured them in her mind, allowing her power to flow through her to them all. At once, everyone stopped talking. They turned to look at her. Nicole raised an eyebrow, staring at them. "Can I help you?" she asked. A flash of fear crossed Julia's face. Tiffany was irritated. Nicole sighed in exaggeration. "I could keep this up the entire time I'm here. It would be easy, you know." She smiled. "But I won't." Nicole stopped playing, then released her hold on them. For a second, she was distracted by the fact that pausing her playing didn't release the hold. She had to do it mentally. Did that mean she was becoming independent of the cello? It had to. No one said anything at first, but Nicole didn't miss the grins that Derek and Chase exchanged. "That was fantastic, sis," Derek said, speaking in front of the group for the first time that evening. Tiffany scolded him with her eyes before turning her disapproving expression to Nicole. "Oh yes, it was so mature, Nicole. Very adult of you." Nicole sighed at her mother's negativity. She realized she'd never win her approval. No one else seemed to want to talk, and Tiffany finally stood and approached Nicole. "I need to speak with you." She indicated for Nicole to follow. Nicole got up and saw Derek giving her an expression that said, "Here it comes." She smiled at him, wanting to show that she was ready for anything Tiffany might have to say. They went upstairs to the sitting area in Tiffany's bedroom. Mother asked Nicole to have a seat on the couch, then went to her shelf and got out a photo album. So Derek was right. This was about family history stuff. Interesting. Tiffany sat next to Nicole. "Did I ever tell you I had a twin sister?" Nicole's jaw dropped. "No, you didn't." "Well, I did. She died in a car crash when we were 10. "Oh wow. That's horrible." Nicole knew her mother hadn't ever said anything about this. She'd always said she was an only child. This was huge. Why had she never brought it up before? That's not all. Mother had 2 pregnancies before she conceived us. Nicole leaned back in the couch, realizing what her mother was saying. You could have been an arate. A fierce expression crossed Tiffany's face. I should have been an arate. Nicole swallowed. She'd never seen this sort of behavior before. Tiffany hated fourths. She disliked Nicole for being one. Was it possible she was jealous? But if that were the case, why had she almost never mentioned arates while Nicole was growing up? It was a taboo subject. Nicole hadn't even been permitted to learn about them until she turned 18 and was close to restarting. Tiffany got up and began pacing. My parents doted on me a great deal, planning for my eventual restart. She whirled, facing Nicole. How could they know it would be Susan who was the arate when she died at 10, 8 years before a restart was possible? Nicole nodded sympathetically, unsure of what else to do. She knew that the 4th child conceived was always the arate, that when twins weren't identical, one of them would almost always have been conceived before the other. But when the twins were identical, either had the exact same chance of being the magical one. People didn't have a way to know which twin would end up being an arate until one of them restarted. I know you think you had it hard, Nicole, not restarting right away. But imagine how it was for me. Not even knowing if I ever would, if it was possible. Even years after I turned 18, a part of me still wondered if it was coming. Nicole's mind was reeling with these revelations. No wonder Mother was always bitter. To have that pressure put on her, and then to find out so many years later that she wasn't an arete, and with some people not restarting until well into their 20s. She must have been so very disappointed. I would have been chosen instead of you, Nicole. Tiffany glared at her daughter. There was never any question whether you would be an arate. I didn't have any miscarriages. You were the 4th child your father and I conceived. Nicole ignored the malice on her mother's face. Chosen? You already know that I inherited a great deal of money when I was a child. They went back and forth between wanting to give it to me or Susan or wait until one of us restarted. That decision was made easier when Susan died. Tiffany continued pacing, not really talking to Nicole. I never touched a dime of it, and I still haven't. She again turned to Nicole. I know you think we're rich because I inherited money, but everything we have now is thanks to your father and his genius with business. She took a deep breath and finally sat on the couch next to Nicole. Because I never restarted, the money is technically yours. Nicole frowned. How? It was willed to you. They gave it to you, not me. It was based on me being an arate. Yes, I legally had access to it, but grandfather mentioned that if I didn't restart, I should do my very best to give birth to an arate and make sure they had access to the money. Nicole shook her head. I can't have it. I don't want it. You don't have a choice, Nicole. Nicole put her hands on her legs and stared at Tiffany. Mother, you've been tiptoeing around something all evening. Just come out and say it, okay? What do you mean, chosen? Why was it important that an arate inherit the money? Tiffany did something that surprised Nicole. She took her daughter's hand, holding it with both of her own. Depending on what you've already guessed from our conversation, this may or may not come as a surprise to you. But Captain Christopher Price is your great-great-grandfather. Nicole froze. What? What did you say? Christopher and Rebecca Price are your ancestors. Nicole's thoughts catapulted through her mind so hard and fast, she got dizzy. Rebecca. Rebecca was related to her. She was Nicole's great-great-grandmother. The journal that had followed Nicole around belonged to her ancestor. Rebecca had said she cared for Nicole, that they knew about her. They'd watched her grow up. Nicole's head started hurting, and she leaned forward, putting it in her hands. That money of Captain Price's was always intended for an Arate descendant. I hoped so badly it would be me. But it wasn't, and so the money is for you. What am I supposed to do with it? Tiffany hesitated. Well, what have they told you? Nicole narrowed her eyes. I don't feel comfortable telling you. Very well. Next time Rebecca visits you, let her know we've had this conversation. She'll know what you can and can't hear. You're aware that Rebecca has been visiting me? Of course I am. After all, I'm the one who made sure you ended up in the apartment next to that possessed tree. She was unnaturally prolonging her life, living in special receptacles, and couldn't go to you on her own. You had to be brought to her when you were mature enough to meet her. No wonder Rebecca had died as soon as the tree was cut down. It really had been giving her life. And no wonder she'd been so insistent that Nicole read the book. They wanted it to be their bloodline that carried out the important task of destroying the embryonic manipulator. Nicole looked at Tiffany. You know about the embryonic manipulator? Yes, and it's a wonderful invention. We're very happy it's still working. Nicole frowned. What was her mother playing at? Had she never read Captain Price's journal? Did she really not know that he and Rebecca abhorred and regretted the invention, that they wanted to destroy it? Well, Nicole wasn't about to tell her mother what was going on. Here, let me show you pictures of the Prices. Mother got up and grabbed another album, and Nicole remembered what Derek had said earlier about the duty of their family. It was in their charge to undo what Rebecca had done, to fix the problem their family had created. For a moment, Nicole felt a bit of awe over the fact that her ancestors had chosen her. They'd known it would be her all along, and obviously never told Tiffany that she wasn't an Arate. Nicole felt a bit of gratitude for that. It showed that they respected Nicole. At least she felt it did. The two spent the next hour looking over pictures and sketches of Rebecca and Christopher, along with letters they'd written. Apparently, one of their good friends was an artist who practiced on the Prices quite a lot. There was an overabundance of artwork that surrounded the couple. Nicole searched through the letters, trying to find mention of the things she'd been taught in the journal, but only a couple of items popped up here and there. Rebecca inventing something that took many years to create, communicating with important beings, that they would be blessed with strong, dependable descendants. Captain Price always had a smile on his face in the sketches. He looked like he truly enjoyed life. Rebecca was more somber, but Nicole saw one or two sketches where the woman was grinning at her husband. It was weird for a while, seeing Rebecca that much younger. Mother put away the last book, there had been 3, and glanced at Nicole. I know you have some pretty difficult decisions coming up. I want you to know you can always come to me if you need support. Nicole took a breath. Why is it that you're finally offering that support to me now? Did it really take Christopher and Rebecca's approval? Because that's messed up. I'm your daughter. Your only daughter. You should have supported me regardless. Nicole got to her feet and awkwardly put her hand on her mother's shoulder. Either way, thanks for the offer. I appreciate it. I'll see you in the morning. What she'd really wanted to say, but couldn't, was how frustrated she was that her mother finally approved of her when she saw that it could benefit her and get her more power. Nicole couldn't wait for Rebecca's next visit. They had a lot to talk about. The rest of Nicole's stay was fairly pleasant. Paul and Julia left her alone, finally, and Chase and Derek entertained her. They watched movies most of the holiday, while waiting for Emily to finish up the turkey. Nicole recognized how un-American it was to have a cook do the entire family meal, but that was how it always was at their house. Emily had brought her boyfriend over, and seemed to enjoy herself. The dinner went fairly well. There were no arguments or even awkward feelings, surprisingly. Tiffany didn't nitpick, though Nicole could tell she had things on her mind. After eating, Dad took Nicole to his gun room and showed her his newest Civil War-era gun. Nicole oohed and ahhed over it as expected. then told him about the Smith & Wesson Model 1 revolver that Coolidge had in his possession. Dad was as excited as she'd predicted he would be, and asked several questions. Then they spent an hour talking about the tests Nicole had to take to make it on the expedition. Nicole actually found herself enjoying the time she spent at home. She hadn't realized just how stressed she'd been. But even though she was having a good time, she couldn't stop worrying about Albert and the gardeners. Saturday morning's flight out couldn't come fast enough. Chapter 10. Lizzie was just as ready as Nicole to get back to the daily grind. On the way to the airport, she talked about her upcoming finals and the boys she'd missed. Nicole waited until Lizzie had finished, then told her about her visit with her family, including her conversation with her mother. Lizzie was just as shocked as Nicole had been to learn that the money Tiffany had inherited was actually intended for Nicole. But wait a second. That old lady is related to you? Lizzie's eyes were huge. Seriously? How's that possible? I don't even know. And what about the money? What are you supposed to do with it? I have no idea. I'm going to ask Rebecca next time I see her. Yeah. Let me know when you do. I'm dying to find out what's going on. You and me both. The flight back to Seattle went quickly, and soon enough they'd touched down. They found their way out of the airport and to Nicole's car, then Nicole dropped Lizzie off at their apartment. She called Austin and talked to him almost the entire drive back to Moses Lake, a tradition she really enjoyed. He was still in Montana with his family, otherwise, she would have stopped by his apartment to see him. Even though they'd talked every night she was in Texas, it was still good to hear his voice. Nicole's car and phone died on the main road, just by Albert's driveway. He was there waiting with his buggy, his position tense, looking uncomfortable. The minute he saw Nicole, a smile spread across his face, and his entire demeanor relaxed. She could tell it had been a stressful last few days. How was it? She asked, hopping into the buggy, her bag on her lap. Albert grunted. I wasn't able to get to the gardeners, not even once. I have no idea what's going on at the house. Not only that, but I was paid several visits from city authorities. They heard from the hospital that something is going on out here. I told them everything I knew, and they tried to convince Winston to go with them. He gave them a bunch of lies, saying he and his family are moving in here with me. But I know it's not true. It did buy us a bit of time, however. Nicole nodded. We need to get the rest of the family out. She took a breath. Why couldn't you visit them? Winston wouldn't let me. He said I couldn't come back unless I brought you. Said you're a calming influence there. Albert glanced at Nicole. I'm not surprised. My visits were never as productive as when you've been present, regardless of your cello playing. Nicole felt her insides churn as she thought over all that might have happened while she was gone. She knew the elixir wouldn't be ready for at least a few more days, if Rebecca was right, but that didn't mean that the human sacrifice hadn't happened already. She found herself praying that the family was okay. Only a couple of minutes later, they pulled up in front of the manor, and a young man came out to get the horse and buggy. Albert sent Nicole a sheepish glance. I got tired of setting up the horse and buggy several times a day. Hired a boy from Moses Lake to take care of things for me. Nicole nodded. I'm glad. We should have done that a while ago. Just then, Winston appeared around the corner of the manor, stumbling along the dirt road that led to his house. His walk was uneven, one foot slightly dragging. The minute he spotted Nicole and Albert, his face crumpled and he started crying, pulling off his hat. Nicole was shocked to see that most of his hair had fallen out. Oh, Nicole's here, Winston said. He hugged her. She stared at Albert, afraid to put her arms around Winston, afraid she'd break him, he was so frail. It felt like there wasn't anything but bones under his skin. What's the matter, Winston? Nicole asked, patting his back, not sure if she wanted to hear the answer. Killed all the animals, he sobbed, stepping away. I killed them all. Nicole and Albert met eyes. Why? Nicole asked. They'd all rotted. All of them. They was so miserable. It weren't right leaving 'em like that. He wrung his hat. Them cows was all swollen. They stunk so bad. Parts of 'em were shriveled up and chalky. Other parts were bloated. Maggots everywhere, already eaten 'em. Them pigs lost their hair and teeth. Even their ears fell off. I feed 'em and they eat and eat and eat and never are full. Then they vomit it all up and beg for more. All the while, parts of 'em are shrivelin' and other parts are swellin'. They was in so much pain. He took a shaky breath, tears falling from his eyes. And so I killed 'em. Couldn't stand seeing 'em so miserable like. Albert stepped forward and touched Winston's arm. Would you like to stay here for a while? Winston wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. No. Iona's not well. She's been asking for Sterling a lot. I don't want to leave her alone for long. Well, would you like a ride back to your house? Winston shook his head. I don't want to disservice you. Besides, I need to think. Need to walk. Nicole's eyes strayed to Winston's feet. One of his ankles was swollen. It couldn't be comfortable walking like that. It won't be a problem. Albert's friend here could take you back. Nicole pointed to the boy, a teenager of probably 15. He wore overalls and a flannel long-sleeved shirt. Winston looked at him for several moments before nodding. Sure. He can take me. Nicole wondered if the country-like clothing was what made Winston feel more comfortable. The boy took the reins from Albert and got up into the buggy while Albert helped Winston seat himself. Nicole and Albert watched them until they'd pulled around the side of the manor. Then Nicole turned to Albert. We need to talk. Albert nodded, and they entered the manor. Nicole put her things away in her room, then met him a few minutes later in his library. They sat in the overstuffed chairs next to the fireplace. What's on your mind, Nicole? Albert asked, leaning forward. Well, I told you about the portal, right? He nodded. How much longer until it's finished? She took a deep breath, then told him what Rebecca had said about a human sacrifice. Albert's eyes reddened as he listened, and she saw his hand shake a bit when he raised a bottle of water to his mouth. But he didn't argue or get upset. She wondered if he'd been suspecting something like that. Just let me know what you need when you need it, he said. Nicole agreed to do so. They chatted for a while longer, Nicole telling Albert about her trip and him telling her about Thanksgiving days in bygone years. He was especially excited about Nicole being able to channel with a regular cello. Though, I guess that means you'll be leaving soon. She nodded. As soon as the elixir has been delivered. They have assignments for me. She rushed on, seeing his sadness. But I'll come visit. I promise. Nicole could tell that made Albert feel much better. They parted ways, each ready to hit the sack. Right after Nicole finished getting ready for bed, Rebecca visited. The sacrifice is well on its way, she said immediately. One of the humans has volunteered. It won't be long now. Volunteered? The gardeners know what's going on? Nicole sat on her bed, putting a hand to her throat. How horrible. She swallowed. I can't wait for all this to be over. I don't know how much more Albert and I can handle. Rebecca sat next to Nicole and put an arm around her. I know it hasn't been easy. But I do hope that as things move forward in the next few days, you'll see how worth it everything has been. Nicole took a deep breath and glanced at Rebecca. So, should I call you Grandma? Rebecca laughed. You've talked to your mother, I see. She patted Nicole's leg. Rebecca is fine. I'm just so relieved you know who I am now, and that I can be totally honest with you. You weren't before. The ghost shook her head. No, obviously not. I felt my relation to you was Tiffany's secret to tell, since she's the one who chose to have children. It's been very hard not blurting it out, though. She tilted her head, peering at Nicole. You have questions, right? What are they? I'd love to answer as many as I can. Nicole hesitated a moment, wondering where to begin. What's the money for? Rebecca nodded. That's a good one to start with. Your grandfather and I worked very hard, saving every single penny we had. We knew that whoever ended up helping us destroy the embryonic manipulator would need to have access to large amounts of funds. Not only is the location difficult to reach, but it's dangerous. You'll need camping equipment. You'll need experienced fighters, especially if anyone tries to stop you. You'll need to purchase the land where the manipulator is located, since everything will be ruined and useless once the machine has been destroyed. It wouldn't be honest to do that to another person's property. Also, the money is supposed to keep you healthy, housed, and fed, so you don't need to worry about finding work. What we're possibly going to be asking you to do will be difficult enough without needing to sew dresses or milk cows on the side. Nicole smiled at her grandmother's understanding of what a job would be. Then she thought over Rebecca's answer. It made sense, so she asked her next question. How much does my mom know about all of this? Not very much. In fact, we've hardly told her any of our plans. She only knows that I've been visiting you, getting to know you. She doesn't even know about the elixir. Okay. And why did you have to wait until I was born to fix the embryonic manipulator? You saw into the future. Couldn't you have done that and then destroyed it yourself? No, we couldn't have. I didn't always have the ability to see. That came very late in life. We knew whatever we did would require money, so we started saving up early. But by the time I reached the age when we knew who you would be, I was already an elderly woman. She motioned to herself. This body would have needed to be much stronger. Not only that, but it took us until only a few years ago, when the journal came into your professor's hands, to get the great ones on our side. Just because we could see into the future didn't mean we'd be able to prove to them that we were deserving of their help. So, what do the Terrians know about this? Not very much. They know that a leader is being prepared for them. For now, they think it's someone in Europe. We'll allow them to continue thinking that. Rebecca looked at Nicole. And it might end up being him. What we'd ask you to do is a potentially deadly thing. It is absolutely necessary that you learn to lie and to lie well, because should we deem you ready, worthy, and able, we will put you in charge of their group. And that would be very dangerous. They can't ever know what we plan to have you do. Nicole felt the blood drain from her face. Why would I have to lead them? Because it is your birthright first, and second, we believe that if their leader, someone they love and trust, eventually tells them our will, they'll be more likely to disband and change their ways. Nicole frowned. And they just overlook the fact that I'm an Arate? No, they wouldn't. Not at first. You'd have to pretend to have changed sides. To be in agreement with them. To say that Arates everywhere need to be destroyed. She sent Nicole a sidelong glance. It wouldn't be hard for them to come to believe that one of my descendants switched loyalties. I mean, I did create a group that planned to destroy Arates everywhere. I don't know if I can do this. Rebecca put her hand on Nicole's arm. I know, sweetie. This is why we haven't officially asked you yet. And it's also why you'd need to learn to lie. My stomach churns just thinking about that. It's because you are a decent person. The main thing to remember is, never be dishonest with those you care about. And tell as much truth as you can. Rebecca tilted her head, as if she were listening to something. I need to go. She got to her feet and looked at Nicole. I'll come visit you, and strengthen you when the elixir is nearly here. Nicole also stood and gave Rebecca a hug. Thank you for everything. For answering my questions so openly. The elderly woman held Nicole tightly. Anything for my favorite granddaughter. She stepped back. Don't tell your mother I said that. Nicole laughed, then waved goodbye as Rebecca faded, then disappeared. The next day, while Nicole and Albert were in the front entry, preparing to head out to the farmhouse, Winston staggered into the manor, stinking of alcohol. His eyes were wild, his mouth opening and closing. Sterling's dead. He's dead. Nicole's jaw fell. How do you know? She asked. Winston's eyes passed over her, jumping around the room, not seeing anything, not resting. He looked like a rabid dog. Nicole was almost surprised he wasn't drooling. I went to visit him in the hospital, that's how. His gaze landed on Albert, and he stumbled over to the older man, grabbing him. Take my other kids. Take them now. Nicole's eyes teared up. She couldn't believe Winston was finally asking this, and felt he needed to know the truth, that he deserved it. We've already got Orson. Winston froze. He turned to face her, his eyes narrow slits. What did you say? Nicole opened her mouth to repeat herself, but saw the warning look on Albert's face, so she didn't. I asked you what you said. Winston roared, lunging for Nicole, grabbing and throwing her across the room. She thumped against a table, knocking off a vase. It shattered on the marble floor next to her, pelting her with shards. You dare take my children from me? You dare touch them? Winston jumped on top of Nicole, and his hands closed around her throat. He leaned over her, his face only a couple inches from hers, and started screaming at her. Nicole couldn't hear him, her blood thundered in her ears. She tried to breathe, struggled to push him off. She was vaguely aware of Albert attacking Winston, but nothing stopped the man's rage. Suddenly, Winston went silent as he was lifted off Nicole and tossed aside. Nicole choked and gasped, hands at her neck, tears streaming down her face. Albert's new employee offered his hand to her and helped her to a sitting position. Winston whimpered, curling to his side, and Albert sat next to Nicole, putting a hand on her shoulder. Are you okay? He whispered, the anger Nicole had seen in his face earlier gone, replaced with fear and concern. She nodded. She tried to swallow, and cringed at how much it hurt. She glanced up at the young man. Thank you, she said hoarsely. No problem. And let me know if he tries anything again. The guy glared at Winston. What's your name? Nicole whispered, hand still at her throat. Lucas. He nodded to Nicole, then walked over to Winston. What do you have to say to the lady? Winston grunted, glancing at Nicole over his shoulder from where he now sat. Nothing. My foot you don't. Lucas grabbed Winston by the shirt and yanked him over to Nicole. You apologize to her right now. Winston stared at the ground. Sorry, Nicole. Then he looked up. You said something earlier. What did you say? Was it something about my kids? Nicole glanced at Albert, hesitating. I said we already took Orson. He's okay. Nicole nodded. He's in the hospital. He's going to be fine. Winston put his face in his hands and began sobbing. Oh, thank you, Lord. Nicole slumped to the floor, feeling the adrenaline leave her system. Holy cow, she almost got killed just now. Her hands began shaking, and she felt tears gathering again. This time, they were tears of relief. She relaxed there for several moments, trying to gain control over her emotions. After a bit, she got to her feet and helped Winston up. Come on. Let's go. He wiped his face. Where? We're going to get Prudence and Iona. Take them away from the house until all danger has passed. Winston swallowed several times, his Adam's apple bobbing. Okay. His voice was only a whisper. Nicole put her hands on his shoulders. Winston, there is no way you could have known all this would happen. He nodded, not meeting her gaze. I should have listened to you and Albert. Nicole didn't respond to his comment. She wasn't about to lie to him and tell him things would be all right, not when his son had just died. He should have listened. There's still time to save Prudence and Iona. Let's go get them. Lucas had already pulled the buggy up outside and walked Winston out, helping him sit on the back seat. Nicole climbed up next to Albert, who took the reins. See you when you get back, Lucas said, heading toward the barns. Most of the ride was silent, with only the occasional comment from Albert on just how far the grayness in the land had gone. Nicole couldn't stop thinking about Sterling. She couldn't believe he was dead, even though the doctor had repeatedly said he wasn't getting better. Was Sterling the sacrifice? He had to be, right? The only problem Nicole saw with that was the fact that he hadn't been at the farmhouse for the past 2 weeks. Was it possible he'd sacrificed himself from that far away? Winston jumped down from the buggy as soon as they pulled up in front of the house. He indicated for Nicole and Albert to follow. They walked through the forest behind the farmhouse to a small cemetery with 5 or 6 headstones in it. A freshly dug grave was there, along with several empty beer bottles and a spot on top of the fresh pile of dirt that looked like a grown man had sat in it for a while. Obviously, Winston had dug the grave and then drunk himself silly. Winston started crying again when he saw the grave. "It's for Sterling. For my boy." Nicole and Albert's gaze met, and she knew he was probably thinking the same thing. The other graves here were old, at least 100 years if not more. Sterling had died in the hospital. There was no way the city would let Winston bury his son here. Nicole was sure there was a permit for that sort of thing, and Winston most likely didn't have one. Winston sat on the pile of dirt and stared into the hole, oblivious to his company. Albert motioned for Nicole to follow him, and they walked back to the house. "I'll go through the front door. You go through the back. If Prudence is in her bedroom, stay with her until I get there." Nicole nodded. Prudence was staring at the back door when Nicole cautiously opened it, as if she knew Nicole was coming. Nicole smiled at the girl and gave a small wave, but Prudence didn't respond. She just stared at Nicole with her milky white eyes. "Prudence?" Nicole took a step closer and touched the girl's shoulder. "It's me, Nicole." Prudence didn't respond. Nicole sat on the girl's bed and waited. Soon enough, Albert came to the room. "Oh good. She's here. Let's take her out to the buggy." Nicole knitted her eyebrows. "Should we take Iona first? Prudence isn't responding to anything I say or do. I don't want to have yet another gardener attack me today, if it can be helped. And maybe while we're moving Iona, Prudence will wake up from wherever she is now." Albert nodded. "Good idea. Let's go get Iona." He led the way back through the house and to the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. Nicole wondered again where he got all his energy. For an old man, he was surprisingly active. All the doors were open except Iona's. Albert put his hand on the doorknob, then hesitated. "Something feels different." He looked back at Nicole. She closed her eyes, reaching out with her magical senses. He was right. There was something in Iona's room. A magical presence. A slight pulsing that hadn't been there before. She took a breath, glancing at Albert. "There's a magical source in there with her." Albert paled, stepping back from the door. "Let's make sure we're ready for whatever it is." He turned and entered the room across from Iona's, searching. Nicole followed, not sure what he was looking for but wanting to help. Albert picked up a walking stick, hefting it in his hands, then nodded. "Stay behind me." He walked back to Iona's door. "Keep your magical senses ready." Nicole reached out again, making sure to have a firm mental hold on whatever it was that inhabited the room with Iona. "Ready?" she whispered. Albert pushed the door open far enough for both of them to see inside. The room was empty except for a mass of fabric and something squelchy looking in the corner. Nicole and Albert met eyes and Albert shrugged. He stepped into the room and Nicole followed. The magical pulses originated from the pile. They were faint. Nicole and Albert stopped a couple of feet from the mass and stared at it. Nicole gasped, hand flying to her mouth. She recognized Iona's mangled dress, a wad of her hair. It's Iona." Albert's mouth set in a firm line, and they bent over what remained of the woman, inspecting the mound. It looked like her body had gelatinized, then firmed again in a completely different shape, with only a few recognizable things here and there. Suddenly, a finger moved. The wad of hair shifted. A moan drifted from somewhere in the center of the pile. Iona was still alive. Nicole felt bile rising in the back of her throat. The woman was alive. Was suffering. Was aware of their presence, Nicole was sure of it. How could she possibly have lived through whatever transformation her body had undergone? And where was the magical pulse coming from? Albert motioned for Nicole to turn away, tears dropping down his face. She did so, then heard a thump. A moan. Several more thumps. Then all was still behind her. Albert's quiet sobbing reached her ears. She suffered so much so greatly, he whispered. I had to help her. It was the most charitable thing I could do, relieve her. Send her home. Nicole turned to comfort him, but he gasped and backed up into her, then grabbed her. Suddenly, the magical pulse in the room intensified so strongly that Nicole felt her heart skip, struggling to continue beating in her chest. The pressure coming from behind her made her dizzy. Nicole again tried to turn, but Albert stopped her. Don't look, Nicole, he whispered. I don't think you're meant to see it. He helped her to the hall at the top of the stairs, then holding her arm started down with her. They'd only taken 3 steps when something entered the hallway behind them. Nicole froze. So did Albert. Something pushed up against her. Iona? Nicole turned, but nothing was there. Goosebumps trailed down her arms. The pressure released. Nicole heard a sigh as something slipped past. One of the steps below them creaked. Another. The front door jostled. Then everything was silent again. Suddenly the horse began neighing, freaking out. Nicole heard a splash of water. She and Albert glanced at each other. The well? Albert whispered. Neither of them moved. Nicole tried to convince herself it was out of respect to Iona's spirit, not fear. She wasn't successful. The horse finally stopped neighing. Just then, Prudence shuffled into view, standing at the foot of the steps, staring up at Nicole and Albert. Her eyes were nearly translucent in the dark. Her mouth worked, moved as if she were trying to say something. A stream of drool splattered down the front of her dress. Take me. Prudence raised her hand for Nicole. Nicole expecting the girl to attack. But she didn't. Nicole, she whispered. Please take me. Breathing a sigh of relief, Nicole rushed down the stairs to her friend, with Albert right behind her. They pulled Prudence's arms over their shoulders, then helped her outside to the buggy, being careful to avoid the well. Winston held the horse's reins. He turned slowly and looked at Albert. Iona? Albert shook his head. She's gone, Winston. Winston gave a short nod. Nicole watched him closely, expecting him to cry, but he didn't. He'd obviously experienced too much already. His eyes were hollow, his face emotionless. Take Prudy to the hospital, he whispered. Come get me in the morning. His eyes wandered to the house. I'll take care of her. His voice cracked then, but he still didn't cry. Winston and Albert helped Prudence up into the buggy. Albert took the reins, and Nicole hopped onto the seat on the back. With a jerk, the buggy started forward. Nicole watched Winston as they pulled away, and he watched her. His clothes hung off his now tiny frame. His expression was vacant, his jaw slack, his eyes dark, almost black. She would never forget how he looked right then. Here was a man who'd been completely destroyed in the last month and a half. Chapter 11. The ride to the manor went quickly, but the ride to the hospital in Nicole's car seemed to take forever. Perhaps it was the endless fields on either side of them that made it feel that way, but Nicole suspected it was also because of Prudence in the backseat with Albert. The farther they got from her home, the more exhausted and drained she got, and the more it looked like she was dying. Nicole's stomach clenched when Prudence's eyes rolled back into her head. She stepped on the gas, going 75 miles an hour. With a whip and a jerk, she pulled into the hospital parking lot, then hopped out of the car and ran around to help Prudence into a wheelchair. A feeling of déjà vu crossed her. It hadn't been so long since they'd done this with Sterling, then again with Orson. Sterling? Nicole pushed her emotions aside. There'd be time to deal with them later. She parked the car and joined Albert in the waiting room, wondering why they hadn't let him go back with Prudence. Unlike Sterling, Prudence didn't have any injuries from an attack. Also unlike Sterling, Prudence was already so much closer to death. Would she make it? Nicole found herself praying, hoping, wishing she would. While she was meditating, she became aware of a faint magical pulse that originated somewhere near the magazine rack. Not wanting to disturb Albert, Nicole got up and walked to the magazines, hoping to look like she was browsing. The pulses were stronger there, but didn't originate from the stand. Nicole followed the pulses out of the hospital doors, and they increased exponentially. She stepped into the parking lot, where she hoped she'd be able to sense the direction the pulses came from. Closing her eyes so she could concentrate, Nicole turned until she felt which way was strongest. Then she opened her eyes. The pulses were coming from Albert's property. Nicole sighed. She should have known. She glanced around at the few people coming and going, wondering if any of them sensed anything. But no one seemed to notice. Of course, none of them were RAs, so they wouldn't have anyway. Nicole walked back into the hospital and shrugged when Albert sent her a questioning look. After Prudence had been admitted and hooked up to monitors and an IV, a nurse invited Nicole and Albert to come back into the ICU. Tears sprang to Nicole's eyes when she saw that they'd assigned the girl to Orson's room. Oh, she hoped the siblings would appreciate that. They both appeared to be sleeping. The doctor was there, holding a chart. He looked up when Nicole and Albert entered the room. Albert, Nicole, I'm sorry to tell you. He hesitated, and Albert nodded. We already heard about Sterling. His father, Winston, stopped by for a visit earlier. The doctor grimaced. I wanted to admit him too, but he wouldn't let me. Said he needed to take care of his wife and 2 other children. If he weren't an adult, I would have done it anyway. But he was obviously lucid enough to make his own choice. Albert grunted. His wife died today. Oh, that's awful. I'm really sorry to hear that. The doctor looked back to Orson and Prudence. How many more are there? This is the last of them, Nicole said. There were only 3 kids. Ah. No RAs then. She shook her head. Do you think it might have made a difference? The doctor shrugged. Perhaps. Albert sighed. It wouldn't have. Unless the person was a very powerful RA. So far, all of them have fallen very ill from the effects of whatever is going on there. Albert pointed to Nicole. She and her boyfriend are the only ones so far who have been able to go to the gardener's house. I assume it's because they're powerful. Their professor will probably be able to do it as well. We'll find out shortly. He'll be coming tonight. Nicole gasped. Professor Coolidge is on his way? Albert nodded. The signs have been met. I know you're strong and probably ready, but Coolidge is experienced. I don't want you facing any of this without help. Nicole felt tears form in her eyes, and she forgot all about the nurses and aides in the room who were bustling around Prudence. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. The doctor cleared his throat. I know it's none of my business, but what's going on? If we have time, we'll explain later, Albert said. In the meantime, this young lady's boyfriend and her professor will be arriving shortly. We need to get them up to speed on the situation. He handed the doctor a card. The phone doesn't work much at the house, but we've been able to get a dial-up occasionally to send and receive emails. Please message me if anything changes with either Prudence or Orson. You can also send your questions there, and I'll answer them as I'm able. The doctor nodded, tucked the card away, then turned back to his patients. I'm hoping that by having them in the same room, they'll recover faster. I wish I'd thought of that before. I think it's a fantastic idea, Nicole said. I'm sure it'll help them. They'll be so much more comfortable. That's the idea. Nicole sent one last glance to Orson, who was still asleep. She'd been hoping he'd wake up while they were there, but he hadn't. Then she and Albert thanked the doctor for his diligence, said goodbye, and headed out of the hospital. The minute they left the building, Nicole handed her keys to Albert and asked him to drive. She pulled her phone out of her purse and dialed Austin's number. He answered on the first ring. "Nicole? Are you okay?" Nicole took a breath. Just hearing Austin's voice made her emotional. "Yes, I'm fine. You're coming?" "We're on our way. Just passing. Heck. More farmland. Shouldn't be very far from Moses Lake now." "Lizzie?" Nicole was barely aware of Albert carefully guiding the car through the city. "She's with us." Nicole heard Lizzie yell hi and she smiled. "Good." She sniffed. "I sort of really need my best friends around me right now." Albert glanced over at her. "Let's get Lizzie checked into a hotel, then wait for them there." Nicole nodded. "Good idea." Austin relayed the information to Coolidge, then told Nicole they'd be there in about 30 minutes. They ended the call as Albert pulled into the parking lot. After arranging for Lizzie's reservation, Nicole and Albert decided to wait in a quiet corner of the lobby. Nicole glanced at Albert. "How did you know that someone was going to die so soon?" He rubbed his chin. "It just felt like it was time." "Thank you again for asking Coolidge to come. I really appreciate it. Like I said, I really don't want you to face whatever's coming on your own." "Do you think it's going to happen tonight?" "I don't know. Sterling and Iona have both passed away. I would assume, from what we experienced in the farmhouse, that Iona was the required sacrifice. I think if it doesn't happen tonight, it'll be tomorrow." He leaned forward. "I know you felt something while at the hospital. What was it?" "Magical pulses. Coming from your property. They were strong enough for me to sense them, even though we're at least 20 miles away. I can't imagine how it's going to feel once we're back in the manor." Albert rubbed his chin. "The portal is growing. Things are happening fast now." He looked at Nicole. "I hope Coolidge will know what to do, in case this is a trap. In case that woman, Rebecca, is leading you astray." "I've thought about that, her lying to me, but what purpose would it serve? It seems like an awfully elaborate ploy, just to trap someone." They fell into silence, each in his or her own thoughts, until Professor Coolidge, Lizzie and Austin pulled up. Lizzie dashed into the hotel and threw her arms around Nicole before Nicole even had the chance to take more than a few steps toward the door. Nicole laughed. "It's good to see you too. I've been so worried and so freaked out for you." Nicole nodded. "I'm worried too." She pulled back and shook Coolidge's hand and gave Austin a hug and a quick peck. Then she linked arms with Lizzie and started walking with her upstairs to her room while the guys pulled in Lizzie's luggage. "Sterling passed away today. And so did Iona, the mom." "That's horrible. I can't imagine how Winston's handling all this." "He doesn't look good. He's barely holding things together. I think the only reason he's made it this far is because he's felt obligated, like only he could save his family." "Wouldn't Iona feel that way too, being the mom?" "I'm sure she did. But she was constantly near the well and the site of the meteor. She drank that water the most. She was the first to have her mind go. But Sterling passed away before she did." "Yes. He also got attacked by the horses. He was in horrible shape, as you saw." They unlocked Lizzie's door, and Nicole gave her the keys to her car. "Check up on Prudence and Orson frequently. Stay with them all day if you need to." Nicole hugged her best friend as tightly as she could. "Oh, I wish so much you could come with us." Lizzie sniffed. "Me too. I can't even begin to say how badly I regret not working on my Ara-Te powers more. I'm such a weakling." "You are not. We still don't know why it doesn't affect me and Austin the way it does you. Speaking of which," Nicole glanced over as Coolidge and Austin entered with Lizzie's suitcases. "Professor Coolidge, how did the thing with the crowns go?" Coolidge glanced up. "Fine. They've all been handled. The man didn't want to be sued, so he offered money to the people he sold the crowns to. Austen frowned, surveying Lizzie's pile of bags. Just how long do you plan to stay here? Lizzie crossed her arms. Austen, it could end up being months. Better not, we have finals next week. She rolled her eyes. I know. I'm not looking forward to them. I heard that, Coolidge said as he walked out into the hallway. Lizzie grinned. Except yours, Professor. It'll be the best. Sure. He sent her a smile, then headed off, probably going downstairs to find Albert. Lizzie grabbed the ice bucket and exited into the hall, sending Nicole an impish smile. I'm going to fill this. I've never been on this floor before, and I might get lost. So, don't expect me back for at least 5 minutes. She winked, then shut the door behind her. Austen turned to Nicole and opened his arms. She strode into his embrace, planting her lips on his, flinging her arms around him and pulling him as tight as she could. Oof, Austen said, laughing around her kiss. Nicole refused to find humor in the situation. She hadn't seen him in what felt like forever. She might not see him ever again after this weekend. The thought made her heart ache. MMMFFFM. Austen pulled back. As much as I love suffocating in a kiss, it's just not my time to go. He smiled at her, then put his hand on the side of her face, staring into her eyes. Why the intensity? Oh? Nicole fell silent. I was about to give you a long list of everything ridiculous that's going on right now, but you know what? I don't want to think about it. None of it. I just want to enjoy being alone with you. I want to forget everything that's coming. He nodded, brushing a thumb along her eyebrow. I understand, he whispered. Nicole, with everything coming up, there's something I need to tell you. Before anything happens. Nicole's heart clenched. What's that? Well, it's just that. He took a breath, his eyes wandering the room as he struggled to say whatever was on his mind. Nicole touched his cheek. Austen, you can tell me. His gaze returned to hers and he nodded. I know. That doesn't make it any easier. Because what I'm trying to tell you is, well, I love you. He was so serious, Nicole couldn't help but smile. You do? He nodded, his eyes sober. Yes, I do. Nicole giggled, putting her arms around his neck. I love you too. Austen's shoulders slumped. Oh good, he breathed. He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and pressed his forehead against hers, his relief evident. I've never said that to a girl before. Not even Savannah? Not even Savannah. That deserves another kiss. Nicole pulled his head closer until their lips met. That evening, after saying goodbye to Lizzie and returning to the manor for dinner, Nicole and Austen sat on the window seat in her room, wrapped up in a blanket. Nicole had tried to convince him several times to go to his own room and sleep, but so far he'd resisted. They stared outside, watching as the sun set. The trees turned pitch black, and the magical pulse that had been so strong during the day increased. Nicole leaned against Austen's chest. I can barely breathe, it's so powerful. I know. Austen pressed his lips to the top of her head. You're trembling. I'm a little freaked out. I keep expecting Rebecca to show up any minute and demand that we go to the farmhouse. I don't want to sleep in case she does come. I'd wake you. Nicole glanced up at Austen. As I've already said, you need to get your own sleep, mister. You and Coolidge are supposed to protect me. How are you going to do that if you're up all night watching for a ghost to appear that you probably won't even be able to see? I'd figure something out. Austen sighed. I feel like I'm on the verge of losing you. Like we only have a few days left before something happens that rips us apart. Nicole straightened, turning to face him better. What do you mean? He shook his head. I don't know. It's just this premonition. What if they take you away? What if that portal sucks you in and destroys you? Nicole frowned. I I hadn't thought of that. I mean, I just took Rebecca's word for it, that the messenger would bring me the elixir and that I'd get further instructions. But that nothing else would happen for a while. Austen kissed her temple. I worry a lot, if you haven't noticed. I've noticed. She leaned against him again. Things will be okay, Austen. I don't think they mean me any harm. But you don't know for sure. Nicole didn't respond at first. Then she said, Rebecca is my great-great-grandmother after all. I know she loves me. I can see it on her face and hear it in her voice. That doesn't mean she doesn't have something evil and dangerous in store for you. Nicole sighed. I guess not. She felt Austen shift his position. This is why I'm not comfortable leaving you alone. Yes, I know I need sleep. But I'm paranoid someone will take you during the night. He rested his head on top of hers. You have to understand where I'm coming from. It's purely selfish. I finally have you, you're finally mine. He fell silent for several moments. You're the first girl who hasn't dated me for my abilities. No, I'm only dating you for your looks. Oh, I already knew that. She heard a smile in his voice. I hope you're also dating me because you like my personality. She shrugged, still in a teasing mood. It's growing on me. Austen chuckled. So, weren't you supposed to have a concert tonight? For symphony? Nicole took a deep breath and released it slowly. Yes. Professor Harris excused me due to current circumstances. I'll be in symphony again next semester without having to re-audition. I really hope I'll eventually have a normal semester where I can take part in the symphony without being constantly pulled away. Austen was quiet for a moment. I'm sure being able to play the cello just for the sheer joy of it will help, and not just because you need it to channel. Nicole nodded. He was right. She loved her instrument, but playing it had become something of a chore lately. Once this is all finished, I'll help you learn to channel without a focus. Okay. I'd love that. They stared out the window for another 30 minutes at least, before Nicole realized that staying awake all night really was a bad idea. She sent Austen to his own room and snuggled under her covers. Nicole tossed and turned for several hours. Her mind raced, and her emotions scattered everywhere as the magical pulses pounded against her. She felt the portal growing, calling to her, beckoning her. She recognized that didn't mean it was ready. Rebecca had said she'd let her know when the time was right, but Nicole knew that the portal was just as aware of her as she was of it. Sometime during the night, she heard Austen come back in the room. He placed a kiss on her cheek, then curled up on a couch with a blanket within her line of sight. It didn't take her long to fall asleep after that. Just knowing he was near calmed her anxiety. Nicole didn't wake until after 10 the next morning. When she realized how late it was, she flung off her blankets and rushed from her room, searching the manor for everyone. They were huddled in Albert's library, talking. Why didn't anyone wake me up? She folded her arms, glaring at the three men. Austen approached her, giving her a hug. Nothing could happen without you anyway. I figured if the time came, Rebecca would wake you. And you really needed that sleep. Nicole sighed, deciding not to be upset. You're right. I didn't even fall asleep until at least 4. I know. He kissed her forehead. Just then they heard the front door slam. Nicole and Austen looked at each other, then rushed to the front entry, where they found Winston leaning against a pillar. He turned and saw Nicole. I can't find Orson anywhere. My little Orson is gone. Nicole winced. How was it possible he didn't remember what they'd told him last time he visited? Albert walked around Nicole and approached Winston. Coolidge must have stayed in the library. Orson is fine, Albert said. He's fine. Winston shook him off and stumbled away from the door, his bloodshot eyes roving. How would you know? Nicole glanced at the man's feet. She gasped. One was completely shriveled, and the other was mangled, swollen, bleeding. Winston, your feet. Winston didn't seem to hear. He's missing. I need help finding him. It wasn't only Winston's feet that were in bad shape. His neck was shriveled, his arms swollen. A weird smell surrounded him. Nicole couldn't place it. It was chemical-like, similar to formaldehyde mixed with Windex. Nauseatingly sweet. The longer Nicole watched Winston, the more sure she was he wouldn't make it much longer. "We'll go look for Orson," she found herself saying. She glanced over her shoulder at Austin, then turned to Winston again. "Because you shouldn't be on your own right now anyway." Austin seemed to sense her plan. "Albert," he said, "do you have a place here where Winston could stay?" "Yes," Albert said. "I've got an apartment over the garage. Winston, you can stay there while we, go find Orson." Winston's crazed eyes flitted from person to person, and Nicole could tell he struggled to understand. But finally, he nodded. "Orson's in danger. Them soul-sucking leeches are comin', they want him. They want Iona. They'll take her too." "We'll also check on Iona," Albert said. He glanced at Austin. "Help me get him to the apartment?" Austin gingerly took Winston's left arm, and Albert took his right. Austin turned to Nicole before they left through the front door. "You should probably change soon." Nicole looked down. She was still in her pajamas. Yeah, she couldn't go meet a messenger of the Great Ones dressed like this. Nicole shut the door behind Austin and Albert, then taking the stairs two at a time, she rushed to her room. She stripped, then pulled out a pair of her darkest jeans, wondering if they looked intelligent and capable enough, and a navy blue hoodie from her chest of drawers. Her hand brushed the leather journal, and for a moment she sensed warmth coming from it. "Nicole?" It was Captain Price's voice. Nicole raised her eyebrows, realizing she hadn't opened the journal in a while. She'd better take the time to see if there were any last-minute instructions. Nicole donned her clothes, transferring Anna Morse's paper from the nightstand to her pocket, then sat on the bed and flipped through the book to where she'd last read. "Nicole, it has been some time since you last read in this journal. Don't worry, Rebecca tells me you've learned a great deal from her. I'm relieved you now know who we are and that we love you. If you are reading this message, the portal is nearly ready. In fact, it should open before midnight tonight. In order for it to open, a few simple things need to happen. First, the well must be emptied. Be aware that it will take several hours to get all of the water out. Second, you must play your cello. Inside the farmhouse will do. The messengers are already familiar with your style and magical touch, and they won't come until they hear you playing. Use your magic to coax the portal to finish growing. Third, be ready for anything to happen. Messengers of the Great Ones are temperamental and difficult to work with. We've bargained with this one to spare your life. He should keep his end of the deal. Lastly, remember how much we love you. Rebecca will be with you as much as possible to give you any other instructions that might be necessary. Sincerely, Christopher. Nicole lowered the book and closed her eyes. Wow. Empty the well? She had no desire whatsoever to do that. And what would they find in it? Would the portal open right away? Would the messenger be in the bottom? And what was that about the messenger, and how he should keep his end of the deal? Rebecca had promised up and down that Nicole would be safe. Had she exaggerated? Lied to get Nicole to agree to help? Nicole shuddered as she saw that Rebecca probably hadn't been completely honest with her. Nicole had been such a fool. She should have questioned Rebecca further. Was it too late to get out of everything? Could she back out now? What would happen if she did? She sighed, realizing she was in this for the long haul. She refused to allow Iona and Sterling to have died in vain. Nicole took a deep breath, deciding not to clue the others in to how the situation had changed. They would definitely stop her if they felt her life was in danger. She wouldn't be able to convince them to allow her to continue, not before the portal opened. That was happening today. Nicole felt goosebumps spread down her arms and legs. Today. It was time to go. They had a well to empty. She thrust her feet in her shoes, then dashed downstairs to get the cello. She passed Albert and Austin on the way and stopped them. "We need to go to the farmhouse. We've got things we have to do before the portal can finish growing. The elixir is supposed to come tonight." Albert nodded. "I'll tell Lucas to get the wagon ready. We won't all fit in the buggy." Nicole put her hand on his arm. "I just found out they need me to play a cello. Do you have another one here, other than Nico?" Albert's face paled. "No. Nico's the only one. The rest are in pieces. It would take far too long to put them back together." "I'm sorry, Albert." Albert didn't meet her eye. "Go get him then." Nicole did so, recognizing the sacrifice Albert was making. There was a big chance Nico wouldn't make it through the evening. Given Nicole's history with cellos recently, it was probable the instrument would be destroyed. She almost decided to fix one of the other cellos anyway. There were plenty of parts hanging around Albert's instrument room. And if the portal couldn't finish growing until the well was emptied, then they'd have time to wait for the glue to dry. But she pushed that idea away after giving it a bit of contemplation. The most important thing was getting that elixir as soon as possible. Putting it off even for a day or two wasn't wise. It might weaken the resolve of the great ones to help. Not only that, but Nicole wanted her life back. She wanted to go home to her apartment in Seattle and never visit that cursed farmhouse ever again. She found Nico in his usual place and put him back in his case, making sure to grab one of Albert's cheaper cello bows in case everything did get destroyed. She carried the cello to the front of the manor, then waited until Professor Coolidge, Albert, and Austin joined her. "Sorry for the rush," Nicole said as they loaded up in the wagon. "But there's a lot to do." Albert handed his keys to Lucas, who was staying behind. "Keep an eye on Winston. If we don't come back by..." He glanced at Nicole. "By midnight," she said. "By midnight," Albert repeated. "Come find us in the buggy." Lucas nodded, his face grim. "Good luck." Albert flicked the reins, and they headed down the dirt road. Coolidge leaned forward from the wagon bed where he and Austin sat. "Nicole, would you like to explain what's going on?" Nicole glanced back at him and Austin, then to Albert. "Have any of you emptied a well?" The three men shook their heads. "Well, neither have I. But apparently, the portal won't be able to finish until the one at the farmhouse has been emptied." "That doesn't make sense," Coolidge said. "Why would the water be getting in the way?" Nicole shook her head. "I don't know. I'm hoping Rebecca will clarify when she shows up." "She's coming?" Austin asked. "The journal said she'd be with me as much as possible, giving instructions and helping me know what to do and say." "Good," Austin said, "because I have no idea what's going on." Albert glanced over at Nicole. "And why do they need you to play a cello?" "Because they've heard me play before, and will be listening for my style. I think they're hesitant to trust it'll be me for sure." His eyes popped open. "Have they been here?" "No. I've played in the presence of beings from other dimensions twice now. Once in Arches, and once in Ohio. I don't know which instance they'll be comparing against, but they do know my style." Albert gripped the reins with both hands and stared straight forward. "I don't know if I'm okay with where all of this is going. And don't think it's just because of Nico. I don't want any harm to come to you." The others agreed, and Austin reached up from where he sat in the wagon to put his hand on Nicole's shoulder. "We'll help and protect each other. Nicole shouldn't be alone, especially when she starts playing." Just then, a spider raced along the wagon's dashboard, and Rebecca appeared in the seat next to Nicole. Her eyes were bright, her smile big. "It's almost time, Nicole. We're almost done." "No, we're about to begin." "Okay, yes. But this phase of the process is almost over. And you have to admit to some excitement that the portal will no longer be needed, and you won't be stuck here any longer." Nicole nodded. "Yes, I'm definitely looking forward to going home." She turned to the others. "Rebecca's here." She's excited to get things going. Rebecca rolled her eyes. They didn't need to know about my presence. They can't hear our conversation, not even your side. Nicole sighed. They'll find out you're here soon enough. I suppose so. The wagon pulled to a stop at least 200 feet away from the farmhouse, and Nicole looked at Albert questioningly. Just in case, he said. I don't want my wagon and horse being destroyed if things get messy. Fair enough. Austin jumped out, then helped Nicole down, handing her Nico. Go set up. We'll tie the horse and wagon, then get started out here. The men turned their attention to the well. According to Albert, it was at least 15 feet deep. It had collapsed several times as it was dug deeper, and finally Albert had helped Winston reinforce it with rock, gravel, and cement. Nicole watched for a few minutes as Austin hauled up the bucket by its rope. Too bad Winston had never installed a pulley system. This would get tiring soon. Nicole placed a kiss on Austin's cheek, then holding Nico walked to the farmhouse. Rebecca disappeared, promising to return soon. For several moments, Nicole stood at the door to the farmhouse, gazing inside at the couch where she'd seen Winston sleep and his threadbare blankets. Nicole's gaze passed over the stairs. She had no desire to remember anything that had happened up there, and she looked into the dining room, where the scratched-up table still sat. She wondered if Prudence and Orson would want to come back here after they recovered. If they recovered. Nicole pushed those thoughts aside. They would get better. She was sure of it. And it would happen as soon as the elixir came. Then her heart felt heavy, as she realized she was already thinking of Winston as being dead. Was it possible he wouldn't make it through the night? Albert hadn't even asked the man if they could take him to the hospital. She closed her eyes. Nicole focused on the task at hand. It was already at least 1 in the afternoon. If they were lucky, they could get the well emptied in the next couple of hours, thereby prompting the portal to open and the messenger to come, hopefully before nightfall. She quickly unzipped Nico's case set up next to the couch where she'd play. The arms of the rocking chair would get in the way of her bow arm, and she didn't want to drag a chair in from the kitchen. The couch would do. Once everything inside was ready, Nicole joined the men by the well. Albert invited her to look at the spot where the meteor appeared, and Nicole followed him over. The earth still looked scorched. A ring of dead grass went around a divot that was about 4 feet in diameter and 2 feet deep. Was it heavy? Nicole asked. Albert nodded. Very. We couldn't move it or push it or anything like that. But they were able to remove sections of it, to test. He glanced at her. It's kind of interesting how that went. As they were digging into the surface of the meteor, they occasionally struck pockets full of ooze. It was a sort of pus, which they tried to take from the site to be tested, but which started shrinking the moment it left the meteor. It disappeared pretty quickly. They were only ever able to test the metal. And they never figured out what it was? Albert shook his head. No. It was foreign. I think if I'd wanted to, I could have pushed them to run more tests on it, take it to better labs, all of that, but with how many Arates were getting sick around it, I dropped the matter. And then when everything with the gardeners blew up, I found it wasn't important. By that point, you'd come along and explained what the meteor was anyway. They stared at the spot for a moment longer, then retreated back to the well, where Coolidge was now hauling up the bucket while Austin rested. Nicole hesitated for a moment, then peered over the rock and into the well. Coolidge and Austin had removed about 5 feet of water. Would you like me to take over? She asked. Coolidge paused, wedging the rope between his foot and the rock of the well lip. No. We have no idea what will be required of you. It's better that you preserve your strength and energy. Nicole didn't want to admit it, but he was right. She hated feeling so useless and helpless though. What should I do in the meantime? Coolidge wiped sweat off his forehead. Has the old woman returned? Maybe get more information from her. Nicole glanced around, but didn't see Rebecca. The woman would come when she was needed for something other than idle conversation. Nicole ended up getting one of the kitchen chairs and sitting on it, then talking to whoever wasn't pulling up water at the moment. The next 2 hours dragged by. Nicole nervously watched the sun sink lower and lower on the horizon, wishing all of this had happened in the summer and not the first week of December when the days were so short. She had no desire to stick around the place once it got dark. Finally, Austin pulled up the last bit of water that they'd be able to reach without getting into the well. Everyone looked down, wanting to see what was in the bottom. Nicole wrinkled her nose at the stench that wafted up to them. And judging by what had been buried beneath all of that water, that smell would only get worse. There were bones, lots of them, and half-decomposed animals. Dogs, chickens. What had driven the creatures to jump in? Nicole didn't even notice the spider before Rebecca appeared next to her. They contributed to the growth of the portal. Nicole looked at the woman in shock. Were those tears in her eyes? "Are you okay, Rebecca?" Rebecca sniffed. "I love animals. I had several dogs. And at least 20 chickens at a time. So, seeing dead animals upsets you, but hearing how awful the gardeners had it didn't even faze you?" Rebecca sighed. "We've been over this. The sacrifice of the gardeners was necessary. So was the death of these animals. It's different." "How?" "The animals were innocent. They didn't ask to be fed to the portal. And the gardeners did?" Rebecca rolled her eyes. "I'm not going to argue with you, Nicole." Nicole opened her mouth, then shut it. She hesitated, then said in a quiet voice, "I'm sorry for lashing out at you. I've been so stressed lately, and I'm finding it difficult to control my temper." Rebecca turned to Nicole, brushing some loose hair back from Nicole's face. "I know, dear. And the truth is, you had more time with the gardeners. They were real to you, friends. You loved them and they must have loved you too. I'm sorry too, for seeming to be so careless about their lives." Nicole nodded, then hugged Rebecca. "Thank you for being here." She took a deep breath and stepped back. "Now what?" Suddenly, Coolidge yelled in shock. "What's that?" he said, pointing into the well. Everyone crowded around him to see what he was pointing at. Something was down there. Something that glowed and bubbled. An ooze that shifted, roiled and... "It's growing," Austin said. Everyone took a step back when the ooze exploded, nearly tripling in size. Rebecca squealed. "It won't be long now." She turned to Nicole, her eyes bright. "Go inside. Get ready to play. I'll return and tell you when it's time to start." Without waiting for confirmation that Nicole had heard, she disappeared. "Rebecca says we should go inside," Nicole said, noting that the sun was just dipping below the horizon. Coolidge glanced around them. "I think she's right," he said, motioning to the surrounding landscape. The plants around them had taken on an odd color, a sort of orange mixed with green. Dull, but with a slight glow to it. As Nicole looked closer, she realized that the rose bushes growing along the fence were pulsing, as was the grass that surrounded the well along with the trees on either side of the house. Pressure built up in the air, and a strong magical pulse burst from the well, making everyone but Albert jump. At once the four of them turned and jogged to the house, shutting the door behind them. "Lock it," Coolidge whispered. Albert did so. They congregated near the drapes, staring out the window. "If this is supposed to be a good thing," Austin said, "why am I so freaked out right now?" No one answered him, and Nicole stepped closer. Knowing he was nervous only made her feel worse. If she'd been the only jumpy person, it would have been different. A glowing light came out of the top of the well. The trees began shining. The flowers that surrounded the house glowed. All were that dull shade of green-orange that was somehow bright to look at. The stars should have started appearing by then, but Nicole wasn't sure she'd be able to see them, due to the shine from the foliage. Everyone moved to the center of the room. No one said anything. They all continued staring out the window. The silence was deafening. Even knowing that the portal was for Nicole didn't calm her anxiety. Especially now that she knew there really was a chance she might not make it through the night. "Nicole," Albert whispered, startling her. "Any word from Rebecca?" "No. Not yet." The ooze finally reached the rocks at the top of the well. It slowly spilled over, dripping to the ground below. Was the ooze the messenger? Or was it the portal? Or would it bring the portal? Rebecca arrived just then. She whispered, "Get going on the cello. They're coming. Tell the others to prepare themselves." She looked away for a moment, then turned back. "I'll be staying with you as long as I can. Please let the men know that they must not touch you, your cello, the portal, the messenger, or the elixir. Pretty much anything." Nicole relayed Rebecca's message to the others. Austin scowled, his expression barely recognizable in the dark room. "We're not allowed to help you if anything happens?" "I don't like that, Nicole." She put her hand on his arm. "I hope help won't even be necessary, that I'll be okay." Rebecca pointed at the cello, and Nicole sat on the couch, tightening the bow and making sure the instrument was tuned. Then she began playing. From where she sat, she had a good view of the well. She watched as the ooze continued growing, spreading in every direction. The ooze reached the house, seemingly encouraged by Nicole's playing. Everyone turned to watch the door, but nothing happened there. Suddenly, the rocking chair began rocking. The creak made everyone jump, and Nicole nearly stopped playing. She was shocked to see that the ooze must have climbed the exterior wall of the house. It had entered in the top corner of the room and was rolling down the wall, piling on the floor surrounding the rocking chair. The men backed away as the ooze rolled to the center of the room. Nicole continued playing, using her magic to will the portal to grow. The substance puddled in the middle of the floor. More and more of it dropped down the wall, joining with the mess in the center, until suddenly, the floor dropped down into a huge pit that extended from the wall under the window all the way to Nicole's feet. "The portal has been formed," Rebecca said, putting her hand on Nicole's shoulder. Something was climbing the side of the pit toward Nicole. It was like nothing she'd ever seen before. It had tentacles, many of them. No face. It was shiny and black as oil. A weird smell, similar to what she'd caught off Winston earlier, rose from the pit. Nauseatingly sweet. "Nicole?" Nicole gasped. That was Captain Christopher Price's voice, the voice the journal had first called to her with when she'd just met it. "It's not him," Rebecca whispered. "They chose a voice they thought you'd like." Nicole glanced at the elderly woman, noticing that she was shivering, but not from fright. She was excited. A long tentacle entered the room, then another and another. They crept along the floor toward everyone there. One grabbed Austin around the leg. Another Coolidge. Both started yelling the moment they were touched. Their magical pulses disappeared. "What's going on?" Nicole asked, nearly pausing her playing. "It's neutralizing their powers, preventing them from doing anything to stop what will happen." Nicole heard Captain Price's voice again. "You may cease playing now," it said. "Do not be afraid." Nicole put down the bow, then moved it and the cello to the couch beside her. She got to her feet and looked at Rebecca. "Now what?" Rebecca pointed to the creature in the pit. "Be as honest as you can." Nicole hesitated. What was Rebecca talking about? Then she noticed that one of the tentacles was curling toward her, and she forgot her question. It wound itself around her ankle and slithered up her leg, giving her chills. Nicole swallowed her cry of fear. The tentacle circled around behind her, then went under her shirt and hoodie, and slithered up her back. She felt little suckers attaching themselves to her, then detaching as the tentacle continued upward. It reached her neck, and seemed to hesitate there for a moment before inching a bit higher. She stared at Rebecca, trying not to freak out, trying not to show any fear. "What is it do?" Nicole screamed when the tentacle jabbed her at the base of her skull, pressing hard into her skin. Her vision swam as she felt the tentacle enter her head. Red lights flashed. She slumped to the ground, nearly falling into the pit. Her eyesight disappeared completely. She felt the tentacle pushing farther and farther into her skull, causing shocks of pain to radiate down her spine and across her head. Suddenly, everything disappeared. The pain, her sensation of up and down, all of her senses. She spoke, but nothing came out. She was in a void. As suddenly as it happened, the void went away and all of Nicole's senses returned, including her eyesight. She was no longer in the farmhouse. Chapter 12. The sky was overcast, the shadows light. Nicole turned away from the huge gray stone where she'd appeared. She was alone, on an island. At least that's what it looked like. Waves licked at a gray shore. What had she been doing before appearing here? It felt important. Something was pressing on her mind, urging her to remember. But even though she tried, it wouldn't come back. Nicole wandered to the beach. It wasn't far away. She watched the waves for several moments before turning to survey the island. It was like nothing she'd seen before. Sharp stones, obviously man-made, jutted out of the ocean. Everything had rough, square edges. Nothing was rounded or smooth. Nicole followed the beach all the way around. The island wasn't big, maybe half an acre. Even though she loved the ocean and wanted to watch the waves, her eyes were drawn to the weird stones. They were dense, thick. She couldn't see through them to the beach on the other side. Should she explore? See what was in the center? Something magical began pulsing on the middle of the island. She almost went to seek it out, but decided not to when she felt it drawing nearer. A dull ache at the base of her skull made her raise her hand. She hesitated at what she felt. Something was stuck to her head, piercing through her skin. A worm. No, a tentacle. Large, slimy, with suckers on the underside. Nicole gasped as she suddenly remembered what had happened, where she'd come from. She grabbed the tentacle, trying to pull it out. She hadn't teleported until the thing had stuck itself inside her. "I wouldn't remove that," someone with a gravelly voice said. Nicole looked toward the source of the voice and saw a huge winged creature with a triangle-shaped head floating out from between two large stones. Its legs were curled up and the wings beat lazily. It must have been using magic to keep it in the air, since that amount of work wouldn't do anything. "You're having a vision. Your body is still back in the farmhouse. Who are you?" "One of your messengers." Nicole gazed at the creature, trying to figure out where its voice was coming from. There wasn't a visible mouth. In fact, as the thing drifted nearer, she could see that its face was completely void of anything she would have expected. No eyes, ears, or nose. The body was long and lean, ending with a powerful-looking tail. Horns protruded on either side of the head, coming to a point just above. The wings were hooked at the top. The creature didn't have arms. "What are you?" "I'm a nightgaunt." I've heard that word before. Nicole couldn't remember where, though. "We're creations of the Great Ones. Everyone sees us a little differently." The nightgaunt floated closer. "What do you want with me?" Nicole glanced where the arms should be, hoping to see the elixir somewhere. "Did you bring the elixir?" "No." Nicole frowned, remembering what the creature had said earlier. "What do you mean, you're one of my messengers? How many are there?" The nightgaunt didn't respond, so Nicole decided to try a different question. "Where am I?" "You're on a shrine to the Great Ones." Nicole stepped away from the nightgaunt, as it drifted a little too close. "Are you going to hurt me?" "Not at this time. You lack education. I have been sent to instruct you." Nicole bristled for a moment, before realizing the creature couldn't possibly be talking about music or math or another school subject. "Then start. The sooner we get through this, the better." One of the nightgaunt's wings stretched to its farthest length, at least 15 feet, then curled in and pointed to a rock near Nicole's knees. She sat on it, realizing the creature was inviting her to settle herself. "The thing you call a meteor was sent from my dimension. It brought hundreds of living spores. You've seen those spores, they take the form of ooze or pus, using your own words. Millions and millions of the little creatures combine their magic to create a portal, allowing beings to pass through. The meteor brought a start of them, but the spores needed to multiply and strengthen before they could create a portal. As you already know, they feed off the land and creatures around them. The night gaunt paused for a moment, then continued. They will kill you if given the chance, as they'll spread until they consume every living creature on a planet. And yes, we've lost entire systems to them before. Once I receive the elixir, will the spores be removed? Possibly. Nicole swallowed. She didn't like the way that sounded. You must protect the elixir. It will die if it leaves you for long. Unless it's an absolute emergency, don't allow anyone else to touch it, to hold it. Carry it close to your body at all times. The elixir will continue to feed off your power, and will also feed your abilities, similar to what the portal did. In time, its magical pulse will be nearly indistinguishable from your own. The night gaunt shifted its wings, stretched them. One wing brushed Nicole's face, startling her. I must warn you, Nicole, that the Great Ones don't like competition. They don't appreciate distracted, anointed ones. Nicole frowned. What does that mean? You'll find out when the Great Ones decide to show you. Their methods vary. Something behind the night gaunt shifted, drawing Nicole's eyes. A sensation washed over her, a type of magical pulse. The night gaunt turned. It is time for you to return. They're becoming aware of your presence. Nicole got to her feet. Weren't they always? A chortle-like sound came from the night gaunt. No, Nicole, no. Pray it stays that way. Even when they're helping you, the last thing you want is their full attention. Where do I get the elixir? It's waiting for you back at the farmhouse. The night gaunt drifted away toward the shadow. Nicole watched it go, about to ask what she was supposed to do, when a sudden sharp pain radiated from the back of her skull. She screamed, falling to her knees. Everything turned black. Nicole's senses returned, just as the tentacle was winding its way out of her head. She felt it pulling backward, sliding through her skull and skin. The tentacle slithered down her back again, unwinding itself as another one waved closer. The second tentacle was curled around something. It prodded her arm until she realized what it wanted and opened her hand. An old-fashioned-looking vial with thick rose-colored glass landed in her palm. She tucked it into her pants pocket, then glanced around. She was back in the farmhouse, standing at the edge of the pit. The others were frozen in place, expressions of horror on their faces, staring at her, reaching for her. All the tentacles disappeared, unlatching themselves from Austin and Coolidge and withdrawing into the pit. As soon as the last tentacle disappeared, the pit closed and Nicole's friends unfroze. They only had a moment to catch their breath before the ooze, the spores, exploded, splattering everything and everyone. Nicole shrieked when the stuff began burning. Austin shouted, grabbing at his chest, trying to wipe off the spores. Coolidge and Albert were doing the same thing. Nicole remembered what the night gaunt had said: the spores would kill if given the chance. It's too strong, Coolidge said. We can't get rid of it on our own, we have to combine our powers. Nicole grabbed Nico and started playing, as Coolidge and Austin closed their eyes. She sensed her magic immediately, strengthened immensely from the power of everything around her, the thing in her pocket, the spores, Coolidge and Austin's abilities, all of it. Her powers were ready and waiting. She also felt Coolidge and Austin's individual prints, and she directed her magic to join theirs. The pressure in the room increased. The window shattered outward. Albert was knocked to the floor. Coolidge and Austin stepped closer to Nicole, and the three of them continued combining. Suddenly, a huge wind crashed against the house, splintering the walls. With a massive shake and roar, the roof was sucked away. Sections of wall followed after. Flecks of ooze were sent spinning in the wind. Nicole felt the wind approach her, felt it reach out to her, asking for direction. She recognized then that the storm was mostly her creation, that Austin and Coolidge had started from the inside of the house and Nicole the outside. She really needed to get in better control of her powers if she wasn't aware of what she was creating. Recognizing that the whirlwind waited for orders, Nicole directed its strength to the spores. "Send them home," she whispered, "or destroy them all." The remaining walls sucked away, the rocking chair, even most of the floorboards. Albert was holding on to a leg of the couch with all his might. Nicole's hands went numb. The burning sensation from the spores disappeared. Was it because the storm was winning, or because Nicole was draining her powers too fast? She immediately knew it was the latter when an overwhelming sense of comfort and calm flooded her, warming every section of her body. Austin jumped to her side, pulling her hand away from Nico. She hadn't realized she was still playing. "Rest, Nicole," Coolidge shouted over the din of the storm. "We'll take over." Nicole struggled to remain conscious. She sensed Austin and Coolidge doubling their efforts and commanding the whirlwind. Its loyalties switched to them. Albert waved to Nicole. "My cello," he shouted. She nodded. The two of them hovered over the instrument, protecting it from the whirlwind. There was no way Nicole was going to allow yet another cello to get destroyed. Suddenly, the spores in the room exploded again, then converged on Austin and Coolidge. The men screamed, hands going to their faces. The whirlwind faltered. There had to be something Nicole could do. She bit her lip, recognizing that her part wasn't yet over. Realizing it was one of the stupidest things she'd ever done, she summoned her powers once more. "Coolidge, Austin," she screamed. "Focus." The men stumbled to her and grabbed her arms. The three of them concentrated their efforts. With a rush, the whirlwind swamped down on the farmhouse, drowning everything with water. The spores released their hold on Nicole and the others to face this new onslaught. Nicole sensed a presence and looked over to see Rebecca joining in the effort. The old woman's powers nearly doubled what the three together could provide. She was fresh and much more experienced than anyone else present. The wind roared through the meadow, swirling, pulsing, pushing, beckoning the spores to follow. "Go, Nicole," Rebecca shouted. "Get yourselves out." Nicole didn't hesitate. She released her hold on the elements and yanked on Coolidge and Austin's arms. "Time to leave?" Austin glared at her, and Coolidge shook his head, pointing to his ears. He couldn't hear when he overdid things magically, and Austin lost his ability to recognize faces. She'd been expecting both reactions. Nicole made sure that Albert had the cello. Then, when Austin and Coolidge saw what she was doing, the four of them rushed from the remains of the farmhouse and to the wagon. The horse didn't need any coaxing, and with a jerk, they pulled around and raced down the dirt road toward the manor. Not 8 minutes later, they pulled up at the manor and jumped down from the wagon. "To the roof," Albert shouted. When Coolidge gave him a look of confusion, he pointed to the top of the house. Coolidge nodded in understanding. Austin frowned at Albert, but followed anyway, as the old man led the way up several flights of stairs to a door that opened onto the roof. The group ran to the edge and gazed toward the farmhouse. The whirlwind was clearly visible, even though it was far away. It brightened as more and more spores were picked up, illuminating the trees that surrounded the gardener's fields. Nicole watched as glowing streams left the forests, bushes, and long grass, joining with the whirlwind, swirling faster and faster. "She's incredibly powerful," Coolidge yelled next to Nicole, making her ears ring. Nicole nodded, hiding her smile. When Coolidge overdid it magically, he lost his ability to hear, which explained the shouting. "And Austin?" Nicole glanced at her boyfriend. He'd stopped several feet away from the rest of the group, and was looking toward the farmhouse with interest. When he overdid things, he stopped being able to recognize familiar faces and their roles in events. The first time Nicole had experienced this, she'd been pretty upset at how gruffly he'd treated her. But now it amused her, and she knew better than to push him. She turned her attention back to the whirlwind. It had never occurred to her that Rebecca would be able to use her powers now that she was dead. And Coolidge was right, the woman was very strong. She'd had a lot more practice than anyone Nicole had met, including Coolidge. The storm thinned and lengthened, pointing up into the heavens. It sucked the last bit toward it, then exploded everything up into the sky. The spores left a trail of light for what looked like miles. The sound of the explosion reached the manor, shaking the shingles on the sloped roof next to the group. They watched as pieces of the farmhouse fell back to the earth, lit by the starry night. Nothing glowing remained, and none of the spores dropped back down. Was it possible they were gone? Once things had been silent for several minutes, Nicole looked at Albert. They needed to check on the gardeners. "Winston," he breathed, seeming to know what was on her mind. The old man turned and rushed back to the door. Nicole followed, motioning for Austin and Coolidge to come as well. Coolidge would, but she wasn't sure whether Austin would trust her enough or not. He did. Either that, or he was curious as to why the people he was with were suddenly rushing away from him. The group left the roof, following Albert to the apartment over his garage. The moment the door opened, a rush of spores blasted through, speeding past Nicole and the others and heading in the direction of the farmhouse. Winston was slumped on the floor. His eyes were open, staring at the ceiling, his mouth moving. Ooze leaked out of his ears, eyes, and nose. It glowed brilliantly as it lifted into the air and followed after the rest of the spores. Albert knelt next to his friend. "Winston?" Winston looked at Albert, his eyes clear for the first time in weeks. "Forgive me?" "Oh, Winston, you know that's not necessary. My children will be well taken care of. I'll see to it myself." Winston gave a barely perceptible nod. His body relaxed, then crumbled to the floor, breaking into pieces. Nicole closed her eyes, not wanting to remember him like this. Her phone vibrated in her pocket and she jumped, then dug it out. It was working. "Lizzie," she said, answering. "You have got to hear what just happened." "Where are you?" Nicole motioned for the others to follow her into the adjoining kitchen. She pushed speakerphone and set her cell on the counter. Austin folded his arms, leaning against the wall, and Coolidge and Albert both sat at the table. "I'm at the hospital with the Gardner kids." Lizzie was breathless. "What on earth is going on over there?" The biggest magical pulse I've ever felt pounded against the hospital. Other RAs here felt it too. She didn't wait for Nicole to answer before rushing on. "So I get up, wanting to make sure things are going to be okay, when I notice that Orson and Prudence are glowing. I mean glowing. And all this ooze starts flowing into their catheters and backing up into their IVs. It was disgusting, Nicole. The nurses panic and freak out, and the kids begin convulsing until someone has the idea to slit open the catheters and IV bags." Lizzie made a gagging sound. "That was disgusting. Urine everywhere. Be glad you missed it." But the glowy stuff sprang into the air. It floated right out of the room and rushed down the hall. "How are the kids?" Lizzie scoffed. "What? You're not even shocked at my story?" "We just watched it happen with Winston," Nicole said, rubbing her face. "And it killed him. How are the kids?" "They're fine. They're both awake, asking for their family." "That's wonderful." Nicole slumped onto a bar stool, noticing a tugging sensation in her stomach. She'd have to inspect that later. "What am I supposed to tell them?" Nicole and Albert met eyes. "Nothing," Nicole said. "We'll be there soon." She ended the call, tucked her phone into her jeans pocket and glanced at her boyfriend. "Recognize me yet?" Austin scowled at her. "Should I?" Nicole chuckled. "Guess that means no." She motioned to Coolidge. "When his hearing returns, tell him you guys overdid it, and that Albert and Nicole are heading to the hospital." Austin tilted his head. "Nicole?" He swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. "She's my girlfriend." "Yes, she is. And she loves you." Nicole gave him a little wave, then turned to Albert. "Let's take your car. If my phone is working again, I'll bet other things are too." Albert's car was working, and they sped through the streets to the hospital. Nicole and Albert were both overjoyed at how healthy the kids looked. It was a bittersweet reunion, Albert being with the kids he cared for so much, but having to tell them about their older brother and parents. Many tears were shed, and not just by Prudence and Orson. Halfway through the visit, Nicole's ability to sense pain returned. She gasped, slumping to the floor, putting a hand to the back of her head. It came away with blood on it. Her stomach ached and her skull throbbed. Lizzie jumped to Nicole's side, then inspected her friend. "Oh my gosh, Nicole. There's a hole like a quarter of an inch big in the back of your head. How on earth have you been walking around like this?" Lizzie motioned to a nurse. "Help her." The nurse didn't need to be told twice. She disappeared, then returned seconds later with a gurney and several other nurses. Nicole insisted she could walk, but the moment she lifted her head, she was overcome by dizziness and pain. Not only that, but her abs ached and weren't working correctly. She didn't protest as the nurses lifted her to the gurney and wheeled her away. Prudence's doctor checked her out, then immediately requested an OR and neurologist. One of the nurses hooked Nicole up to an IV, and her vision started blurring as they wheeled her to the operating room. The neurologist entered the room just as Nicole blacked out, whether from pain or anesthesia she didn't know. Nicole woke up still in pain. It radiated from her skull, weaving down her body and ending somewhere in her stomach. A nurse was hovering over the side of her bed, asking how bad the pain was, and when Nicole answered, she increased Nicole's morphine. Lizzie and Austin were there, and they both jumped forward when the nurse left to check on other patients. "How are you feeling?" Lizzie asked as Austin took Nicole's hand in his own. "Groggy," Nicole said. "What did they find in my head?" "Nothing but a hole," Lizzie said. "The neurologist said it looked like you'd had a type of arthroscopic surgery performed." Austin smiled at Lizzie. "Arthroscopic surgeries are for joints. Endoscopic is what the doc said this looked like." He glanced at Nicole, a worried expression on his face. "The neurologist here doesn't do that type of surgery, but he said it looked like the instruments used reached pretty deep into your brain." Nicole knitted her eyebrows. "It wasn't an instrument. It was a tentacle." He nodded, rubbing the back of her hand with his thumb. "I saw. It was awful, not being able to do anything to help you or to stop that creature from attacking." "We have a lot to talk about," Nicole said. She gasped. "Where's the elixir?" Austin smiled and patted his pocket. "Right here." He pulled it and Mrs. Morse's paper out, handing them over. "They were going to put them with the rest of your things. Lizzie figured you'd want both nearby, after everything you'd been through. It makes her sick to touch the elixir though, so as soon as I got here she gave it to me." "I'm supposed to keep it on my body all the time," Nicole said. She closed her eyes, breathing through the pain that hit her in the stomach when she talked. She hoped nothing had been ruined by having the elixir apart from her, for however long the surgery had taken. Speaking of which, Nicole glanced at Austin again. "How long was I out?" He motioned to Lizzie. "I'm not sure. She was here the whole time. I only remembered you were my girlfriend a while ago." "You had 2 surgeries," Lizzie said. "While prepping you, they found a chunk of wood deep in your stomach. It barely missed your liver and right kidney." Nicole raised her eyebrows. "What? No wonder her abs hurt so much." Austin leaned forward, resting his forearms on his knees, still holding her hand. "It must have happened sometime while that whirlwind was going." His dark eyes didn't leave her face. "You almost bled to death on the operating table." Lizzie sat on the edge of Nicole's bed. "They did have to remove several inches of intestine. And you're probably going to be here for a few days at least." "What I don't understand," Austin said, "is how you got through the hospital without anyone noticing all that blood." Nicole sighed. "I was wearing dark clothes and lots of layers. My hoodie must have covered the hole in my neck and the stomach bleeding." She stopped talking, trying to catch her breath. No use overdoing it, they'd have plenty of time to catch up later. "Do you mind another visitor?" Lizzie asked. "Albert has really been wanting to see you. Same with Coolidge. And Prudence. And Orson." Nicole nodded. But fast, I can't stay awake much longer. As requested, the visits were quick. Albert came in first and gave her flowers. He kissed her cheek, told her he appreciated everything she'd done, then left, sending in Coolidge. Coolidge asked her to keep him updated, and to let him know if she needed anything. Prudence and Orson both gave her brief hugs, tears in their eyes. She promised to visit them often at the manor, where they would be living with Albert. Once everyone had said their goodbyes, Nicole allowed herself to drift off to sleep, her hand still in Austin's. The next few days passed in a blur of pain meds. Nicole was discharged with strict orders to take care of herself. She stayed in the manor, and Prudence looked after her while Lizzie, Austin, and Coolidge returned to Seattle to take care of finals. Albert brought Nico to Nicole's room to show her the cello had made it through the experience without a scratch. That made Nicole happy. Orson returned to school, and Nicole did a lot of sleeping in between texting and talking to Austin and Lizzie on the phone. She kept the elixir with her at all times, feeling its unique magical print. It wasn't like being around Ara Taze or the other magical sources she'd been exposed to. It felt weird, foreign, and she knew it would take a while for her to adjust to it. Nicole jumped when a spider fell from her ceiling onto her knee. She flicked it off, then automatically looked around for Rebecca. The woman appeared, already sitting on Nicole's bed. "I'm sorry I didn't come back earlier to thank you for getting the elixir." "It's okay. You're a busy woman." Rebecca nodded. "Normally, yes, but I was recovering from my exertion of last week. It took a lot out of me. I didn't even know you could still use your powers." "I can, but I have to let them build for a long time. It's not the same as when you're alive, they don't exactly come to you. Someone else must start the magic flowing. It's a good thing you came, we would have died." "Yes. And everything would have been for naught." Rebecca sighed, looking at the elixir on Nicole's nightstand. "It's really best if it's in constant contact with you, you know. I haven't found a way to get it to stay in place while I'm sleeping. When I go to bed, I usually hold it in my hand under my pillow. That way, if I let go of it, it's still close to me, but in a place where it can't get hurt. I'm happy to see you taking this seriously. It's important. I really believe in what we're doing." "So do I." Rebecca put her hand on top of Nicole's blanketed leg. "Captain Price and I are very proud of you. In fact, we've decided to make everything official. We're preparing to introduce you as the new leader of the Terrians come summertime. There is a lot that needs to happen first, which is why it won't take place until then." Nicole knitted her eyebrows. "You've seen the future. How does it turn out? Will we be successful?" Rebecca sighed. "I can only see to a certain point. The moment that elixir was placed under your care, my visions have become confusing and clouded. I can barely see anything at all. It's frustrating and forces me to go by faith alone." Nicole chuckled. "Like the rest of us." "Yes, exactly." Rebecca fingered a tassel on Nicole's blanket. "In the meantime, before we introduce you to the Terrians, stay close to your parents. They'll help ease the transition for you as a leader." Nicole felt her jaw drop. My parents?" Rebecca gave Nicole a sympathetic expression. "I'm sorry you have to learn about them from me. I'm sure they plan to tell you about their involvement in the Terrian group before long, but I got tired of waiting." I can't believe it. How long have they been members?" "Their whole lives, well, your mother's entire life." "I don't know about your father. I'd never even heard of the Terrians before August. How did they keep it hidden from me?" "You'll have to ask them when you go home for Christmas." Nicole groaned. "Another holiday with the family. Great." Rebecca laughed. "It won't be so bad now that they'll feel like you're on their side." Her smile disappeared. "It's time for you to learn to lie, Nicole. They can't know anything that we've planned. Your parents love you, yes, but even they wouldn't hesitate to destroy you if you tried to get in their way." Nicole swallowed. What I wouldn't give for a normal family. Rebecca leaned over and hugged Nicole. You'll do fine. The woman said goodbye, then faded away, leaving Nicole alone with her thoughts. Her parents were Tyrians. She couldn't believe it. And yet it made sense. Their refusal to talk about Arates while Nicole was growing up, even considering the fact that Tiffany had wanted to be one so badly. The fact that they feared and disliked her. Even having her in the first place. Sometimes Dad seemed to forget what Nicole was, but Tiffany never did. Nicole rubbed her forehead, recognizing what Rebecca was asking her to do. Going against the wishes of the Tyrian group would probably destroy her family, if they were as involved as Rebecca said they were. Was Nicole ready to do that? Yes, she was. Especially when considering the alternative. Epilogue. Austin picked up the old photograph he'd placed face down on his desk several months earlier. Are you sure you want to do this? He asked. Nicole placed a kiss on his cheek. Of course. I need to know if I can trust Rebecca. I mean, she's asking me to do some pretty crazy things. He nodded. Let's go then. They walked out of Austin's room and down the hall to where Coolidge and Lizzie waited in the living room. Got it? Coolidge asked, a little too eagerly. Austin handed him the picture, and Coolidge stared at it. How often do the changes happen? Every few hours, Austin said. But only when the person hasn't looked at it in a while. He put on his jacket, zipping it up. We're not going to wait for the process to complete. I think having you look at it is enough to get things started. And I want to catch her when she's first digging herself out of her grave. This is going to be creepy, Lizzie said. Nicole couldn't agree more. Several months earlier, Austin's older brother Will had given him an old photograph. It had turned out to be enchanted. Or possessed, depending on how you looked at it. Elizabeth was a dead woman who was tied to the photograph. The plan was, they would talk to her and ask her to spy on Rebecca. Figure out if Rebecca was trustworthy. Honest. Nicole put her hand in her pocket and fingered the elixir. She'd asked herself many times if she would still go through with Rebecca's plan if she found out the woman was lying. The answer was always yes. Destroying the embryonic manipulator was just too important. The four piled into Austin's car and headed toward Britnell Manor, Elizabeth's resting spot. It was cold enough for a light snow to be falling, and Nicole shivered, pulling her coat closer. It didn't take long for them to find where Elizabeth had been buried. The dirt had already been pushed away from her grave. Digging her way out already? Coolidge asked. It's the first part of the process, Austin said. I wasn't sure if what we did previously changed anything, but it's a relief to know that even this much is still happening. Coolidge took the photograph from Austin and looked at it. No changes yet. She's here then, Austin said. The four stepped closer to the grave, and Austin held his hand over it. Elizabeth, he said in a commanding tone. We need to talk to you. Nicole held back a smile. She'd seen enough seances to know that this wasn't the way they were typically done. But Austin never did anything the traditional way. The snow stopped falling and the breeze died. Nicole felt a presence, and for a moment she panicked, thinking it was Rebecca. But a quick glance around didn't show any spiders. It did reveal that the others were probably sensing the presence too, though. No one but Nicole had ever felt or seen Rebecca. She's here, Austin said. He rolled his eyes. Elizabeth, show yourself to us. It's not like we haven't seen you before. The fourth one is new, a woman said. Coolidge looked around. I know about you, and I don't mean any disrespect by coming. The woman laughed. You're all looking in the wrong place. I'm down here. Elizabeth had materialized in her grave. Nicole swallowed, trying to hide the revulsion from her face. The woman had chosen to take her decomposing form, part skeleton, part flesh. Only a chunk of hair on the top of her decaying scalp still existed, and her clothes were rotting off her corpse. She raised a hand. Help me out, Austin. Austen nodded. Without hesitation, he got to his knees and grabbed her moldering hand with his own. Nicole half expected Elizabeth to drag him into the grave with her, but the woman allowed him to heave her out. The corpse flopped on the grass next to the grave and chuckled, getting to her feet. One eye had fallen back into her head, and the other was frozen in place. Elizabeth turned to Austen. "You are disgusted by my appearance. How would you like me to look?" Austen shrugged. "Whatever is most comfortable for you is fine with us." Nicole couldn't believe how well he maintained his composure. The guy was fantastic. "That's the right answer." Elizabeth shimmered, and her rotting flesh gave way to healthy skin. The hair that was still stuck to her skull became fuller, lusher. After only a few seconds, a stunning redhead in a black dress stood before them, one hand on her hip and an infant in the other arm. She bent and kissed the baby, then glanced at Nicole. "You want something from me, Nicole? Did everyone who died know everything? That wasn't fair." "I do. Feel free to ask it, but I make no guarantees." Nicole nodded. "Do you know a Rebecca Price?" Elizabeth's eyes narrowed. "Yes, I know of her." "Why?" "She's my great-great-grandmother. And she's asked me to do a very difficult task." "So?" Nicole tried to hold back an eye roll. "I want to know if she's lying or manipulating me." Elizabeth threw back her head and laughed, her hair cascading past her shoulders. "And you expect me to tell you? How petty. Was I this ridiculous when I was still living? I must have been. Oh, this is rich." She stared at Nicole. "You want me to spy on your grandmother, someone you should trust without question, just so you can possibly prevent yourself from doing something difficult? How have Arates become so lazy and turned into such wimps? It's not a simple task. And it affects every living person on the planet right now." Nicole pulled the elixir from her pocket and held it in her hand. "It involves this gift from the Great Ones." A shadow crossed Elizabeth's face and she snarled. "Why do you have that?" "It's part of Rebecca's plan." Elizabeth hesitated, then finally nodded. "Fine." She shifted the baby to her other arm. "But I don't work for free. It will take time and resources, access to the right people so as not to make Rebecca suspicious. She and I don't exactly walk in the same circles." "What sort of payment do you want?" Austen asked. Elizabeth glanced at him. "What could you possibly have that would be of interest to me? Your money is useless, and powers aren't transferable." A smile played at the corners of Austen's mouth. "I have something that might work." She scoffed. "And what is that?" Austen shrugged. "Nothing big." All his playfulness disappeared, and he held her gaze. "Just your husband's journal." Elizabeth stared at him for several moments, and Nicole held her breath, praying the woman would take the bait. A smile crossed Elizabeth's face. "I'll do it." This has been Perceive, Mosaic Chronicles Book 3 by Andrea Pearson. Thank you for listening. Would you like to know what was on Austen's mind when he first met Nicole? Why he was so annoyed with her? Austen's Perception, the audiobook, is available only to members of Andrea's Readers Group. Click the link in the description for more information.